Testing 1, 2. Okay, hello, good morning, and a very warm welcome to Mallory Park and the second visit of the season by the 750 Motor Club to Mallory Park. We are here bringing you the live stream courtesy of Alpha Live. So you'll hear from Josh Barrett and myself, Ian Sayman, in the commentary box. Also on the live stream, you'll hear from Kim and Mogg doing interviews as well. It's going to be a busy day's racing. We've got 6 different categories across 12 races, and the cars already coming out onto the grid for the first race. But what have we got to look forward to today, Josh?
Lots of good racing, I think. And it's great to be here at Mallory Park and to be able to bring you this Alpha live stream of 6 categories. Championship finals, although most overall championships have been settled. But yeah, big grid of everything really. 20 cars in each. We've got the Suzuki Swifts that were up first. We've got Mazda 7s, historic 750 Formula, Clios, Formula V and Hot Hatch. It's probably about the best race day I think you can get here at Mallory Park this year, Ian.
Certainly is. Most of the championships have already been decided, but 1 or 2 to be sorted out, including the novices in the Swift Sport Challenge, which is going to be the first race of the day, the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. So cars heading out onto the green flag lap for the Swift Sport Challenge. In fact, they won't have a full green flag lap. They'll assemble onto the grid and get straight into the racing. Having said that, I thought they were going to come through the oval cut through. They are doing a full lap of the circuit by the looks of it onto the grid. So we're seeing the cars heading up towards the hairpin there. Had 23 cars out in qualifying this morning, ready for the first of 2 15-minute races for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge race. Pole position, I can tell you, is going to be the number 87 car of Louis Woodward, and besides him will be the 198 car of Connor Forster. Row 2 is going to be 93 Alex Povey, and 25 is James Saggers. The third row of the grid, 88 Jake Boydell and 821 Aaron Mullen. The fourth row will be 191 Nick Peters and 19 Alfie Weymouth. On the fifth row, 8 and 89, that's going to be Shay Brennan and Archie Carter. The sixth row, 1, 2, 3 and 99, that's going to be Connor Craven and Lewis Noon. On the seventh row, 27 and 31, Sam Copeland and Maddie Griffiths. The eighth row will be 18, Thomas Littlechild and 2, Jonathan Woolley. The ninth row, 137, James Hillier and 9, Gary Stanford. Row 10, 77, Eric Simons and 73, Luke Jones. The 11th row, treble 5, Jonathan Leeson and 72, Izzy Woolley. And the 155 car of Shane Tweedy starting at the back. And already, Josh, the car's already almost formed up.
Yeah, and this excellent grid of cars. We've got Adam Blair already the champion for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. So he's not taking part in the races. He's won the last 6, so it sort of opens up the field for some good competition this weekend. And about a second in the championship and the novice championship between Shay Brennan and Connor Craven. And they've qualified a bit further down the order today, haven't they? Brennan is 9th, Craven is 11th. So that's going to be challenging for them to move forward and score good points today.
Yeah, and Connor Forster is the best of the novice class drivers in qualifying this morning. He has done a 57.8 to get his car onto the front row of the grid alongside Louis Woodward, who's certainly one of the drivers to beat during the course of this season.
He won the first ever race for these cars back at the beginning of the year, but then it took all the way till Croft last time out for him to get another podium.
30-second board is shown then, so very shortly we're going to be underway for this first race of the day, which is for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. There is the 5-second board being held aloft. 15-minute race is probably going to mean 15, maybe 16 laps around this Mallory Park 1.35 mile circuit. Red lights go on, they go out, and the race gets underway. A bit of wheel spin from Louis Woodward on pole position, and it's Connor Forster there from the outside of the front row that's able to get into the lead of the race. James Saggers follows through into second position. Woodward is down to around about 6th place, I think, as they turn in for the first time. But a good start there from the outside of the front row by Connor Forster. James Saggers, who is 5th in the championship going into this weekend, going with him. And then 3rd at the moment, it looks to be the 821 car of Aaron Mullen.
Connor Forster's finished no higher than 5th all season. He's just 16 years of age. They're 3 abreast already, heading down towards the S's. On the outside there is Shea Brennan, one of the drivers battling for the novice title. Someone's had a spin, I think, at the S's, but for the lead of the race, James Saggers, the ex-British GT racer, going around the outside of the 16-year-old Connor Forster into the Shaw's hairpin. Then Forster runs wide. James Saggers using his racing experience, although probably not raced here at Mallory Park before, drawing up alongside Forster into the Devil's Elbow. Can't go through though.
No, coming through towards the end of lap 1, obviously a very short lap time here at Mallory Park, and it's Forster that leads the way. There's 3 of them making a bit of a break over the rest of the field. Second place is Saggers. 3rd was Aaron Mullen then as they turn their way through.
That was Archie Carter at the back. He was the one that spun at the S's.
Okay, so working around the second lap of the race, definite gap back to 4th position at the moment. We'll pick up who that is in just a moment. TSL,
Louis Woodward.
It is Louis Woodward, yeah. TSL not yet having updated itself, but still these 3 pulling away. And is it going to be James Saggers that mounts another attack into Lake Esses? No, he doesn't. So through the, well then it's Mullen in 3rd place that goes off the road there, and he loses a little bit.
Does he?
Does he? No, not a lot. Still with them as they head up towards the hairpin for the second turn.
No, he controlled that well, didn't he? Another novice driver on the grid, 22 years of age is Mullen. Povey gets contacted by Brennan, who then gets passed by Craven. And Craven in 1-2-3 is Brennan's championship rival for that novice title. And getting involved in an incident, not really ideal for Shea Brennan. They are also battling for 2nd in the championship. Jake Boydell and James Saggers, who's going so well today, also involved in that battle for 2nd overall in the championship picture.
I think Louis Woodward is trying to bridge the gap, isn't he? He was caught up by 0.8 of a second to Mullen on that lap, so he's trying to make it 4 cars for the lead of the race, but we're watching the action a little bit further behind. That's Shea Brennan, who was involved up at the hairpin, and the 93 car of Alex Povey. Then they are side by side down the Stebby Straight now, and coming alongside them and inside both of them is Alfie Weymouth in the number 19 car, and he's gone through to take what will be 7th place.
And Alfie Weymouth is battling for the Team Challenge Championship. He's currently leading that with his father, Matthew Weymouth. They share the car over the course of the season. That's how you get points in that. The Povey car is in contention, although a bit further back. It's actually the Lewis Noon driven car that's the other driver in the in 2nd place, not that far behind in the championship, sharing Mike Sanford. He's 11th in this race so far. So a couple of championships to be contested, the races to be contested too, and James Saggers makes the move out of the Devil's Elbow up towards Gerrard's Corner. And Saggers, who hasn't won yet this season, he had a couple of 3rd places as his best at Croft. He has taken the lead of the race away from Connor Forster. Aaron Mullen is still there, but Louis Woodward, the fastest driver in the race, has caught them all, making it 4 for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And then on his own a little bit now in 5th position is Jake Boydell, who's also been a winner this season. And then get back to 6th, which is Connor Craven at the moment. We're working lap 4 of the race. There we can see the 99 car, that is, wasn't it, of Lewis New for this race. Yeah,
his driver 2nd in the team challenge with Mike Sanford, who was on the podium earlier in the year. Forster really late on the brakes into the hairpin there, getting onto the bumper of James Saggers. Remember, Forster's not been on the podium this year. Mullen's not been on the podium this year. His best has been a 6th. So it's really good to see these 2 young drivers, Connor Forster 16, Aaron Mullen 22, improving in as years going on, and now looking to have by far their best result of the year to end the season here at Mallory Park.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people say that overtaking can be quite difficult at Mallory Park. It's be interesting seeing how this next 10 or so minutes goes. Whether Louis Woodward, who's the fastest man out there, he's able to make up some places. Having a look there a little bit further back is the 77 car. That's Eric Simons trying to find a way past the number 2, which is Jonathan Woolley here. So that is a battle for 16th and 17th position in the race. Good
to see the Simons car back out. It had an incident at Croft. It's got a new livery on it, I can see here. Woodward, that was this time, wasn't it? Shaving the grass through the S's. But I don't think he lose too much time by doing that. Top 4 all still together. It's James Saggers then giving off the toe. The 42-year-old from Essex who leads this race, started racing 23 years ago when the two drivers behind him weren't born. But back then, James Saggers raced in the Fiesta Championship, was a race winner there. And then raced in the British GT Championship. He's a radical champion as well. James Saggers, the race leader, leading though from Connor Forster, who competed in autographs. He was a champion, two-time champion autographs before moving into circuit racing this year. And then Aaron Mullen, another former autographs racer, third, and Louis Woodward, former 116 trophy race winner, sitting there in fourth position. Still with that fastest lap, and now he's caught to the train, can't do those lap times he was doing in the early parts of the race. 57.921, the fastest lap so far.
Absolutely, 9.5 minutes to go, so still nearly two-thirds of this race left to go. Saggers just starting to ease away a little bit in the front here. Connor Forster trying to keep Aaron Mullen in the 821 car behind him, that 22-year-old in his first season of racing. And then Louis Woodward, who first came to note really in the 116 trophy, didn't he? That's the first time we really saw from Louis Woodward a few seasons ago. He's raced quite a few different cars now in different 750 Motor Club based categories since then. He's there in fourth, going back to fifth, Jake Boydell, who still is probably the loneliest man in this race. He's 2 seconds behind Woodward. He's 1.2 seconds ahead of Conor Craven in sixth.
Louis Woodward just set a new fastest lap, 2 thousandths quicker than his previous fastest and 3 thousandths quicker than Saggers on that lap. Here's Shea Brennan trying to get back up the order. Remember, the driver who's second in the championship, leading the novice points, is there in 8th position, trying to get past the Team Challenge Championship leader, which is Alfie Weymouth. But for Brennan, his championship rival just ahead, that's Conor Craven in 6th position. Brennan is 17 from East Yorkshire, an experienced karter before moving into car racing this year. Alfie Weymouth is 19 in his first season of racing in that car that he shares this year with father Matt. And then ahead of the pair of them is Conor Craven, who's 28, who's in his first season of circuit racing. He's on time attack events previously.
So we're now at the end of lap number 7 for the race leader, James Saggers. His lead is 1.2 seconds as we're coming up towards the halfway mark in this race. The next 3 covered by 0.8 of a second as they make their way into Gerrards for the 8th time.
Fastest lap goes to the car in 9th position now, which is Nick Peters, 57.899. So that's impressive from Nick, another of the novice drivers. Where did he start? 191.
He started, trying to have a look.
7th.
So he dropped back and coming back up the order.
That's it. So good pace. He's got a big gap ahead of him, 2.2 seconds. Yeah. So see if he can use that pace to close in. But he's only actually a 10th of a second faster. 10th of a second faster on best laps than the car ahead. So it's so close. It is. The lap times.
I think his best finish this season is 7th place as well. So he's still got a couple of places to make up to get back to that.
Yeah.
That's something that he might be looking for. But that's, as I say, got a bit of time to make up before he can do that in this race, hasn't he?
Everyone in the top 20 separated in lap times by 1.5 seconds. So ultra competitive, particularly for the lack of experience most of these drivers have coming to the end of their first season.
So Saggers leading. It's actually a little bit more stable amongst the first 4. There's not a lot of sign of moves being made there by Aaron Mullen in 3rd or Louis Woodward in 4th, and obviously Connor Forster, who is 2nd, not able to do anything about it. What's Jake Boydell doing compared to the leaders? No, he's not getting any closer to Louis Woodward. We're watching now the battle for 6th. This is Conor Craven, Alfie Weymouth and Shea Brennan all together there, and these are all drivers that are within that novice class as well. Sweeping right and left through Lakehurst, then climbing the hill. Quite a steep hill this, up towards Shaw's Corner, the hairpin, probably the slowest corner, the tightest corner in British motor racing, but they're turning their way around that now, past the bus stop chicane, which is not used for cars, just for motorcycle racing here at Mallory Park, then sweeping down through the Devil's Elbow, gathering pace all the time onto the Kirkby Straight, named for the nearby village of Kirkby Mallory, and then into Gerrards Bend.
Big slide from Aaron Mullen as he turned into Gerrards. He's just set the fastest lap now, 57.814. They're almost on qualifying pace, aren't they, at this point? So the gap comes down between the top 2 by a couple of hundredths, so nothing really close battling down the order though, including 555 in 17th position. That is the car driven by Jonathan Leeson. He's got Archie Carter, who had that off on the first lap, trying to recover, the 18-year-old from Hampshire in his first season of car racing this year. Just ahead of them is Maddie Griffith. She is in 15th, and she's battling with Jonathan Woolley, Jay Woolley, who's in his first race in the Swifts this year. His daughter Izzy is out there as well. And Jay Woolley raced in Stock Hatch a decade and a half ago or so, so returning to racing with the 750 Motor Club. in the ex-Louise Handley car. Louise, who didn't actually get to race the car this year, hadn't done at Silverstone, but it's good to see that car's been rebuilt in new hands now, and he's back on the grid.
Absolutely right. So we've got 5 minutes of the race left to go. Good battles going on all the way down the order, including this for 15th and 16th spot.
Another fastest lap from Forster, so the gap for the lead's down to 9/10. He caught just over a tenth that time.
Yeah.
57.755.
Yeah, only a tenth faster than Sags, though, because he did a PB. Into retirement, by the looks of it, I'm afraid, goes Eric Simons in that number 77 car.
I think it might be leaking fluid, is it?
There's some fluid coming off there, and yet slippery surface flag now being shown by the marshals. Just going past our commentary position here. Yeah, I think the marshal's saying, yeah, pull up just under the bridge. I think that's what he's going to do. Just past our static camera there. Yeah, he's going to pull up just by the bridge.
And everyone's gone off, I'm afraid, Ian, including Craven, one of our novice drivers, championship contenders. And what order the lead is going to be in? James Saggers still leads, which is a much bigger gap now over Louis Woodward. So he's gone from 4th to 2nd. Aaron Mullen and Connor Forster both got caught out in that. Forster's come through in 3rd. Aaron Mullen hasn't come through yet. Now he does in 5th. A real shame for Aaron, who was looking for his first podium, but that does suggest the track is pretty slippery, at least at the Shaw's hairpin. And Izzy Woolley's another driver that's come foul of that. I don't think anyone's hit anything, have they? But it's very much changed the race order.
Yeah, we've got 3 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. Saggers, Woodward now the top 2. And Forster with the battle up 3rd.
Totally changed the novice picture around, because instead of Brennan being 2 places behind Craven, he's 2 places ahead now. You score points on overall finishing position rather than in the class. Car in front's just had a moment. That was Aaron Mullen again, but this is where it's really tricky. Down to the short hairpin. The drivers know where the fluid is now, so trying to go to the inside of that, which I think is the optimal thing to do at this point.
Oh, and there's a little nudge there between Conor Craven and Jake Boydell, almost pushed a pass there, because Conor Craven gets back ahead of Jake Boydell, who he'd lost out to during the course of that lap, and now the red flag's coming out and the race being stopped. And I think the officials, with this fluid being down there, seeing the situation, I think they've probably decided that for safety's sake, with only a couple of minutes or so to go, best thing to do is bring an early halt to that race, Josh.
I wonder where that brings the results back to. Is it the previous lap when a few cars went off?
I think it'll go back to lap 10, probably.
It would be the fairest way to do it, really, wouldn't it? But we'll see what happens. And that's a shame. We were saying how it was good from the Simons team to get the car back out after that incident.
Or a car out, at least.
That's it. But I think that's expired now, which is a real shame, and a shame to end that race that way, because we had some good racing, didn't we? Some close racing, ultra competitive lap times, and it's been a great first season, hasn't it, for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge? There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely. So there is the result of the opening race. It's probably not going to be how it's classified, but that was the order that TSL is showing us at the moment. They probably will reverse it all in a minute, but Saggers, I think we're going to be safe to say, is the winner.
And a new winner. Fifth different driver to win this year.
The rest of the order is probably still to be sorted. So that's how it's showing on our screens at the moment, though. Louis Woodward 2nd, Conor Forster 3rd, Alfred Weymouth 4th. But there were some changes towards the end of the race because of the impact of that fluid and everyone sliding off on it. No, not everyone. Nearly everyone's sliding off on it.
Forster will definitely be on the podium, won't he? Because he was 2nd before that, and he's 3rd now. So that's his first podium. So that's a good job by him. And possibly one of the youngest 750 Club podium finishes this year, so at 16 years of age.
Yeah, so I won't go through that result in full, because I don't think that will be the result, but there's the rest of the cars scrolling through on the screen. If we do get the confirmation of the actual classification, we'll bring that to you, but TSL have not yet updated itself, but they may do that in the next few moments. We'll be able to hear shortly, I think, for those of you on the live stream, not necessarily at the circuit, those following on the live stream, we'll be able to hear from the top 3, or a top 3, talking to Kieran Mogg. In the meantime, the marshals will be busy trying to dress the fluid that's been spilt on the circuit. I can see the safety car is getting into position as well, and that's probably just going to be to take the rest of those cars back round to the assembly area. The recovery truck is there to try and gather up the stricken Eric Simons car from its position under the bridge. And very shortly that will be gathered away. But yes, we've got probably half of the field there, I think, not the whole field, being sorted out. So we've got the recovery truck doing the work. We have now got a classified result being shown on our screens, and it is going back to 11 laps. So James Saggers confirmed as the winner then, Louis Woodward second, Connor Forster third, Matthew Weymouth fourth, Aaron Mullen in fifth, and Shay Brennan in sixth position. Then Nick Peters seventh, so equaling his best result, Connor Craven eighth, Jake Boydell ninth, and Alex Povey completing the top 10. So it went back to 11 laps, Josh.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate for those who had the moment on the fluid, and it's interesting it's the two more experienced drivers that didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
And have come out into the top two. But good result, as we say, from Connor Forster, his first overall podium. And he did win the novice class at Croft as well, so he's had a good end to the season as Connor Forster, the Cambridgeshire-based double autograss champion in his first season in circuit racing, and he's got a good opportunity again later, hasn't he? He's got good pace, set the fastest lap in that race, and we'll get to start from near the front again, and he's got his first overall podium, so I'm sure he'll be pretty pleased with that, even maybe at this point a little bit disappointed to have lost that second.
Absolutely right, but still a great result from him.
Probably for James Saggers' first win for a very long time.
Yeah, it could well be. He's been sort of finding his feet really in the Swifts, and his results have been improving as things have gone on. He's had 2 podiums before today, hasn't he? And
came at Croft last time
exactly, yeah.
But I think he'd had a long break from racing. He was the runner-up in the European Radical Championship 17 years ago, so that might have been the last time he won a race. And the year before that, 2007, raced a Dodge Viper in the British GT Championship in the very early days of GT3. Something quite different to what he's racing now. The driver from Finchinfield, which hopefully that means he goes to Matt's pub, because that's the next village along. So hopefully we're on in the pub. It's not quite open yet, are we? Matt Suckling, who was here last weekend, or with them 50 Motor Club last weekend at Donington Park. So cars are heading now towards Park Fermé, and Kieran Mogg we should hear from pretty shortly. On what is a very busy day, a one-day meeting, 12 races, 15 minutes for every race, a bit like it was in the old days.
Yeah, no, proper sprint racing. I think it's going to be a very good day's racing. I think the crowd here at Mallory Park will enjoy the action. Hopefully not too many more race stoppages, and hopefully the marshals can soon get this fluid dealt with. I can see there's some more material being put down on the circuit outside our commentary position to try and soak it all up. And working very hard there. So we can head downstairs now to hear from Kieran Mogg on the live stream for the first time today.
Thank you very much. You can see there that James Saggers just jumped out of the car. He's having a massive group hug with his team. We'll see if we can just jump in a second once he's finished this. Obviously, it means a lot after that race as well. Very, very interesting race to start off the day. Certainly not a dull moment. But actually, let's have a quick chat with Connor Forster. If I can just jump in a second, that was a really hectic race, and you can see that you've brunted some of the stuff there. So talk to us about it.
I was just racing. I started on the grid in second. I come out coming into the first corner. I got into first. I was leading for a little bit. Then one went round me coming into the corner. I think it's oil or something, and then they just ran into the back of me, and I managed to get back going. So yeah.
And obviously, this new series, first time here at Mallory Park for the series. How is it with these cars around the circuit? It's obviously a very tight circuit, very much on the momentum base of it. Is this a circuit that suits the car?
Yeah, perfect. It's all nice and tight racing. What's brilliant for this sort of sport, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's good, fast around here, but like that corner, it's like flat out. It's kind of scary when you enter it and the back comes out a tiny bit. But it is what it is, isn't it?
No, absolutely. Well, congratulations obviously on the P3, and same again later, do you reckon?
Maybe.
I look forward to seeing. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you. Let's have a quick chat now with James Saggers. James, I'll just jump in a second. Obviously, we can tell there as you jumped out the car, big group embrace with your team. That must have meant a lot.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. We as for my wife, my late wife, who we've just lost, so it was quite important to me. And the boys, so I couldn't do it without them and all my family, so it was a good moment.
Awesome. Well, it's always the wins that mean the most, obviously. Obviously, in terms of the race, it was quite a hectic race out there and everything. How did you cope with that?
It was, yeah, and especially when the oil came down on the hairpin, I thought I was going off. I had to pull the handbrake to try and get around the corner. That was good fun. And then, just hope that I could keep it on, which we did, and yeah, kept going. But the boys behind were quick, I couldn't lose them. So, yeah, next race is going to be fun too.
Yeah, obviously, one more race later today. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm going for another win, obviously.
Look forward to seeing it then.
Thank you. Cheers.
Congratulations. Right, let's have a quick chat with Louis Woodward. There is he? Thank you very much. Right, so again, very hectic race, very much out there. So talk to us about it.
Obviously got pole in the qualifying. Had a bad start. I think I ended up back to 7th or 8th. Got my head down, obviously tried to recover. I've done a bit of testing with Aaron, so I was hoping he would move up. He was in 3rd, he's a novice, so I sat there waiting for something to happen, and it did. Slippery into the hairpin, and yeah, I could see the line of where the fuel or oil or whatever it was. Drove around it and ended up with 2nd, so yeah, good race.
Obviously, one more race later today. Do you reckon you can possibly go for the win?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I'll sort the start out.
I look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, let's pass back up to Ian and Josh for the next race.
So we are waiting for the car to be released for the next race, but first we have a little bit more clearing up to be done by the marshals. The car has now been recovered. That's already back in the paddock, I can tell you, but the marshals now working hard with their brooms to soak up some of the fluid from that spill. It was dropped by Eric Simon's car in that Swift Sport Challenge race. They've nearly joined the lines up, but then with the cement dust or whatever it is, but they then do just need to sweep it all in to make it ready for us to go racing again, Josh.
Yes, and then we will look forward to our second race, but final race before lunch. Then we'll have a lunch hour and then 10 races this afternoon. So a busy afternoon here at Mallory Park. But up next, the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, which was provisionally won at Oulton Park last month by Martin West. He won the low-cost championship, 5 years ago or so, and now has won the Mazda 7 Championship, and therefore is elected not to race this weekend at Mallory Park.
But before that, let's take a short break.
Yokohama.
Hello and welcome to, this is actually the lunch break now. We've just heard over the tannoy that we're going to an early lunch break to try and clean up this. So essentially what's happened is the car that obviously had to stop out during that race, they've dumped a load of oil down on the track, and that's what's caused all of the carnage up at the hairpin. Now, the oil started going up the hill towards the hairpin over there, all the way to the hairpin, down the hill, all the way down the start-finish line. And you can see there as Luke has a look around behind him, down towards the start-finish line. Just look how long they're having to try and clean this up. That is why we're on an early lunch break, because otherwise we would have been waiting for such a long time for racing to get underway once again. See there, the marshals and all the cleanup crew just doing an amazing job trying to get the track ready to race once again. Obviously all this powder going down basically just to soak up that fluid, try to make it as safe as possible for the cars. This is a very, very tight circuit, and obviously, as you've just seen, as soon as there's a little bit of fluid down on the surface, just get that slippery surface flag out, and it just means that the cars going left, right and centre. But yeah, so we've got an early lunch break, so we've probably got about sort of half an hour, 40 minutes or so, give or take, to have a quick walk around the paddock, try and talk to some people, and there's a few people that we do want to have a quick chat to. So let's make our way back into the paddock, and we'll see if we can try and find some people. So, yes, this is obviously Mallory Park. I'll get some quick information up for you. So, it opened on the 26th of April in 1956. That's 69 years ago. It used to be an estate for a couple of hundred years, and then in the Second World War, it became a satellite landing ground, which essentially is like a very small airfield. Then, in post-war, it was bought by a gentleman, and he turned it into a horse racing track, which is why the predominant sort of bit of the circuit is a big oval. This is where the horses used to race. Then the horse racing club went through some financial difficulties, and it then got sold to another guy. But in the process of it sort of having the horse racing on, a couple of motorcycle clubs came and used it as a grassroots kind of track. So after that, and the success that the motorcycling had, they then decided, tell you what, we'll put some tarmac down. So the tarmac went down in 1956, and it has been here ever since. Obviously, this has hosted some of the biggest championships around the UK, and obviously from international championships as well. But it's quite a unique circuit, really, because it's, to be honest, most part of it is actually quite flat, and then you get to the hairpin over there, and we did a run around it last night. The hill just goes like that. It's so steep, and you don't see it on the track cameras that you've been seeing on the broadcast. You can see here one of the Civics just going into scrutineering for something. Anyway, so this is the main paddock, and there's a lake that runs right the way along on the infield, which is an absolute beautiful, beautiful feature for the circuit. I can see there that we're actually showing it on the stream. Thank you very much, Stuart, to our director. Yeah, we can see here, obviously, all the cars in the paddock. And what's quite interesting as well, and slightly annoying, is once you're in the paddock and the racing goes live, you can't get out of the paddock if you're in a vehicle, because there's a footbridge to cross over. But all the cars, all the trucks here, they all had to cross across the circuit to get into the paddock. So, yeah, they're not allowed to leave until the circuit is dead later on today. So, see here, the number 72 Formula V just having some work done. I can't see what he's doing, actually. It looks like he's just putting some fuel in, maybe. Yeah, just obviously getting ready for the race later on today. So, the race directly after the lunch break will be the Mazda 7s. Now, the Mazda 7s, I believe, are a bit further up, but there are a couple of people that we do want to have a quick chat to. One of which you may have heard, we have a Isle of Man TT rider in the Suzuki Swifts, except he wasn't in the Swift in that last race, so he didn't quite get out. So we'd like to have a quick chat with him and find out what happened there. Another person we want to have a quick chat to is Ian Wardhouse, which I believe is one of these awnings here. So if I just have a quick scoot round here and see if we can find him, because I think he's stolen his gazebo from some people. Let's see if you can spot who he's stolen it from. Actually, let's go around here. Sorry, Luke. Just follow me a second. There we go. Right. If you look here and look at the gazebo on the left-hand side there, can you see who he might have stolen it from? Because I'm pretty sure that does not say Phil Waterhouse. So let's try and get up to him and find out about his weekend, but also why he's stolen a gazebo from English Heritage. So we're going to have a quick chat in here with him. Just jump past all his tools, don't knock anything down. Phil, if I can just jump in a second, we're doing the lunch break at the moment. First question I want to ask is, why have you got an English Heritage gazebo?
I'd love to say they sponsor me to the tune of 100 grand a year, but it's not really like that. It was on... So it was on Marketplace, basically, on Facebook, and it was the closest one to me that was of a reasonable price. It also advertises somewhere posh pasties for £5, but I didn't bring any this week, even though I'm from Cornwall.
That is a shame. We did see it. It's on this side, I believe. If Luke, if you can want to have a quick look up here, it does say posh pasties for a £5 up there.
Yeah,
Definitely.
The guy who had it before me used it at a festival somewhere, and then it sat in his trailer for donkey's years. And a couple of years ago, my awning got blown away at Mallory Park. So it was time for, given the weather that we get in the UK, having an awning is almost a must. So,
Although this year, it must be said, it's been quite good up until the last sort of 2 months, really.
it's not been bad at all. It's not been a bad summer, really. Yeah. But even when it's not raining, just keeping the sun off your back, and you look professional as well with an awning. You know, I'm not professional. Whoop, there you see that. Case in point, I dropped my funnel. Yeah, so I mean, we put our awnings together and have a little garage together and share tools. That's not my funnel, for instance. But yeah, it's a community, really.
And obviously, talk to us about the circuit as well. It's quite a different circuit from some of the ones that we've been racing at this year. Obviously, the Formula V is not the most top-end power. It's all about momentum, and this is a really momentum circuit. Yeah. So what is it like with the V around the circuit?
You're asking the wrong person, because I'm not very good. I've got an engine problem at the moment, so I'm not as quick as I wanted to be, and I'm not as quick as I have been. But you're right, it's I think for me, it's being brave going into Gerrard's and just trying to hold as much speed through around there, because we're not underpowered, but we haven't got a huge amount of power. So keeping the momentum up through Gerrard's means you've got a good run down to the S's. So, you know, if somebody hasn't got as good a run as you, you've got a chance. You know, if you're chasing them. For me, braking and changing down at the hairpin, I know I can gain some time there. But in the race, it's always different, because in qualifying, you just want to go as quickly as possible. In the race, you want to finish in front of the guy in front of you, which makes it a slightly different ball game. But we'll see. And like I say, I'm not very good at this, so asking for tips on the circuit, I'm not the man.
Okay, well, let's ask about something you are quite good at then. So you've got a bit of a social following, and
I have a small but avid following, shall we say?
Yes, and I've actually been following you for a couple of years before I was even doing this as well. Yes, absolutely. So talk to us about, you first got it when you turned 50, is that correct?
What, the car?
Yeah.
No, I've had the car. I started V in 2003 with this car. It looked very different back then. And then I raced on, well, most of the seasons up until 2007, when we had it was the 40th anniversary at Brands, and I had a big accident. It's a long story, but my wife arrived where I was being lifted out the car on a spinal board with oxygen over, and I was encouraged to retire after that. And then fast forward 10 years, I'd always been meaning to fix the car and go out, and then the 50th was coming up. I was 50 at the time, so I just started. I think I had 7 weeks from the time I decided to do it to the festival up at Cadwell. And I was putting a little bit on Facebook, you know, for my friends and everything. And then after Cadwell, people suggested I, you know, create a page. So I did. And basically all I do is take videos of myself in the garage, telling people what I've done, how it's gone wrong, how I think I might fix it. Some racing videos, mostly of me crashing or breaking down. But yeah, people seem to enjoy it. I enjoy doing it. Keeps my friends and family up to date, because all my boys are off in other parts of the world, although one's here this weekend, which is amazing. And it helps them keep up to date with what I'm doing because they never reply to messages. So there we go.
Yeah, that sounds like sons and children for you. But yeah, obviously you've been racing for a couple of years since you've been back now, and obviously you've been gradually sort of getting a bit better, getting a bit higher up and everything. How has your progression been since you've rejoined?
So when I came back in 2017, it was almost going to be a one-off, but I did reasonably well for me at the festival, and the goal was always to finish regularly in the top 10. That was the goal, and I've got there occasionally. I actually had an overall podium a couple of years ago in Anglesey. Bit fortunate, but you know, it was nice. I did acquire another car a few years ago, a Class A Mark V Scarab, same as John Hughes. John's a very good friend of mine, and I helped him, you know, run his car for a few years, so I know the car. So when the opportunity for that came up, I got it, and the plan was to go well in that, and then I crashed it at Silverstone, and it's been in the back of the garage for 5 years now with a bent chassis. And every winter, it's the winter project. Yeah. But as everyone will know, there are other winter projects that need doing, and it's difficult to find the time. So I just keep on in Old Faithful. But the progression's there. It's sort of stagnated over the last couple of years because I've had problems with the engine and things like that. But when it's going well, I think I'm in and around the top 10, and when it's not going well, I'm not. Yeah. And at the moment, it's not going well. But there's 2 races today, so we'll see what happens.
So what is the problem at the moment?
It's difficult to say. So at the beginning of this year, I had my engine that had been the best one I'd ever got. It was going really well, and I dropped a valve at Donington and completely mullered it. I'd bought a second-hand engine the year before to have as a spare, so I threw that back together for the start of the season, but I've never been able to get it right. And at the moment, for some reason, the left-hand bank is running a lot cooler. It's not working as well. We think it's running a bit rich for some reason. No idea why. So we've leaned up the main jet just a little bit to see if it's better in the race, but time will tell. So it's robbing me of top end. I mean, the fact that I'm slow around the corners as well, it's not helping, but if I had a bit more power, I'd be a bit quicker without having to drive better. I'm a realist.
Well, that's always the main thing. But yeah, obviously 2 races, so do you reckon you've kind of got it to a point where you can just sort of deal with it?
Well, I've got to deal with it. I'll just keep going. I start the season with the same mantra in my head. I'll keep going until I break the car or break the bank. Yeah. I've come close to both. Yes. But it's the last race or the last meeting of the season. I've got an outside chance of finishing 3rd in the Class B, but I need to do reasonably well. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to go out and do, try and do reasonably well and stay out of trouble.
Sounds great. Well, hopefully we can have a chat after the race as well, see if you're high enough up. But obviously, with it being the last meeting of the year, I expect to see that Scarab on the grid next year.
Hey, you're not the only one. I shall keep you posted.
Yes. Looking forward to it. All right, congratulations.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so that's obviously in it's a very popular Facebook page. It's one of my favourite bits as well. So have a look at the badge in the front. It's the Filari. It's not Ferrari. It's a Filari, which is absolutely brilliant with a little beaver on there. A badger, I should say, not a beaver. Why do I say beaver? Anyway, it's been a long season for all of us. Anyway, let's see if we can try and chat with some more people. Yeah, one of the people I did want to try and chat with was so TT rider James Hillary. So he is a number 137, I think, but he didn't make it out for that last one. Now, I'll be totally honest, I don't actually know where his car is, where he's stationed or anything like that, so we're just going to have to try and wander around and see if we can find him. It's not a big paddock, but it's also not a small paddock, so we may find him, we may not, we'll see. But yeah, it's... Obviously, they're still clearing up the mess from the oil deposit from one of these Swifts a little bit earlier on. Obviously, we've got Woodward, our P3 finisher in the last race there. So this is definitely the Swift part of the paddock. But yeah, we're looking for the 137, and I did see the car very briefly before the start of the race earlier on, and it was like, yeah, that car's definitely not making it to assembly. So let's have a quick look around. It didn't look like they were sort of working on it it's honest, it looked like they'd just left it. So I don't really know what kind of happened to it. So yeah, we'll just have a quick wander around, see if we can try and find him. I'm just having a quick look. That's 155. That's a 555. So not here. 123. The 99. Okay, so we're at sort of the back end of the paddock now. And actually, Luke, if you swing around, you can see the lake there we were talking about. I know Stuart obviously showed it on the stream a bit earlier on, but yeah, there's this lake that kind of just goes around the infield of the track, which is absolutely awesome. It's a fantastic feature to the circuit. We've got the 88 there. Oh, hello. Let's tell you what. Hello. Hello. Right. What happened?
Oh no, this was at Snetterton at the start of the year. First time we've actually done a race with no damage coming out of it. But no, I'd just like to say, thank you to RS Fishing for providing logistics and tyres for the season. If not, we wouldn't have been able to do it. And the car's been pucker, qualified P8, and I think with the red flag should be P4 overall. So happy with that. And thank you to Adam and Harry pit crew as well. My dad's on holiday at the minute, so he's currently on a flight, so he'll find out when he lands how I got on. So yeah.
Absolutely. Obviously, it was a very, very hectic race out there. So considering the fact that you said that's the first race you come out of it without damage, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, it is very surprising. Just staying clear of all the collisions. I mean, there was lots of collisions near me. A couple of cars collided, and then there was the oil spillage and cars backwards, and I was like, oh God. But, you play it safe and you can get away with it. So yeah.
And obviously, one thing we've been talking about with Mallory is a very momentum-driven circuit. And obviously, they're not the most high-power cars in the world. So with it being a momentum circuit, is this a car that suits the track?
Definitely, I think so. I think small little hatchbacks do suit this track because it's so important to keep your momentum. If you lose it, you do lose positions and you can lose time, which is very important. Especially with the long straights, if you scrub a bit of speed on turn one, you're buggered for the straight. So it's very important to keep all your momentum up and, keep quick.
Yeah. And obviously it's a very tight track as well. It's not a very wide circuit. And we've seen in that last race, there were 3 wide at multiple different instances. I didn't see if you were one of the people that got, okay, perfect. So with 3 wide, you kind of just go into it, it's just a bit like, this could be interesting.
So where I was 3 wide, it was the first corner on the first lap. Just off the start, it was 3 wide, and I was on the outside, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to back out. I'm going to live to fight another day. I'm not going to get pushed wide and lose everything. I'll just live to fight another day. And you've just got to be able to trust each other. Yeah. If you can't trust each other, you can't race together. So just trusting in the other drivers that they'll leave you room, and it's fine. So, yeah.
And obviously, it's the first season of the Swifts this year as well, and the grid has grown amazingly well. 750 have done a fantastic job with getting the cars onto the grid. Yeah. How have you found the paddock of the Swifts?
Everyone's friendly, everyone's nice. One thing I love is that we have absolute alignment here at most races, and we can also win free tyres. I believe it was at Brands Hatch, they do a raffle after every race. You can win 2 tyres or a set of brake pads, and we won 2 tyres. So that's helped us for the season. So I think that's great, especially for novices, and it's designed to be a cheap series, and that's what they're helping give away tyres, and it's good. It's good for everyone. Keeps it cheap.
Yeah, 100%, and obviously free parts in a race car is basically gold dust. But obviously, last meeting for the year, been a good year for you?
We had some ups and downs. Definitely, we've had some ups and downs. But I think, me and my dad, he's not here today, but we're running the team championship, and I believe we're now leading by a few more points now. So going into the last race, just got to keep it clean, and I should have won the team championship, hopefully. Fingers crossed. So yeah.
Fingers crossed. Well, hopefully we can have a chat with you after the second race, and hopefully it doesn't get red flagged this time.
Exactly. Anyway, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so let's have a quick move on. So, right, so we're still looking for the 173. So, got the 78, got the 191, the 198, the 155, the 555. I know normally we should just go and talk to anybody, but I want to find out what happened, because he didn't even go to the grid. I just saw his car. Where this Civic is on the left-hand side here, Luke, if you pan around, where the Civic is, I saw him just stop then. I don't think that's part of the Swift paddock, so I'm not 100% sure why he was there or where he's gone. There's a 197 over there. I'm sure this is very interesting viewing, just walking around a paddock talking about cars. There. I'm pretty sure that's him. That's his car, at least, I should say. But he's nowhere to be seen. There's nobody working on the car. There's the 173. The 137, sorry. 137, yeah. He's not there. Really helpful. Okay, that's really, really useful then. I don't see him around either. So, yeah, but yeah, basically, he didn't take the start. I saw this car from our production room, which is just in the tower over there, and I can't see any issues with it. No problems. No idea then. I don't know. I don't know why he wasn't in there, but yeah, okay. I can't find him anywhere, so hopefully maybe later we can have a bit of a chat. Now, I believe the 77 is the one that dropped all the oil. Let's have a... see if we can have a quick look underneath, actually, Luke. Oh, there's a lot of oil down there. What's happened?
Well, I wasn't driving it, it was these guys, but yeah, basically he's bottomed out and put a big hole in the sump. So that's the oil all around the track that you're having to clear up at the moment. So
yeah, so we saw the car being recovered. So where did you bottom out? Do you know?
I'm not sure what the corner's called. It just as you come through the chicane there,
Right, yeah.
you went on the grass, come back on.
Right.
Yeah, hit the curb and that was it. Put a big hole in. So yeah, we'll see if anyone's got one and get on with it.
So just got a big gouge in the sump.
Well, yeah, pretty much. You can probably see it. It's in this corner, but
Let's have a quick look underneath. Luke, if you just get down underneath, you can see a lot of oil down there, but yeah, it's just here somewhere. I can't quite see the hole myself, but there's lots of oil dripping down there. So yeah, hopefully they can find a sump in time for the next race. But it was a good race up until that point.
yeah, it was going all right. This car was brand new for today. So yeah, a bit of damage, not what we wanted, but we'll try and get it fixed and go and find a sump.
All right, well, we'll leave you to it then. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so let's have a quick wander over here to the... got a Civic over here, which is obviously part of the hot hatches. And just try and jump in here with you if we can. So, obviously, not bad. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah.
Good. Obviously, first race coming up later. What's your feelings towards it? What's your feelings towards Mallory? How are you finding it?
So this is despite racing with the club for 20 years, this is my first time I've ever raced at Mallory Park.
Right.
So I did my first time briefing.
Yeah.
And yeah, the track is really fast.
Yeah.
3 corners fourth gear, 1 corner second gear, and that's it.
Yeah.
So, and it's bumpy as well. I didn't quite realise how bumpy it was going to be. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. If I can get it to start.
And it's a very narrow, very quick circuit. Obviously, you haven't had the experience with racing side by side, but I'm guessing with the qualifying earlier on, you had to deal with obviously the traffic. How is it trying to navigate through slower and faster cars?
So to be fair, the hot hatch field are pretty used to it by now. Everyone's really respectful of what line they need to be on, and you can see what class the car is that's approaching you with the number on the windscreen and stuff like that. So it's pretty respectful, but I'm sure in the race the door might get shut a little bit quicker than it was in practice.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know if you saw the Swift race just, but it was quite argy-bargy.
3 abreast into that corner at one
Yeah,
point.
exactly. There was a couple of 3 abreast things happening, but there's also a fair few bent body panels, and at the moment this is looking pretty pristine. So
It will remain that way as well.
that's bold speak.
Yes, it will. It has to.
Very bold speak. But so, where have you qualified?
19th, second last in class, having won at Snetterton. So it was pretty appalling. But I've never driven this track before.
Yeah.
So I was a bit nervous, but yeah.
Well, at least the majority of the field's in front of you, not behind.
I can have fun catching everyone up.
exactly,
Yeah?
yeah.
That's how it works, doesn't it? Yeah. With the whole.
You doing the last to first challenge?
Sorry.
Last to first challenge.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. I'll do that. Yeah. How much?
But so yeah, obviously it should be a good race later on. 2 races today, so hopefully you can make it to the first race, have a good second race. Where are you aiming to finish, do you think?
If top 10 would be amazing, but I think the field of Class A will be gone if I manage to clear the B and the C. But I just want a good race and have a good day. I've got all the family here as well, so just have a good time, really. Yeah.
100%. Well, good luck for it and hope to see you later on.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so we'll leave him to it. Obviously, yeah, just obviously getting the car all ready and everything. One thing I do love as well is how much care and attention they put to the cars. If we have a quick look in here, how many Honda Civics do you know look that clean? Like, it is absolutely immaculate. The roll cage is finished in this obviously sort of satin black. All of the body and the shell of the car is just so immaculate. And obviously, you know, he's not a slow driver, as we've seen previously this season, and the car is in a fantastic shape at the moment. So, yeah, it's great to see, obviously, that the drivers and the owners just really look after the cars as much as they do. And then there's other cars, obviously, that I'm not saying it hasn't been looked after, but it's obviously been raced quite a while, and you can just see a couple of body panels that have just been a little bit bent. But this is what we love to see. This is what the great thing is about club racing. The cars are used all the time. The paint is peeling, there's stone chips here, there and everywhere, but it is still always going to be a fast racing car. So let's have a quick, let's move on a little bit further. There's a couple of people up here somewhere. They are, yes, we've got a couple of Civics next to the Hillary 137, and there is a couple of Clios over here. There's a couple more cars down here as well. So we've got obviously the #1 BMW Compact, which is in the Hot Hatch Championship. We're actually having a debate in the production before we went live about should the Hot Hatch BMW, should a compact BMW be classed as a hot hatch? And then there's also a TT, which obviously is, I know it's a special entry, but still it's racing the hot hatches. But anyway, yeah, we'll gloss over that. But yeah, so have a look around, obviously, yeah, it's, if you have a look here, printed on lights, like Lightning McQueen in cars, just printed on lights, no lights actually, so if it gets dark a bit later on, they're going to be absolutely screwed. Can't see the driver anywhere though, so we'll leave them to it. Actually, the drivers have all kind of disappeared, most of them have. I don't know where they've gone. I think they're all probably having lunch. Or they're congregating around a trailer. I've just spotted there's 3 drivers parked behind a trailer over there. Let's see if we can try and jump in with them once we get over there. Yeah, the grids, sorry, the paddocks obviously all quite spread out. They've got the space here to be able to do that, which in some cases you literally go from metre to metre and you'll be in a different paddock essentially with different classes of cars. So it's obviously good that they've got the space to spread out here. It just means that we've got to do a lot of walking. Feel sorry for Luke behind the camera. He's not only having to do a lot of walking, he's also having to carry this camera on his shoulder. But my arms were nice and free. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, let's see if we can jump in. We see one running away. Because you're running away, I'm going to come towards you. Let's see if we can try and grab him. He's having a... Because you're running away, I've had to come and grab you, I'm afraid.
All right, okay.
All right, so which car's yours?
This one here.
All right, so why is the bonnet up?
We had a little bit of contact after the red flag. Well, not after the red flag, as a result of red flag. So just had to straighten it up a bit, put the bumper back into one piece. And that's it really, everything else is all right. Yeah.
Is that up at the hairpin?
Yes. Yeah, we're running 6th and then dropped it on the oil, dropped back to 8th. And we're still sort of waiting now to see where that puts us. But yeah, it was a good race up until that point. Yeah.
It's a very hectic race as well. Very big grid of cars, very tight track. Up in 6th, so managing the traffic quite well. Is it quite difficult to do that around here?
I think we're lucky enough that we kind of got given a lot of space off the start. I was expecting it to be a bit of a car park into the hairpin, but we found quite a nice little gap just to sit in and concentrate. Never been here before, so it was just a case of learning as I go and keep out of trouble, which we did until that point. Yeah.
And the hairpin is obviously quite cambered as you go around it. Have you found that the inside line is the best, or have you found that perhaps going a bit higher up in some cases actually is worth it?
I've been hugging the inside wall, but I'm not going to tell you that's the best because I have absolutely no idea. But yeah, with them being quite low powered and climbing up and full lock, they do struggle out the hairpin, so it's quite a tricky corner, yeah, for sure.
Especially obviously with the fluid down there, it would have made it quite difficult. But obviously, first season of the Suzuki Swift this year as well. How have you found the season? How have you found the paddock so far?
Oh, it's been brilliant. Yeah, it's been really good. Racing's been close every race. The cars have been really, really close. Paddock's great, made loads of friends. Yeah, I've come from Time Attack as well, and it's up there with sort of friendly paddocks. It's really, really good place to be. I've really enjoyed it.
You carrying on next year with them?
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's still up in the air. Yeah. Might go do something else. Might take a year off, but we'll see. We'll find out.
No, fair enough. And in terms of Mallory, you said it's your first time here. How does it now rank? Obviously, you haven't had you've had one race so far in there, and one qualifying session. How does it rank among the other UK tracks?
I think for these cars, pretty high. It's a nice, quick circuit. Sort of same lap time as Brands Indy, but it just feels a much shorter lap. Yeah. So quite high. I'd say top 5 in these cars for sure. So yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's been quite surprising.
Yeah. And have you found the slipstream as well? Because obviously, like I say, it's a very fast, very momentum-driven track. Down the start finish, down the back straight, how have you found the slipstream? Is it a big benefit, or is it just not really making much difference?
I didn't really get to experience it at that race, so I couldn't comment. I found at previous races, especially Silverstone, slipstream was massive. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to find out yet, so hopefully I'll have a bit of a closer race and get dirty on this race.
And obviously, for that second race, where's your expectations? Where are you aiming to finish?
Ahead of Shea Brennan, because that would hopefully give us the novice championship, but it's still up in the air, the results from race 1, so I think we'll just wait for that to come back and then develop a game plan for race 2.
100%. Well, good luck for that race, and hopefully we can have a chat later on as well.
Yeah, I'll try run away again.
Yeah, all right, cheers, thank you very much. Cheers. All right, so, yeah, obviously in the run for the Novice Championship, actually, I've got some information on my phone about the Novice Championship, so let me just get it up. So, in the Swifts at the moment, Alistair Blair has completely run away with 133 points. Connor Craven, obviously, we've just have a quick chat with Connor. He's currently on 80 points. Now, Shea Brennan, which is the guy he's just mentioned, before going into that first race, they were both tied on 80 points. Now, so in the overall standings, they are sitting second and third. In the novice standings, they're sitting first and second. And then you also got James Saggers, obviously our race 1 winner, who was on 68 points. That obviously would have given a bit of a boost towards them, but he's probably still going to be behind Connor and Shea going into that final race. But yeah, so the novice championship for the Swifts is still up for grabs. And as we've been saying, it's the first year for the Swifts. The grids, as you can see, the Swifts everywhere. Like, it is absolutely fantastic how it was only Silverstone, I think, it was the first round, which I was at, and we had to go and obviously have a chat with all the Swift drivers, and there was a fair few then, and it's only gone and multiplied ever since then, and that was only, what, 2 months ago, was it? I think something like that, yeah, about 2 months ago, I think it was. My brain's not working, but yeah, they are literally tied on points coming into this final weekend, so really good close racing, as we've just seen Connor mentioning. Right, let's have a quick move on. I don't know how much more time we've got. I don't know if producer Stuart can just let me know in my ear how much time we've got, because I've completely lost track of all sense of time, reality. I've got a little bit, apparently. Okay, so let's have a quick move on. Let's see if we can find anybody else. Yeah, the problem is the drivers have just gone bye-bye at the moment. They've all just disappeared. I think they know, but they always seem to do this. Not just for the fact that it's the lunch break and they go for have lunch, but they like to try and run away from me. One person I have spotted, though, Josh Barrett, one of our commentators. Josh, come on, over here a sec. So obviously you haven't had to do a lot of work so far, yes, but we're talking about that first Swift race, which is incredible.
It's been an incredible year, hasn't it, for a first year for a new series. Really competitive, lots of new drivers near the front, teenagers. I'm sure you met some of the young drivers as well. So it's good to have all these new people coming to race. It's interesting to see what might happen next year.
100%, and obviously we're just saying, it's only been going for, what, 2 months, I think, and the grid's already this strong, so it really puts it in a good perspective going forwards.
Yeah, so the first race was in May, and I think there were 30 cars for the first ever race, which might be a record. It's amazing. But it's interesting, everyone's sort of done a whole year, no one sort of dipped in and out, but I know there's new cars coming for next year. I think some cars are for sale, so if you're watching at home, you want to get involved, do check out all the stuff online, and yeah, hope to see new people out next year. There's about half the grid of novices, so if we can do that again next year, that'll be amazing.
Absolutely. I'm going to put you on the spot here as well. Who's going to win the Novice Championship?
That's a good question, isn't it? And that oil changed everything, because Shea was behind. He was involved in an incident, so I don't know if there might be a judicial which could change things. I can't guess. I can't say anything, can I?
That's probably the best way of answering, I'll be honest. But yeah, obviously you're just having a quick chat, walk around the paddock. You're fairly well known within the paddock, so have you got any interesting stories you can pass on?
It's almost just more meeting up with old friends, because I've been away for a few meetings doing other things, so it's good to see people. The 750 Motor Club paddock is such a friendly place to be, so it's always great to come back. Yeah, basically I'm just meeting with friends at lunchtime. We don't normally get this full hour for lunch, so we're making the most of that. And that is what's so good about this racing paddock. So it's not just about coming racing. You get to meet lots of new people, and people tend not to see each other, except for once a month every year. So it's nice to do that as much as you can.
Absolutely, and obviously Mallory Park, it's not a track that you visit very frequently. What is your thoughts on Mallory?
It's a great place to come to. I've trying to remember when I was actually last here. I think it's been a while, but the racing is so close. The qualifying times, everyone's within a 1 or 2 seconds, which means the racing is really good. Mazda 7s are next. They'll be slipstreaming all the way around the track. And it's nice to come somewhere different. It's a very clubby atmosphere here. Most people have got small awnings or no awnings at all. And it's a really busy paddock, and it's a track. I think it's only 5-car race days this year, so it's great to come here with probably the best Mallory Park race meeting. So it's just nice to come somewhere different.
One final question then. Obviously, we've got an action-packed afternoon of racing coming up with, I think it's like 11 races or something like that. Yeah, okay.
Hopefully.
So, which championship are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, it's interesting this weekend we haven't really got championship deciders. Most things have been done except for Formula V, where last week was different. I think Swift, because it's new this year, is nice to come and see that. Hot Hatch has got a really good grid this weekend, which has been a struggle at some events, so it's nice to have that. But Formula V, single-seaters round here, which is very rare, and it looks to be pretty close. I think looking forward to that this afternoon.
All right, awesome. Well, I'll let you get back to it anyway, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Kieran.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so let's move on. Obviously, Josh Barrett, one of our commentators. Ian Soman is the other commentator. I'm pretty sure Ian is probably still up in production, just eating on his sandwich and watching this, perhaps. But let's see if we can chat with Bart up here in the number 17, the lovely prepared Sax. I mean, look at this, absolutely beautifully and stunning. Like, you'll see some cars at car shows that have a worse engine bay than that, and they barely move. So that is really nicely prepared. Let's see if I can just jump around and have a chat with him. If I can just jump in a second, just admiring your car. It's very nicely prepared.
Oh, well, thank you very much. We take the time and make it simple, and simple seems to work.
And how long have you had it?
Oh, God. We brought it in COVID, so 22? Yeah, we brought it as an ex-rallycross car, and through the years it's been a slow process of building it back up and to what she is today.
And how have you found, obviously, the championship so far this year?
Very well, actually. We've been very competitive this year. We was able to seal the championship title at Croft last round. So we come here for just a bit of a play and a bit of a warm-up ready for the Burkitt, actually next weekend, which I'm entering into as well.
Nice, yeah, and obviously the Burkitt is obviously one of the 750's sort of standout events, which is, like I say, next weekend at Silverstone. Well, I won't be there, but you'll be there, and a couple of other people will be here there as well. So talk to us. Burkitt is a very different style of racing to what this sort of is. So, is the one that you prefer over the other?
It'll be my first time.
Oh, really?
To be honest, I've only ever done sprint racing, so it'd be a bit different to me and the car to have a bit of a endurance stint, per se. But we're working it out, and we're so used to doing 15 minutes and weighing in the fuel and weighing out the fuel for the weight, and it's going to be probably a fill a tank and see what happens.
Yeah, pretty much. Obviously, it's longer of a race. It's 6 hours, I think it is.
Yeah, 6 hours.
Yeah, so it should be quite interesting to see how you get on there. But any expectations going into it?
Not particularly. The group of us are doing it. We're going for a bit of a laugh and to see how we get on. If we find her in a competitive position, we'll keep trying. Absolutely.
And obviously for today at Mallory, obviously you've still got 2 races to go. I say that as if you already had a race. You're in a qualifying so far. I've only had 1 race. But how have you found Mallory? Is it a circuit that suits this car?
Yeah, very much so. All the weight's on the front end, so you're basically sideways everywhere to try and, I say control it, but it's controllable compared to, and it's lightweight, so the Class A and the B cars are almost chasing in the corners, which is quite interesting. So it should be good, as long as I get a good start and everything goes well. I'll play with some cars in the corners.
And where are you starting from?
P2 in class, and I don't know what that is overall. I just know it's my class.
All right, well, look forward to seeing you that. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so yeah, that's obviously one of the Hot Hatch Championships. Now, there are actually some Mazda 7s in the assembly area as well, so I'd imagine we'll be going somewhat soon. A couple of the Clios here waiting as well. Just over 15 minutes until they go racing, so we'll probably round this out in sort of 5 or 10 minutes or so, just so we've got time to, we need to eat as well, whereas everybody else has been eating, and probably give Luke's arms a bit of a break. But let's go and have a wander. We've got actually some of the historic 750 cars here as well. Now, the historic 750 cars, obviously one of 750's standout championships. And one thing that they've got this year, today, is they've got the handicap race. Now, the handicap race, basically, I'll try and explain this as simply as I can. So, based on the car's sort of normal lap times, they'll set them off at a staggered intervals, so that by the end of the race, in theory, they should finish at about the same time. Now, that's great in principle, but obviously it's never going to work out exactly like that. There have been some instances where they all finish literally in a group together, and there's been other instances where they're so spread out it's not even close. But one thing I said to Ian this morning, Ian Soman, is I'm glad that you're the one commentating on that and not me, because I would get so confused trying to keep up to date with it. It is such a confusing race to try and keep up to date with. But it should be quite an interesting one. Obviously, they've got one normal race, I say normal race as if it's a normal race, first, and then they've got the handicap race later this afternoon. But you can see, obviously, some of the historic ones down here, just all grouped together. Like I say, we don't have to go massively far between the different paddocks, but it's obviously good to be able to come down here and have a bit of a look at them. Now, one person I do want to have a quick chat to, I've just spotted John. If I can just, can I just bop in a sec? Hello. Nice to see your face in the paddock again.
You're filming me already and I'm not doing anything?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because if you're in the paddock and you're not racing, then I'm absolutely going to come and say hello.
Hello.
Hello. I haven't seen your car here today. I'll say your ex-car.
My ex-car, yes. Unfortunately, he's had a bit of engine problems with it. You obviously filmed him at Brands. I wasn't there. And he was chucking smoke out. He'd forgotten to tighten the oil filler cap up on the sump and drained all the oil, run the bearings, poor lad. So he's struggling to get bits at the minute.
Yeah, that's obviously not exactly a Honda engine that you can just get bits from your local shop or anything.
No Climax engine, they're a bit difficult to get parts.
Yeah, that's a big mistake. Obviously, he's got winter to get it back in, but obviously up until that point, he was doing really well with it.
Oh, he's a great talent. He's going to upset everybody like I did.
As modest as ever. No, it's obviously it's a shame not to see you on the grid anymore, but I know that
I'll be back.
You'll be back.
Oh, one day.
Okay, looking forward to seeing that then. What's you going to build a new car?
Well, I'm building an Austin 7 at the minute, which I've been building for about a decade.
Well, I suppose now that you don't have an active race car, but is it a bit more of a get up and go to actually get it done?
It is, yeah. And have a look at the other cars, see what they're doing and spying a bit.
Yeah, so we're doing a bit of a Sebastian Vettel and just going, what are you doing with that one?
Yes. If only.
Oh dear. Well, when
go and speak to the proper people.
No. Okay, one more question. When do you reckon it may be finished?
Oh, what year are we in?
2005.
Clear off.
All right, we'll leave it. Good to see you as well. All right. Yes, obviously he was in the one of the cars that. It was racing a good couple of years, and he just basically won everything. So, obviously, gives everybody else a chance to have a bit of a win. But obviously, shame to not see him on the grid. But good to at least hear that he's just preparing another car now. I have just been told in my ear that we are good to wrap up this little walk, which I don't know how long we've been going, to be honest. I feel sorry for your arms, Luke. But we've been going 45 minutes. Well done, well done. So yeah, as we can see here in the assembly, we've got all of the Mazda 7s getting ready. So these cars are very much known for their slipstreaming, and with Mallory being a very fast, very momentum-driven circuit, I can imagine this is going to be a really interesting race. Well, we're going to a quick ad break, but coming up next are the Mazda 7s.
we've had Kieran Mogg's paddock walk during the lunch break. Very extensive, lots of different drivers and other personalities that he managed to find in the paddock. It was a slightly early lunch that we had as well because of an incident in the opening race of the day, which was for the Swift Sport Challenge, where some fluid was spilled comprehensively about around a third of the lap. The marshals have done good work to try and get that soaked back up again. And somewhat belatedly, in a few moments' time, we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit for the first race of 11 this afternoon. Between now and 6 o'clock, we're going to have the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship, PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, all of those twice. We'll have the second race for the Swift Sport Challenge, but the first race of the day will be for the Mazda 7s. We'll have that in a few moments' time. They are going to have an extra green flag lap as well, these cars, because of the fluid that was put down. So Clerk of the Course Dave Weston has popped into our commentary position here to let us know about that. Josh Barrett is beside me, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box, looking ahead to this first race of the afternoon. And the whole afternoon, it should be quite spectacular, shouldn't it, if that first race before lunch was anything to go by?
Now we really have got a sort of an old-fashioned afternoon of club racing here at Mallory Park, haven't we? Just like you would come when you first visited Mallory,
yes, absolutely. Only even more races and longer races as well than we'd have had back then. It would have just been 10 lappers mostly. These days most categories will get 15 minutes, 16, 17, 18 laps possibly for the quickest cars. A bit different from that point of view, but yeah, real good mix of categories that we have this afternoon. Anything particular that you're looking forward to, Josh?
I think it's just the fact that it's everything, isn't it? We've got historics, we've got single-seaters, we've got sports cars, we've got saloon cars, basically everything that you would want out of a club race meeting in the UK we have for you, which is excellent. All the grids are good, as I mentioned earlier. They're all sort of about the right number, aren't they? There's no capacity grid for Mallory Park. It's just the right number of cars. And just to have that mixture, it's everything. It's competitive. There's several cars within a second in every single category. And it was a good opening, before they all went down at least, a good opening to the day with those Suzuki Swift. We saw some good clumps of cars all battling. You said some people say you can't overtake so well at Mallory. We saw quite a bit of overtaking in that race. Lots of side-by-side action at the very least. And Mazda 7s, they're going to overtake for sure, aren't they, for our next race? Yeah, lots of slipstreaming we should have in this category, which those cars will be released out onto the circuit very shortly. The only thing about today, it's everything coming to an end, isn't it? It feels a bit weird that it is the final sprint racing day of the season for the 750 Motor Club. Odd that there's not more riding on it. There's a lot of these championships that are here today that have already been decided. There are a few things still to be sorted out, notably Formula V and some class and novice championships as well. But a lot has been sorted out already, hasn't it, before we've got here? So we're not quite as frantic with our spreadsheets as we might have expected to be at this time of year. Which means we can enjoy the racing. And being here at Mallory Park, things would have changed on the last lap of races anyway, wouldn't they? So it makes life a little bit easier. It certainly is a bit less stressful than it might otherwise. It was disappointing. Obviously, we didn't get on the championship deciders on Sunday at Donington Park when it was very, very foggy indeed. It was, yeah. And by the way, if you did try and tune in to see us last Sunday, I wondered where we were. No racing at Donington Park because of the fog. That was a shame that we lost to sort of the final round of several championships there as a result of that. So yeah, things like Club Enduro, Tegiwa, Type R Trophy came to a slightly premature conclusion, didn't they? Which was a shame. And I was just thinking back to the Plum Pudding meeting last year here at Mallory Park on Boxing Day. Fog also brought that to a premature conclusion. Hopefully that won't be the case this time around, because 750 Motor Club again running the car races this Boxing Day at Mallory Park. So look out for that. Races for sports and saloon cars. Always a great atmosphere here at Mallory Park on Boxing Day, and a big crowd as well, with races for motorcycles as well as the cars. The ice cream van arriving just behind us in the commentary box with its very loud jingle that it's playing, and we can hear it even with the cans on. So the ice cream van has arrived. So if Josh nips off, we'll know why. And good to see spectators here at Mallory Park ready to go. And I think they are about to see some racing action, because very shortly the cars are going to be released out onto the circuit for the first race of the day, or the first race of the afternoon, I should say, which is for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship.
And good afternoon to everyone here at the circuit. We are back with you. We've been talking on the live stream for the past few minutes, but hello, welcome to Mallory Park, everybody who is here today. We took a slightly early lunch break because of an incident in the first race where a lot of fluid was put down, which needed to be mopped up, and therefore the officials took the decision while that was being done to have a slightly early lunch break. But we are ready to go now with the first of 11 races this afternoon for the Mazda 7 Championship. Up first, we've also got races for Historic 750 Formula, the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship, and the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, not to mention the Swift Sport Challenge having its second race of the weekend as well. But the cars now being released from the assembly area out onto the circuit. They're going to do a lap to the grid, they're going to stop, then they are going to have an extra green flag lap, and that is just to allow the drivers just to suss out what the grip level's like with that fluid that went down in that Swift Sport Challenge, the first race of the day before the lunch break, and then we'll be underway for 15 minutes of racing. And let's have a look at how the cars are going to line up on the grid. They're set by the fastest times in qualifying this morning, so pole position has gone the way of number 87 Craig Land, and besides him will be Luke Batt in number 66. Second row of the grid, that's going to be 25 David Bowen, and 22 is Tom Collar. 3 Callum Barnes and 55 Mark Crawford are on the third row, ahead of, on row 4, 35 Nathan Winter and 69 Lee Rogers. Row 5 will be 79 Ayrton Rogers and 43 David Mason. On the 6th row it will be 99 Martin Shelton and 5 Ian Wells. Row 7 is going to be the 8 car, that is Jack Chapman and 15 Matt Groh. Lewis Penstone Smith, I should say, is on the inside of row 8 in number 47, beside number 73 Simon Walker. The 9th row is 7 Luke Mason and 88 Paul Southwell. And on the 10th and final row on his own is going to be the number 26 car of Ross Lorham. So 19 cars, these Mazda 7s, low-cost chassis, but with Mazda MX-5 1.8 litre engines are running here, so several seconds a lap faster than the low-cost, but their aerodynamic qualities are the same as the low-cost. They're still not hugely powerful, and that, Josh, is going to give some very good slipstreaming racing, I should think. Yeah, we've had a few Mazda 7 races here at Mallory in the past, and they've all been very close, frantic at fairs, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be any different today. The top 4 drivers in qualifying, all underneath Craig Land's lap record from last year, I think. So very quick lap times. You say they're not that powerful. Well, they're doing 95 mile per hour average lap times around Mallory Park, so they're not slow by any order at all. So pretty quick cars. Some of the quickest cars, maybe the quickest cars we've got here this weekend, contesting with Formula V and Hot Hatch, all very similar lap times. Yeah, I mean, it's a high 50, wasn't it, for Craig Land in qualifying, and bear in mind the Formula Ford 1600 lap record around here is in the 47s. I think that's still with Jamie Spence. I think so, yeah. Need to check that. And so only sort of 3 seconds off a Formula Ford 1600 lap time, which is always a good benchmark, I find, when you're comparing lap records. What have we got to look forward to in this race? Because the championship has already been decided. That was sorted out at Alton Park last time, wasn't it, Josh, in favour of Martin West? Yeah, that's right. So Martin West, provisionally the champion. He's not racing today. He's here, though. I've seen him in the paddock. Yeah, that's good to hear. Lots of his mates on this grid, of course. So he won the low-cost championship a few years ago, didn't he? Now he's won the Mazda 7 championship. But about of a second in the championship, very close indeed. After drop scores, I think just 6 points separate Tom Collar, who starts 4th, and Craig Land, who's good to see him back on the grid, recovered from surgery, which is the reason he couldn't race at Alton Park. So great to have him here, and he's back as quick as ever and involved in this battle of a second in the championship. Just 6 points between the two. Collar and Grant Land have both won 3 times this year as they head off onto their green flag lap. David Bowen, I think mathematically might be able to get in there, but he's got a lot more points to drop, so it's going to be more difficult for him. So it's really between Collar and Land, 2 more drivers that have had success in low cost in the past. Well, an interesting one to watch in this race might be Lucas Batt, because he's there on the outside of the front row. He's had a second, he's had a third this season, but not yet had the win. So I'm sure he'd like to finish the season with a win. And he's picked up a couple of lap records on the way. So he's very quick, is Lucas Batt, which is great to see. The 23-year-old who's in his 5th season. He's only ever raced in Mazda 7, so he didn't do the low-cost route that most others did. But yeah, he's been really rapid. So I guess it's just learning the racecraft, isn't it? At the front with these experienced drivers like Craig Land, double low-cost champion, Tom Collar, who's racing all sorts of things. So it'll be interesting to see what Lucas Batt can do. So without a few of the front runners, Ben Dade, who had his first ever win at Alton last time, he's not here either.
think he was out in the Burkitt relay next week, so maybe saving the car for that. So other than Landon Collar, nobody else has won a race this season, so that sort of brings in different drivers. Callum Barnes has qualified well, hasn't he, up there, 5th on the grid. Nathan Winter went really well at Brands Hatch, son of David Winter, who typically has raced the car, but he's only in his 3rd meeting. He's 31. He's a Formula 2 race technician, so I'm sure he knows how to run a car. And he was very much stuck in the action at Brands, so he should be quick. But there were, 10 cars separated by 0.8 of a second in qualifying, so there's no reason why we couldn't have that many cars really in the lead battle with the slipstream that brings everyone else in.
Absolutely. Looking forward to this. I've realised, but I was sort of my paperwork last night, I've not seen these since May at Castle Combe, so it's been a while since I last saw the JGM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, which is a shame because it's always a good action-packed series to watch. Should be good around here at Mallory Park. So it's number 87 on pole position. That's Craig Land on the left-hand side of the shot, closest to the pit wall and the paddock. Besides him on the front of the grid in that sort of blue and day-glow orange car, number 66 Lucas Batt. Then it's 25 David Bowen and 22 Tom Collar, the two teammates on the second row of the grid. Flag is waved at the back, about to go racing. Red lights are on and they go out. Away we go then for 15 minutes of racing. Good start from the two on the front row. It's pretty even between them. And it is Craig Land, I think, that's going to have the line into the first corner. Or is he? Lucas Batt trying to drive around the outside of him, but I think Craig Land's going to manage to hold on to this. Is that David Bowen? Oh, and there's at least 2 of them off onto the grass. Oh, there's several of them off. In fact, there's some contact there further back, including the number 88 car of Paul Southwell.
And Tom Collar was involved in that. The driver second in the championship. He was the one that got collected, I'm afraid. So I imagine we'll have an interruption to this. But for now, it is Craig Land that leads into the S's from Lucas Batt and Dave Bowen. But we didn't think we really had fluid down at Gerrard's, did we? But plenty of cars off the road, so a red flag is necessary. I thought that might happen, so this isn't quite going to plan.
It's not, and it's a real shame because the cars, they've hopefully seen the red flag now. Safety car's going to head out as well. But there's 3 cars that have stopped there. So 22 is Tom Collar, 55 is the other one involved, Mark Crawford. There was a 4th, but that may have escaped. The cars are stopping down on the grid beneath us, so in single file. So the marshals will try and get them back gridded up into the order in which they initially started the race. You can see the race rescue unit is now heading out onto the circuit down to the scene of the incident, as would always be the case in any kind of red flag incident, just to make sure that all the drivers are okay, see if anyone needs assisting from their cars, but it looked like, I think, drivers were out of the cars there. There's a bit of bodywork, not unusual, an unusual sight in Mazda 7s on the side of the road there.
What we didn't see really is how that started, did we? Because Tom Collar on the second row was off, but there were people going off further down the road. And we didn't think there was any fluid at that part of the circuit.
Well, no, because the fluid, you can see, for those who are watching on the live stream, on the sort of brown line on the left-hand side of the circuit, that's where we think some kind of sawdust material has been put down to soak up the fluid. But that should have stopped at the bridge, because that's where the car pulled off. It started just before the hairpin, but went off, I think, at the bridge. So there shouldn't have been any fluid that was sort of contributing to that incident at the first corner. But it's not unknown for incidents to happen at Gerrard's Bend on the opening lap of a motor race. And unfortunately, from the point of view of the sort of second place in the championship situation, has involved one of the protagonists, Tom Collar. He just got caught up in that. He was off, and he might have escaped, but for the fact that he was then collected by the 88 car of Paul Southwell that went off a few moments later.
Yeah, it was quite a sizable impact, wasn't it? So whether we see Tom Collar for the rest of the day, so that sort of counters the fact that Craig Land wasn't able to race at Oulton Park last time out. So Collar's got more points he can bring back into this, but Craig Land is in probably the optimal position in that second place battle in the championship.
OK, we've got a little bit of clearing up to be done, and while that is happening, we'll take a short break.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
So we've had a red flag at the start of the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship here at Mallory Park. There was an incident that ultimately involved 3 cars, but I think now all of the drivers are now out of their cars, which is great news. They've got the medics, we've got the ambulances on scene. Drivers will head to the medical centre at least for checks. And we'll hopefully be able to have a restart of this race shortly. But of course, the first priority is for the safety of the drivers involved with that incident. And it was quite a nasty shunt, wasn't it, on the opening lap of the race there, at the first corner, in fact, Josh.
Yeah, it appears there was an initial incident between Tom Collar and Mark Crawford, and they both went off onto the grass. And there was a secondary incident later, which then meant there was a much larger contact than you would ordinarily have. So, yes, scary-looking incident, unfortunately, but good to hear that all the drivers are now out of their cars and will be checked over by the medics here at Mallory Park. And I think the medics now left the scene.
Yeah, and the recovery trucks are heading out now,
Yeah.
so we're now into the phase where we've established the situation with the drivers, and now we can pick up the 3 cars that were involved. One that got close to getting involved was Simon Walker in the number 73 car. He was also off on the grass, but I think managed to avoid getting collected, so hopefully he'll be able to take the restart, but it looks like we'll be at least 3 cars down for the restart. We've not yet been given any news of how long that race will be, and indeed whether there'll be another green flag lap, but we'll hopefully get that information updated very shortly. I'm sure the officials up in race control from where we are, because we're a bit lower in the race control building here at Mallory Park than we are usually when we're commentating, and they'll be working out how long this is going to take to deal with and the impact that has on the rest of the day, because there are still, after this, 10 more races to fit in between now and 6 o'clock, where we do have a strict curfew here at Mallory Park, and I've got a feeling we're going to be using pretty much all of that time today. But I can see one of the ambulances now back out to the medical centre. There'll be another one, I think, coming around shortly as well. But this Mazda 7 Championship season, we're saying it's already been decided in favour of Martin West, but it's been quite, in spite of him winning it early, it has been quite competitive. Lots of different drivers have had wins this season, and multiple wins as well. 3 different drivers with 3 wins or more.
Yeah, so the 3 drivers on top of the championship. West has had those 5 wins, but he's been mega consistent. He had 5 wins, 4 seconds, 2 thirds, and a 4th. There be his 12 championship point scoring rounds, so that's why he can't be overhauled this weekend. Because even at Oulton Park, when it was very, very wet indeed, he went off on lap 1 at Druids, dropped outside the top 10 and got back to the podium. So that was a real championship winning drive from Martin West. But Tom Collar, when he's really returned to full-time racing, he's had 3 wins, 3 seconds, a couple of thirds and a 4th, plus a 6th and a 9th. Then Craig Land's had 3 wins, a 2nd, 3 thirds, 2 4ths and a 5th. So those 3 have been the drivers to beat this season, really, haven't they? But Ben Dade had that first win in the wet at Oulton Park in his 2nd season of racing. So great result that was from Ben. Other drivers have been on the podium. David Bowen's had a couple. Lucas Batts had a couple. Imran Khan had his first podium at Oulton. Eddie Moyers had a couple of podiums. And Ben Powney returned for a couple of meetings. He was on the podium at his local circuit, Brands Hatch.
Reigning champion, yeah. I was going to say, who's been racing primarily Formula 4s this year, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's got a couple of weeks coming up, so couldn't make the action today. So you can see the recovery now will begin of those cars involved in the incident, including Paul Southwell, which you can see on your screen now.
Yeah, so the other car, you can see the red car is Mark Crawford. So Tom Collar's car looks like it's already been taken away somewhere, and the recovery truck's moving in now to try to pick up those. That you can see the marshals there. We're just trying to see if the car would roll, but it seems not to be cooperating.
The good news is there are 2 more flatbeds ready, aren't there? So we don't have a lack of them here at Mallory Park. Good to see there's a good number of marshals who turn out for this race day as well here, Ian. Yes, particularly for local marshals, they don't get particularly car racing here very often, so great opportunity to have to be a part of the event here.
Absolutely, these sort of 4 or 5 meetings per season here now, rather than the 18, 19, 20 per season that it used to be back in the day. So the local marshalling contingent will support the event.
And the local wildlife.
And the local wildlife as well. Mallory Park, of course, renowned for its lakes. You've got the lakes in the middle of the circuit. You've got Foundation Lake, which is just the other side of Lake Esses as well. The lakes these days also used for sporting purposes, for triathlon and things like that. But still well populated by, in this case, swans, but other waterfowl and bird life as well.
A few things have happened in the lake over the years, haven't they?
And there is the bonfire. The Mallory Park bonfire is renowned, one of the big bonfires in Leicestershire. And they'll be celebrating that in a few weeks' time. I know that tickets are available, and as you can see, it's quite a pile, isn't it, of wood and rubbish to be burnt in a few weeks' time.
Doesn't look quite as appealing as the lake, really, does it?
No, not really. And let's hope there's no late additions to the bonfire through the course of this weekend's racing either. We're back to Cygnets, the young swans there, aren't they? Enjoying whatever it is that they can find under the water level. I've seen a variety of wildlife. There's been ducks sadly killed mid-race. We had a problem with races being delayed when this is not wildlife really, but litter. That's the word I'm looking for. Litter of kittens was found in a tyre wall. We've had that at Mallory Park. That delayed racing on one occasion. But yes, the wildlife is a great feature of Mallory Park. This circuit set in the Leicestershire countryside. Great spectator facilities. Some nice steep banks to roll down and get muddy in if you're so minded.
They might be Dave Bowen's children, possibly. They've got Aon Motorsport. Aon Motorsport Topson, I see. One of 2 cars in that team this year. Unfortunately, Tom Collar, who was battling for second in the championship, eliminated in that incident. But Dave from Kent, he's been having his best season, really, hasn't he, in that the Aon Sports car prepared Mazda 7.
I have news in that we are going to get another green flag lap, and then it's going to be a 10-minute race, so a 10-minute restart after another green flag lap for the Mazda 7s. We are not that far away now from getting the incident cleared, I don't think. I mean, the good news is there's no barrier damage, but plenty of time to catch up on some reading in the meantime. Okay, so we are waiting for the incident to be cleared up.
Of course, was it Paul Eaton who went in the lake?
Yes,
a couple 3 decades
father
ago.
of Abby Eaton, of course, herself a renowned racing driver. That was in the Eurocars, and of course the Eurocars were racing anti-clockwise around the oval, and he went over the bank and into the lake on the infield there.
So he lost it out of what is the S's?
Out of effectively the S's, yes, turn 2 as it would have been in Eurocar V6 racing parlance, and the car ended up in the lake. Fortunately, he was able to get out, but obviously that was a worrying few moments. But the Eurocar race events often had those. We unfortunately had an incident where marshals were collected by Eurocar V8 that went over the barriers at turn 1 at Devil's Elbow. A few nasty incidents in Eurocar down the years. But those were great race meetings, big spectator attendances for those.
And at the time, the only race circuit that could run oval racing and circuit racing at the same venue. Of course, Rockingham has been and gone during the course, but a very different type of oval, of course, to what I guess here, almost like a big short oval rather than a big oval like Rockingham with Super Speedway.
Exactly, and it did on a few occasions run the British Long Track Championships for short oval racing. So they had a day out on the big Mallory Mile. And they raced on the oval as well on 3 or 4 occasions. Inca Race brought those to Mallory Park. The other category that raced on the oval was the trucks here at Mallory Park. Back in 1994, I think that was the Truck Grand National, or one-off event. It wasn't repeated.
It sounds scary.
Yeah, so again, raced on the oval. They put chicanes in at turn 1, which is the turn onto the banking, and turn through turn 3, which is the entrance to Gerrard's, going anti-clockwise, the exit going clockwise. But that was a one-off event, wasn't repeated. But it was quite good fun, a big crowd. But the problem was the trucks in their testing, I think it was a couple of days before the event, tore the tarmac up.
Not surprised.
And the circuit had to be resurfaced, I think, as a sort of an emergency to get the meeting on a couple of days later.
And before that, I guess you had live BBC Radio 1 shows being hosted.
That's before my time. The Radio 1 Fun Days, of course, were legendary in the 1970s. Most renowned, of course, the Bay City Rollers, when they were here and their screaming fans trying to get to them on the island in the lake, running across the circuit mid-race. Probably not ideal. But yes, that's one of the storied moments of Mallory Park's history, which stretches back. Next year is the 70th anniversary, because it was opened as a racing venue in 1956. The first rider to race around the circuit was Maurice Shaw, hence Shaw's Corner, and Bob Gerrard drove his car, the first car to drive around the circuit, way back in 1956 to open Mallory Park, which was built by Clive Wormleyton, local man from Earl Shilton. It had formerly been a pony trotting venue before it was used for car racing and bike racing. And yes, so since 1956 it's been hosting motorsport events every year since then. It closed back in 1982 but was saved by Chris Meek, the property developer who bought the circuit. His name still adorns the Chris Meek Medical Centre that we can see out of our commentary box window. And the circuit for many years was run on a day-to-day basis by Edwina Overend and her husband Ron, and later son David as well. And they were the ones that really gave Mallory Park its tag as the friendly circuit. It was always a place where people were made to feel very welcome here at Mallory Park. And throughout the 1980s, it hosted top-level national racing. 1970s and then 1980s it hosted top-level national racing. 18 or 19 car events a year, similar number of bike racing events, but the numbers are much lower than that now, and Mallory Park being used for all kinds of other events, as we said, triathlon, cycling, a very popular venue for cycling and running events here as well. So really branching out to make use of the facilities here. Can see that the you can't see on screen, we can see from our commentary box window, I think this is the Tom Collar car that's being brought back down the pit lane. It's being towed behind the 750 Motor Club rescue unit. So we'll have a look out of the window to see what the damage might be to that car. Yeah, you can see where the hit was on the left-hand side, and then you do worry there that the chassis damage on that.
The exhaust isn't much copper now either, is it?
No,
but
exactly.
Going back to those peak days, having the British Saloon Car Championship, as it was known then, and then particularly the Aurora Formula One Series, was quite something on a circuit like this.
And you may have seen it, Josh, I'm sure you have. There's footage from YouTube of the sort of central, or ATV probably it was at the time, coverage of the of those Aurora Formula One race meetings. So
it was a big grid, really, wasn't it? At least 16 cars, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is plenty around here, which I guess we're doing just over 40-second laps.
Yeah, that record for many years was just over 40.06 seconds, but that's brought down to 37 seconds. I think it's still with Johan Rajamaki in his Arrows, that has the outright lap record here at Mallory Park of, say, 37 point something seconds.
Won't be beaten today.
I think not, no. But the good news is that we'll have some drivers trying to have a crack at it very soon, because the circuit, I think, is now clear. We've just seen those two recovery trucks head into the paddock, and so shortly, once the officials are satisfied that everyone is in the positions that they need to be, and certainly the grid has already been lined up, so good work by the start line marshals to get everyone back into order, then we will get minutes to go countdown underway, then a green flag lap, and then we'll get back into the race, which, as I mentioned, is going to be 10 minutes rather than the original 15.
So assuming Tom Collar doesn't race today, Craig Land needs to score 28 points to claim second, unless Dave Bowen can overhaul his score, which is possible, but perhaps more unlikely.
Yeah, we just saw on screen there Tom Collar's car briefly having taken into Parc Fermé, and no doubt it'll be examined. So I think the circuit is now clear, and it's just then a question of waiting, making sure that everyone is back into their positions, medics, rescue units and so forth, before we can get this green flag lap underway ahead of a 10-minute race. It should still be a very good race that we have for the Mazda 7s, as we've mentioned. Tremendous slipstreaming action. They grew out of low cost, of course, and low cost made its debut here at Mallory Park back in 1999, I think it was, the very first race.
The 10 minutes is due to start at the beginning of the green flag lap I've got on my screen.
Okay, right, I've not got that on mine, but you may well have some more information. So yeah, okay, probably about 7 or 8 minutes then of actual
10 laps.
Racing. Yeah, something like that. What a great idea. So yeah, we'll be back racing very shortly, I'm sure. But yes, the they've got the cars on the grid ready to go. It's just a question of making sure everyone is in position. Yeah, the Mazda's low cost, 1999. That's where I was going, wasn't it? When they first appeared at Mallory Park, with just half a dozen cars, and of course they were built based on the One Champion book, Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as £250. And the idea was that you could construct a car from bits that you accumulated and put it together. But the reality is a lot of chassis and car builders emerged. So many of them were sort of put together rather than by individuals, by organisations that were putting them together. But I don't know how many chassis were built altogether for racing purposes. There must have been quite a few, because there's still a lot of them racing between low cost and Mazda 7s.
Yes, we had 45 registered cars in low cost this year and 38 in Mazda 7s.
So that's over 80 cars, isn't it, altogether? That's just registered for this season.
That's right. So it's quite extraordinary. It's come from that 6-car grid that you mentioned 26 years ago to the point where we are now.
And low cost grew very quickly to the point where it was needing heat races. And actually, I think it was a very good decision actually to create Mazda 7s. Initially, they raced within sports battles and very quickly got their own grids, because it gave people in low cost somewhere to go. A lot of people did convert their cars, didn't they? And the probably always was that low-cost grids would dwindle, but they've stayed pretty stable, haven't they, for a few seasons now?
And this year's probably been the strongest year for low-cost, with 30-car grids at basically every event. So it's still working out that way, even if perhaps budgets aren't hugely different between the two. Maybe the tyres, I think, are more expensive on the Mazda 7s, but the engines, I think, pretty similar between the two, because the Mazda MX-5 running gear, I think, is pretty easy to come by. So it's a low cost, obviously quite a bit slower, so a good way to go into racing. But then when you want that speed increase to what are pretty quick lap times, as quick as a fast tin top, and on a better budget than other 7 type cars, where people don't need to go testing regularly like in some other championships, because it's kept that club racing feel. But it's had some very quick drivers. You mentioned Ben Powney earlier. He's been a multiple winner in Formula 4 1600 races since he moved over. Tom Gadd, who was a low-cost champion, he's done similar things. He's been racing won the F1000 championship initially, but then has been doing Formula 4 this year, and a regular podium finisher in what are very competitive categories.
Absolutely. By the way, if you want to read about what it's like to race and run one of these cars, one of the drivers on the grid, Ayrton Rogers, who lines upon row 5 of the grid today, he wrote a book about his sort of first full season in Mazda 7s. It's called One Tyre Fire. You can get it from Amazon and other such places. It's worth a read. It gives you an insight into the life of a club racer, so that's well worth a look. So do keep an eye out for that. You say order it online and have a read about that. That's well worth doing. I see he was out qualified by his father, Lee, today, who will have raced here, I'm sure, in pickups. Not on this, but actually may have raced on this particular configuration, because I think pickups have used the oval and the full circuit here at Mallory Park over the years. So he may well have done both in pickups.
Ayrton is involved in the battle for 5th in the championship, which would, if he was 5th or 6th, give him an end of season at the award at the 750 Motor Club Awards I guess there'll be in a couple of months' time or so.
February, yes, there is a date for them. I'm not sure if it's been made official yet, but made public yet. But
Ayrton's had a 4th as his best result this season. His father Lee's only had a best result of 10th, so for Lee this could end up being one of his best results of the year. Right, the countdown is on.
Right, okay, so we're not too far away from racing. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go.
Which may not be 2 minutes.
It may not be 2 minutes. It always used to be back in the day, but now we try and get more racing in and less minutes to go in. But yes, it's we're not far off the action. I think pretty much everybody's where they should be. And I say green flag lap. We think the countdown is going to start at 10 minutes. The 10 minutes, I should say, when the green flag lap begins, and then they'll regrid. That'll be probably 7.5 minutes of racing, something like that. Reminder that it is Craigland on pole position in number 87. The driver from Nottingham. There is the green flag, yes, and the countdown has begun. So 87 Craigland on the pole position. 32-year-old data and systems executive. Been racing cars for 7 years now. Did 15 years of karting. Before that, a double low-cost champion. Besides him is number 66, Lucas Batt, the 33-year-old stonemason from Chesham. Been racing since 2021. This is a car built by Dave Boucher, who's built quite a few cars, I would think, over the years. The second row of the grid will still have 25 David Bowen on it, but he'll be the only Aon Motorsports entry now, the 39-year-old from Paddock Wood down in Kent. He's run Escort rally cars, big into radio control racing as well. His car is one that used to be driven by Ollie Batten. No Tom Collar on the outside of the second row. Third row, we should still have Callum Barnes on the inside there. Number 3, the driver from Whitley Bay. And then next up it's going to be not 55 Mark Crawford, so we'll move on to the inside of row 4, Nathan Winter. As Joshua was saying earlier on, he's only in his third race meeting. And then it's going to be 69 Lee Rogers on the outside of row 4. So the car's well off onto their green flag lap now, Josh.
Yes, I feel like we're going to have a lot of drivers that are going to score their best results of the season today, which will make lots of social media posts, so that's good stuff, in the JGM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, because of the missing Martin West, of course, and a few others we've already mentioned, plus Tom Collar not racing today. That's certainly going to allow for perhaps some best results of the season. And Mallory Park sometimes throws up that anyway, doesn't it, with the nature of the circuit, not so many corners sort of to learn, and being super competitive lap times because of that, and being a very fast track. I think some drivers who are in their first race today have sort of taken aback driving the track for the third time this morning how quick it is.
Right, so we've already counted down to just under 8 minutes. Green flag waves at the back, waiting for the red lights to go on the Master Max surfacing bridge. There they go out, and the race gets underway. Craigland makes a better start this time than I think he did the first time around, so he should arrive at Gerrard's Bend first rather than side by side with Lucas Batt, although Lucas is going to try and take the fight to him. But no, it's Craigland leading, Lucas Batt second. I think it's David Bowen in third place. This time they get a little bit further at least than they did at the first attempt round. The double apex right-hander at Gerrard's Bend they go for the first time, and it's Craigland already trying to put some daylight between himself and Lucas Batt as they head down to Lake Esses for the first time.
And David Mason is battling with Ayrton Rogers for 5th, and Mason has got that position, so he's made a very good start from row 5 of the grid. There were a couple of missing ahead of him, but that's a great start from David Mason nevertheless. But Craigland has got this small gap over the rest, side by side, a few in the middle there. Much tighter line out of the hairpin used by Dave Bowen. Not sure, it's fairly effective, isn't it, because he's pretty close to the back of Lucas Batt's car through the Devil's Elbow for the first time. But Craigland's got a couple of car lengths advantage, but that may not be enough to pull away in a race like this.
So into Gerrard's Bend for the second time, half a second lead for Craigland, I should say, over Lucas Batt. Still that battle going on further down the order. There's the 5 car. You can see Ian Wells, the driver from Aldershot, going through. That's the pale blue car for the man who's a garage equipment engineer. And the driver trying to make a move there. Up the inside is 99 Martin Shelton, and he gets ahead now of that Leighton House liveried car. So that puts him up into 8th position overall.
Somebody's lost a mudguard and all that. It's Ayrton Rogers, isn't it, behind his father at this point, the front right corner. of that went missing, but Land still leads and through the elbow for the second time. Everyone's in a line really here still. No one's falling away from the pack, and Craig Land's lead comes down by a tenth or so. So Lucas Batt is catching in the slipstream. David Mason continuing to make progress on the outside of Callum Barnes into Gerard. Barnes going really well here, up in fourth position. David Mason, who I think was one of the early converts to Mazda 7s, and I'm afraid we've had another incident, haven't we, here at Gerard's corner. So we have red flags immediately because of that. So another incident here at Mallory Park, a second red flag, I'm afraid.
And I think that will be that as far as the Mazda 7s are concerned for the first race of the day, at least. That's usually the case when you have a red flag, or two red flags in the same race, but it was a nasty looking incident there, and immediately rescue vehicles heading out onto the scene. So hopefully everyone involved with that is going to be okay, but again, a very quick response by the officials to throw that red flag. The rescue vehicle will be on the scene of that incident within moments of it having taken place. Try and figure out who it is that's been involved in that when we can, but obviously at the moment the first priority is again for the drivers and their welfare, with that big incident happening at Gerrard's Bend at the start of lap 3 of the race, Josh. And the medics now on the scene. The rescue vehicle is there as well. And again, drivers will be getting the best possible attention.
Yeah, that's right. So it's rather a busy time. Qualifying went all so smoothly, didn't it, this morning? But for one, Gerard is taking... it's YouTube famous, isn't it, Gerard's corner? But it's taken rather too much action in this Mazda 7 race today, which is it's unusual to have quite the type of incident, I think, that we've had in this race, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was some airborne element to that incident, but the incident, we've now got the second ambulance on the scene as well, and again the officials will be keeping a close eye on this. There you can see the cars heading back into the paddock at the end of the race. They're not going to get a restart to that race now, and that will mean that we may get a result declared at one lap, possibly, if at all, and hopefully we'll get the scheduled second race for the Mazda 7s a little bit later on today, but we'll have to see whether the result is actually declared from this race or not, Josh, because it will at the most be after one racing lap that result gets declared.
So I think we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll see where we are after that.
So we're still under a red flag situation here at Mallory Park at the moment in the second attempt at starting the Mazda 7 race. I'm afraid also ended in a red flag. Also, another incident at Gerrard's Bend at the beginning of the race. We are, though, before we do any more up here in the commentary box, we're going to head downstairs because Kieran Mogg, I think, is back down in the paddock, and he's going to try and find some drivers to talk to.
Thank you very much. Yes, now all of the cars have headed back into the paddock, so unfortunately Craig Land has disappeared somewhere over in that direction. But I am with Lucas Batt now. Lucas, obviously, a bit of a hectic race on both starts. Obviously, most of it was kind of happening behind you, but obviously you had fastest lap at the time, provisionally P2. How was it going?
Yeah, I mean, I was having really good sort of fun with Craig. It's just a shame they kept having a couple of red flags. They're both quite serious accidents by the sounds of things. I haven't actually seen them, so hopefully those boys are all right. But yeah, we were just having really good fun. Sort of, obviously it's quite a short circuit, but there's so much straight, sort of all around the circuit. So you just can't, no matter how much faster you are than the car in front, you just can't seem to pull away. So you're just having great sort of dicing battles with everyone. I was trying to get at Craig, and then after I tried a couple of times, then Dave would sort of be right up behind, sort of coming after us. So yeah, really good fun. But yeah, it's just a shame about the couple of accidents.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing we've been talking about today is this is very much a power-driven, well, not power, but it's momentum-driven and everything. And obviously these cars are very well known for being slipstream, sort of beneficial. Have you found that been the case in the short bits of races you've had?
Oh, absolutely, around here especially. I mean, you just can't drop someone. Yeah. I mean, to drop someone around here, you need to be at least probably 4/10 quicker, because as soon as you get either through Gerrard's or onto this back straight out of the elbow, it doesn't matter how far ahead you are, you're just pulling them in. And it's the same in qualifying. You can't really get towards the front. You need to be lucky with the toes and the traffic you're catching up. So it's a huge effect on these cars, definitely.
Well, obviously, like I say, provisionally P2 at least, so hopefully you can have a bit of a smoother second race later on.
Fingers crossed.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right. Now, David Bowen, provisionally P3 as well. I'm saying provisionally because, yeah, we heard, so I can't remember who it was saying that it may be a non-result. But yeah, we've got David Bowen's car here, and there is David Bowen, actually. So let's see if we can try and jump in with him while he's... just was having a bit of a hug with someone. Can I just have a quick chat with you? Is that all right? Cheers, thank you. So provisionally P3 obviously up to that point. Unfortunately, race got cut short and everything. But how was it going up until that point?
Well, we didn't get much racing really, but I was quite happy. Set behind the front two. Yeah, it was all quite good. Bit slippy down the hairpin with the oil and that, just feeling my way in, but. Yeah, never nice to see the red flags and stuff going on. So, yeah, see what happens later.
Could you see much of what was happening behind you?
Absolutely no clue. No, literally, the first incident with Tom behind us, he suddenly had an empty mirror, so it's like, oh, something's happened. But both times it was just behind me, so I had no idea really. So, there we go.
Well, like I say, hopefully the second race later on it'll be a bit better. But obviously up until that point, it was going quite strong.
Yeah, I was quite happy. Car was good. Car feels good. Yeah, so feeling quite racy. So yeah, we'll live to fight another day and have a go, I suppose.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on provisionally P3 at least.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you. Yeah. So. Yeah, unfortunately, obviously, all the cars are kind of just spread out at the moment. Like I say, Craig Land has just sort of disappeared down that end of the paddock. I'm not exactly sure where he's stationed at the moment. So, yeah, I guess we'll have back up. We can see that the cars are still being recovered over in the distance. Obviously, I don't think we know the status of the driver at the moment. I think it was Luke Mason who was involved. Yeah, hopefully Luke is okay. But yeah, obviously we'll just have to wait and see how he is. So back up to Ian and Josh in commentary.
So we've got the situation still being resolved over there at Gerrard's Bend that brought an end to the first race of the day for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. That has been called. They won't get a restart for that, so we'll have cars out shortly for the next race. There you can see on screen the car, one of the cars involved. That's number 7, which did roll. That was the car of Luke Mason that rolled. There was a couple of other cars involved as well with that incident up there at Gerrard's Bend. But we will have racing back underway very shortly. A reminder that after this we have racing coming up for the historic 750 Formula. Then after that, if I find my timetable, it's the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship, and PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. So Josh Barrett alongside myself, Ian Seven here in the commentary box. Still plenty to look forward to, we hope, for the rest of the day.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing to do over the next 4 hours is the plan. But you were talking about the history of Mallory Park in the last red flag period. And particularly one car on this grid would take you back to the very early days of 500cc Formula 3 races here at Mallory Park, because we are due to have a Cooper 500 on the grid in the historic 750 Formula field. So that really takes you back to those early days, plus the early 750 Formula cars that would have raced here at Mallory Park, and several Austin 7s. There's early Clubman's Mallock on this grid too. So it's a great variety we have for historic 750 Formula coming up at the moment. Drivers currently aren't in their cars. I can see in the assembly area, so there'll be a few moments before the cars are released onto the circuit for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, which comes up next here at Mallory Park. And this their only scratch race of the day, because the second race for Historic 750 Formula coming up later on will be a handicap. So this is sort of the last sort of pure round of the series this season.
Yeah, so I think the circuit now is pretty much clear. Recovery truck leaving the scene, and again it's just a question of making sure all the ambulances, rescue units and medics, doctors are all back in position before any cars can be brought back out onto the circuit. Again, you can see the recovery trucks taking cars into the back entrance to the paddock in between the two lakes there, and cars will, I would imagine, be taken to Parc Fermé for sort of inspection after that quite heavy incident in the Mazda 7s. So we'll look forward hopefully to seeing those cars out again later on, but the next race of the day we'll have the cars out shortly for the historic 750 Formula series. So just a series of races rather than a championship, and it's the category that harks back to the early days of the 750 Motor Club, which was launched back in 1939, aimed at the impecunious motorsport enthusiast. That's how it was framed, and it got the name 750 Motor Club because it was all built around the 750cc engine that you'd find in an Austin 7, which was one of those cars that, if you were an impecunious motorsport enthusiast, you'd have back at that time. Unfortunately, it was badly timed, of course, the launch of the 750 Motor Club, just in time for World War II, and so that meant there was a bit of a hiatus before there was very much racing. It was 1949 when 750 Formula was created, the longest continuously running Formula and Championship in the world, and this the sort of historic version of that. It caters for older 750 Formula cars and cars built to a pre-1976 historic Formula specification, using the Reliant engine, which was used for many years, but we also have Austin 7s in this and other cars from that era as well. So most of the cars on this grid are either Austin 7 engined, I think some Climax engine cars, and Reliant engined historic 750 Formula cars as well, which we'll see out on circuit shortly, because I can see now drivers, I think, are getting their helmets back on in some cases. I think they're being told that it's going to be not too long before they are able to be released out onto the circuit for their first race of the day, Josh.
A car on the grid I've not seen in this before is the Jomo, which Ben Sims has won in Jomo chassis in historic Formula Fords of recent years, but obviously built a 750 Formula car of the era as well. And Ian Elliott has brought that out. That's a Reliant engined car. So good to see some of these cars from the 1960s and 70s coming back out into racing in historic 750 Formula, which has been pretty good news story category over the last decade or so.
Absolutely right. Historic 750 Formula, previously known as 750 Trophy. I think the historic 750 Formula branding or rebrand helped to really position it as an entry point into historic motorsport, really. Make it a bit more marketable and sellable, and there's been lots of work done behind the scenes to get cars out of garages, barns, sheds, wherever they've ended up over the years, and back out onto the racetrack. So numbers have gone a resurgence. Lyndon Thruston amongst the people sort of working hard behind the scenes to promote historic 750 Formula, and yeah, a great entry of around 20 cars here for the races today. We've had more than 20 cars on occasion this season as well. It sort of varies depending on which meeting you're at, doesn't it, Josh?
Yeah, that's right. So I think very shortly we'll have the cars heading out onto the circuit for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series.
So, Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series cars shortly to be released out onto the circuit for their first race of the day, due to be a 15-minute race, somewhat belatedly due to delays already during the racing timetable. Drivers are mostly into their cars. There's one or two still to get into their cars, but not quite ready to release them just yet, I don't think. Just waiting for everyone to be back into position, as I say, after those incidents. But just as soon as the officials are ready to let the cars out, we will be back underway racing here at Mallory Park this afternoon. As I've already mentioned today, 750 Motor Club also running the car racing element of the Plum Pudding race meeting here at Mallory Park on Boxing Day, which also features motorcycle racing courtesy of EMRA. And I think entry is now open for the car races. Certainly details on the 750 Motor Club website for that. And of course, if you're on the spectator side, then do come here on Boxing Day. It's always a big crowd here to enjoy the car and bike racing. And hopefully this year we'll have the weather on our side, which it wasn't last year. We were stymied by the fog. A familiar story. After last weekend at Doddington Park, where we lost the Sunday, lost the second day of the 750 Motor Club race meeting there. But as I say, shortly we'll have cars out for historic 750 Formula, Josh.
You're good to see in the assembly area the Cooper 500cc F3 car is there. Only did a couple of free laps in qualifying, but in past years we've seen the 500s come out within historic 750 races. We haven't had one lately, so good to see Douglas Maclay's Cooper is out there. And again, that would have been from those early days of Mallory Park here in the 1950s, when there would have been 500cc Formula 3 races on this circuit. So good to have one of those out, plus, as we mentioned, the Austin 7s and the 750 Formula cars. We've got a clubman on pole, haven't we? An early Mallock of Tim Sage. So Tim's pretty rapid. He's actually the lap record holder around here in this category in his Mark IV U2. So that's a Ford-engined car, and as you say, it brings together all those sort of low-capacity cars of anything from the 1960s and 70s, when motor racing was perhaps a bit of a different place than it is nowadays.
Absolutely right. So good news is that we've got marshals on the start line. We're still waiting for everyone to get into their positions. Obviously, we have to have a certain level of rescue and medical cover and so on and so forth. And obviously, after two heavy incidents, people have been sort of deployed dealing with those. But as soon as everyone's back in their correct positions, having dealt with the fallout, if you like, from the incidents that we had during the Mazda 7 race, then we will be able to get cars out onto the circuit for the historic 750 Formula Series. As Josh has mentioned, this is, of course, the final event of the season. It's been interesting this year how the race results in the scratch races have been pretty well spread around, probably helped by the fact that John Village only did the first event of the season before selling his car, didn't he?
Yes.
And it was picked up by a new owner,
Samurai,
who then won the next race at Alton Park. So John Village, he won the first couple of races of the season. Those were at Donington Park, then at Alton Park. Sam Wright and Greg Catton in the Dyson shared the victories there. At Cadwell, it was Jörg Schneider that took the sprint race, and Graham Wilson the handicap race. Brands Hatch, you were there for that one, weren't you? Sam Wright and Tim Sage took the wins. What do you remember of those races?
Yeah, really good racing at Brands. Probably one of the highlights of the day, actually. I think we had a 6-car battle for the lead. Really good stuff. Sam Wright, I think, retired from the second race. We haven't seen him since. So that car being repaired, I suspect, for next season. And then Croft was the first double winner since the opening round, wasn't it?
Yeah, Richard Verheyden won both of the races there in his car that's known as Miss Moneypenny. It's a Race Kits Merlin. That's one of these recreation cars, if you like. Race Kits Merlin, built by what's the guy's name? I forgot his name. Martin Kemp. There we go. Martin Kemp, the one behind Race Kits.
I think the Kemps have sold the business now, haven't they?
Yeah, I think that car would have been built.
Sure.
In their ownership, and it's a self-prepared car by Richard Verheyden, but it is a sort of to historic 750 Formula regulations. It's got a Reliant engine in it, 850cc.
And Richard travels from France, doesn't he, to race the two Swiss drivers not here this weekend. Jörg Schneider, who you mentioned, won at Cadwell, and Joe Zosho. So we've had a good international feel to this grid over this season as well. But Richard, I think, the only overseas driver today. But he has qualified second, just a tenth of a second off of Tim Sage's Mallock. So very close at the top. Richard Carter actually qualified his supercharged horse in 7/4 overall. So that was a really good effort from Richard. The driver from Cornwall, former Castle King Formula Ford 1600 driver, but he only returned to racing a couple of years ago. He's in a 1930 single-seater supercharged ex-Don Rawson car, so Richard Carter qualified that really well this morning, only a couple of seconds off of the post-war cars.
Hopefully we'll have cars out soon. The circuit is ready to go. The issue is medical cover at the moment. So with doctors having been deployed as part of the dealing with those incidents, it's just making sure we've got the appropriate medical cover to comply with the requirements of the circuit licence in order for us to continue racing rather than anything that needs doing on the track at the moment.
I feel like we've had a 750 Mile Club meeting here before. We've had a lot of races in a short space of time, so it is possible that we can still get the remaining 10 races in.
Yes, it is.
Depending on how soon we can get underway.
Absolutely right. But it's going to be just a few moments more at least while we make sure we've got the appropriate cover in place here at Mallory Park, this final event of the season for the 750 Motor Club. I know attention very much well and truly turned already to planning for 2026. I'm sure we'll see details of provisional calendars out very soon indeed. I know other organising clubs have already been announcing those, and I'm sure drivers will be interested to find out where their championships are going to be racing in 2026.
Before that, we have the Burkitt Relay next week, of course, and the entry list came out yesterday. I think there's 65 or something like that teams on the plan at the moment.
Yes, so that's the Burkitt 6-hour relay race, which takes place at Silverstone on the full Grand Prix circuit. That's next Saturday, and again we'll be bringing that to you live streamed on Alpha Live, so do look out for that on YouTube and via the 750 Motor Club website. Watch out for the links to that. I'll be with you for that one alongside Marcus Pye and Lewis Beals to bring you coverage of that event, which is always one of the great landmarks of the club racing calendar, a traditional curtain close for the club racing season. Of course, there's still motor racing that goes on after that. Things like the Walter Hayes Trophy the following weekend at Silverstone and Race of Remembrance at Anglesey in November. But it's always a great focal point of the club racing season, the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone.
The entry list at the moment, just having team names, makes you wonder what might be in some of these teams.
Okay, anything in particularly intriguing you?
Le Mans Impossible.
Okay.
It doesn't really give too many clues, does it?
No.
We have 3 random races teams this year, so 750 Motor Club are going to be busy running those. Lots of familiar teams. Danny Hobson's got a team of Civics, I would imagine. Rutec Racing are back, but with 2 teams, a BMW team and a Lotus team. Intersport have got a couple of teams with BMWs, I suspect. Kevin Clark's team, who's been a familiar racer here at Mallory Park in the past.
Absolutely.
Paul Roddison and Paul Sheard have got a team each, 2 sort of long-term club racers. And the RAF MSA are back, of course, and the Army Motorsport team, the Royal Navy. So that's always an exciting part of the event, isn't it? The Armed Forces, who always do well as well.
They do. The military planning comes into its own as they always fare well in the handicap award, which is the main part of the Burkitt 6-hour relay race. Really, of course, there is the scratch result, which we'll keep a very close eye on, but it's the handicap prize that is the one that really matters in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race.
I presume there are radical teams. There's no team name that suggests.
No, I'm not sure if there are any for this season.
Well, that could be interesting, couldn't it?
It could certainly mix things up, because usually it's a battle between sort of 2 or 3 or maybe 4 radical teams. If we're lucky. Right, I hear engines firing up, which is good news, and those drivers that had not yet got their helmets on are now doing so rather hurriedly. But I imagine that therefore means that the signal has been given to that we can get racing back underway imminently now, because these cars will head straight out onto the grid, and once they get to the grid, they don't have a green flag lap. The cars for the Race Park Historic 750 Formula Series, and have not been notified that that has changed, as it had done for the Mazda 7. So I think they will go straight into a 15-minute race is still what is scheduled. I imagine what will happen here is that they'll try and give everyone their full distance for the first race, and if there does need to be any cutting back of race distances, then they may have to look at that for second races for each category.
We've had some pretty good historic 750 Formula races here at Mallory Park in the past, haven't we? It suits the cars well, really, being a short lap.
It does. I think one of the circuits that is particularly well suited to this type of car.
Perhaps because the circuit hasn't changed.
Yes. Well, and I think you also think somewhere like Cadwell Park is quite well suited. Another circuit that hasn't really changed very much over the years, so quite well suited. Whereas you put them on a more modern facility which has changed substantially, like Silverstone, for example, and they can feel a little bit lost.
Yeah. I guess that's why we perhaps had that good race at Brands Hatch.
Yes.
Because Brands Hatch hasn't really changed, has it, since these cars would have raced?
Well, apart from the fact they race in the opposite direction now to that they used to back in the very early days, didn't they? Originally
not the 750 Formula
cars. Not the 750 Formula cars, no. Going back even further into history.
But it's not just the motorcycles that race that way around.
I think it might have been, although I think there might have been a demonstration for some cars going the other way around as well.
Yeah, I think
at
you're
one
right.
point.
Well, I know that we have Brands Hatch historians tuned in, so I'm sure we will hear more about that.
We'll get corrected as necessary, I'm sure. Right. Revs rising in the assembly area now. I think we're just pretty waiting for the final go-ahead before the cars can be released.
So the only sort of really quick driving qualifying in Class C for the 750 Formula cars was Richard Verheiden, wasn't it, in the race kits? Because otherwise it was 2 Class D cars. So for this sort of the invitational class, isn't it, Class D, with the Mallock, Clubman and the Dyson 1172 Formula machine. But those 3 separated by just 6 tenths in qualifying. Obviously in the handicap race later, that will bring in many more drivers. Gary Brandon's a long way down the grid, 13th. He did a full session, but ex-local driver you'd expect to be a bit higher than that.
Scrutiny these days as well, isn't he, when he's not racing? Right, I think we are now in a position where we're able to get cars out onto the circuit. Just seeing a message pop up on my screen. I think a radio message has been conveyed, and yes, the marshal in the assembly area is now pointing to the driver, go! And he resolutely is not going. He's having another go,
after all this.
Like he's signalling to a slightly disobedient pet. The first car is refusing to move. So there we go. It does now. Tim Sage is heading them out onto the circuit for what will be a 15-minute race eventually when they get there. One of the scrutineers just reminding competitors to make sure their visors are shut before they go out onto the circuit, of course, because these are open cars. As you can see them come out onto the circuit, that's so they need to have their visors closed. Hopefully we've got a grid that we can bring you in just a moment, because the car's now heading out onto the circuit. This grid set by the times in qualifying, which, as we've mentioned, has number 2 Tim Sage on pole position in his Mallory. He was one of just a handful of drivers to go underneath the minute barrier. Besides him on the front of the grid is number 6 Richard Verheyden. Second row, with 31 Greg Catton in the Dyson and 88 Richard Carter. The third row, 37 John Donnelly and 13 Ben Bolt. Fourth row will be 41 Christopher Jones. 40 is Mike Henney. On the fifth row is going to be 67 Paul Mason and 55 Chris Martin. Row 6 will be Peter Marshall, number 8, Ian Elliott in 47. Gary Brandon, 74 on the 7th row, has number 3 David Rose next to him in the Lotus. Row 8 is 22 Charlie Plain Jones in his Austin 7, next to number 11 James Miles. The 9th row will be 66 James Ricketts and 94 Doug McLean Cooper. Row 10, 17 Matt Tompkins, 12 Roderick Renfrew even, with 85 John Moss at the back of the field, and the cars heading down the Stubby Straight now on their assembly lap to the start grid.
Interesting if John Moss is there, because he didn't do a time in qualifying, but he broke Charlie Plain Jones's record of runs, didn't he, in Class 8 at Croft?
Yes.
For the non-supercharged Austin 7. See Charlie Plain Jones to the back of your shot there, very much a long-term 750 Motor Club racer and a long-term Austin 7 competitor and supporter of that brand, really. I think he was behind a lot of the celebrations for the 100-year anniversary a few years ago, wasn't he, Charlie Plain Jones?
Yes.
Not just for the racing cars, but for road variants as well. And he continues to race the Cowley Special very quickly indeed, winning Class A on most occasions this season. There's the Mallory of Tim Sage, the 1964 car, which is owned by Bill Pearce. Peter Dewhurst has raced it on occasions this season. And then Richard Verheyden, the driver from France, in the Reliant engine car. A new car to Richard this season, but he has raced in Austin previously in historic 750 Formula. And then you've got Greg Catton's car, the 1968 replica, I think, 1172 Formula Championship car. Or a replica of the winning car, apologies, of that championship in 1968. John Bishop took championship in a very similar Dyson Type 64, so that's the car third on the grid, and we expect it to be between those three cars. We're all averaging over 80 miles per hour in qualifying, in cars which are under a litre in capacity and have 60 years of history to their name.
So we've got the cars lining up on the grid, 15-minute race. We are about 50 minutes, unfortunately, behind the scheduled start time for this race, given those earlier delays. So fingers crossed and touch wood for a clean run-in for the rest of the day. Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, they will get going underway pretty quickly once they're all gridded up. No green flag lap for these cars, as we've mentioned.
Good to have that Lotus 11 on the grid, isn't it? The 750cc Lotus 11, which is pretty rare for a race car.
It certainly is. David Rose's car, that.
This meeting last year, I think he debuted that, didn't he?
I think it was, yes.
He's done a full season this year. Scored, I think, a top 6 finish at Croft last time out.
Yeah, so that's a particularly beautiful car on this grid.
Is that John Moss there at the back, I think? So it looks like he might have made it.
It might be. Right, minutes to go, board is now shown. Green flag is waved, and very quickly I think we'll be into racing action. Red lights indeed are on. Out they go, and the race gets underway. For some better than others, the Dyson is very slow away of Greg Catton. He's going to be almost at the back of the field by the time he gets going. So it is going to be Richard Verheyden that's going to sweep around the outside into the lead of the race then. He makes the best of the starts. I think it looks like it's Sage in second position then, as they're making their way around Gerrard's Bend for the first time. So it's a Class C car leading, Class D car in second place. Third at the moment is the number 13 car of Ben Bolt, the Centaur Mark 16, and he's got one of the quick Austin 7s coming up behind him. That's the number 88 car of Richard Carter. He's in Class B, which means he's in the supercharged class.
Yeah, that's right. So John Donnelly between he and Bolt. Bolt was on the podium at Croft. That was Greg Catton on the grass, heading down towards the Shaw's hairpin. They may not be the biggest of cars, but obviously Greg didn't quite have as much space as he was hoping for as he tries to regain positions after that stall at the start. He's currently behind the Jeffrey, driven by Mike Henney. There's a lot of that dust on the circuit, isn't there, through the elbow, but across the line then to complete the first lap of 15 minutes. And for Hayden, who's got a nice gap of a second and a half over Tim Sage.
Catton had got back to 8th by the end of the first lap, so he'd made some good progress through the order. I think he's now in 7th position because he's ahead now, yes, of the number 40 car of Mike Henney in the Jeffrey. Meanwhile, here comes Richard Carter up the inside of Ben Bolt for 3rd position into Lake S's. Look at the vibrations on the front of that car, but he somehow nevertheless gets it through into the S's, up into P3 overall.
That was an extraordinary shot, wasn't it, of that Austin 7. Richard Carter really pushing on in that 1930 car. So that's 95 years old, isn't it, that Austin 7. Richard Carter, the former Formula Ford racer, driving it really well indeed. So Greg Catton's got past Mike Henney, but hasn't made any further progress, so he's not coming through the field perhaps as quickly as you'd expect. The lap times are off of the qualifying pace, and Carter is lapping as quick as the top two. That's pretty extraordinary in dry conditions to have a supercharged 7 lapping as quick as the 750 Formula cars. So it's for Hayden, Sage and Carter the top 3. Ben Bolt, the Croft podium finisher, is 4th, and then John Donnelly is there in 5th. He's going well. Greg Catton now back to 6th. One car that didn't make the start was Gary Brandon, I'm afraid. One of a couple or 3 that didn't make the start. But John Moss did there from the back, and he's already 2nd in Class A, but he's about 9 seconds behind Charlie Plain-Jones.
19 cars have made the start of this race. We're working lap 3. You can see Richard Carter in 3rd place, pulling away now from Ben Bolt in 4th position, and John Donnelly in 5th. Greg Catton now has caught this battle as well. He's lapping a little bit, about a second faster than the cars ahead of him at the moment, so he's got power to add here. Might well get up to 4th position over the next lap or so, but then he's got to try and catch, well, firstly Richard Carter in 3rd place, then the top 2 already turning their way into Gerrard's Bend. Right, here comes Catton. He's on the inside of Donnelly, and he gets through to 5th place then. Donnelly very cooperative there as Catton in that number 31 Dyson for the man from Bury St Edmunds. Child quantity surveyor has gone through. Now he's going to try and get past Ben Bolt in the Centaur. Long time racer, 80 years of age now, Ben, from Bishop's Itchington. Been racing since 1961 and has lost the place there to Greg Catton.
And a class winner of the Burkitt Relay 61 years ago, Ben Bolt. So great stuff to have him out there, even if he's lost that position. And Catton's caught Carter now for 3rd. The lead gap coming down as well, by the way. Tim Sage has got under a minute and it's catching for Hayden, but the change to 3rd should happen pretty soon between Richard Carter. It bounces up a gear, doesn't it, out of the hairpin, the Austin 7. The leaders are nose to tail as they go through turn 1 through Gerrard's corner, as the battle for 3rd changes a similar place really on the lap.
Yep, so up towards...
Or maybe it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Oh, no, he's having another bite of the cherry. Probably that car is quick in a straight line, the Austin 7, but I think through the corners the Dyson is probably going to handle a bit better, so it proves that, because look how silky that is in comparison through Gerrard's Bend. So Dyson able to put quite a bit of daylight between himself and Richard Carter there, as we've got a car off. Is that the 40 car possibly that has gone off? Trying to figure out where exactly that is. But there is the Dyson of Greg Catton, and he is how far behind? It's about 9 seconds behind the 2 race leaders, so catching them I guess might be a bit of a tall order.
The gap for the lead has gone out on this lap, but it's at Shaw's, the hairpin, the car that's pulled off. Here's the yellow flags, but in traffic now the top 2, but the Hayden, the Frenchman, leads the way by a second. A much slower lap from the pair actually, 1 minute freeze for some reason, but they do the first bit of lappery. That was the Jomo that was off, I think, wasn't it? So that first outing for Ian Elliott's come to an early end. The car that's been lapped is the Tompkins Special of Matt Tompkins.
Okay, so there's the Lotus of David Rose, number 3. He's running in 13th position. Behind him now is the Class A leader, Charlie Plain Jones. Charlie Plain Jones having lost a position to Rose on this lap, but Plain Jones in that number 22 Austin 7. That's the non-supercharged class that he is leading, Class A. Second in that class is John Moss, of course, who started from the back of the grid. As we're watching here, who's this? John Donnelly now trying to make a move on Richard Carter for 4th position. This will be. He's already got past Ben Bolt by the looks of it on this lap. Now Donnelly all of a sudden taking the fight to Richard Carter in that Austin 7, who chucks the car into the hairpin. And is Donnelly going to be able to get him on the exit of the corner? I think this camera angle is a bit deceptive. It looked like he was alongside, but he was still quite a few car lengths behind. We've got 8.5 minutes of this race left to go.
John Donnelly has had a 4th this season. Was that Croft perhaps on the grid was a little low, but it seems like this is one of John's better runs. Battling for 4th position again today with Richard Carter and Ben Bolt. 3 car back behind between Christopher Jones in the left-hand drive DNC, Mike Henney in the Jeffrey and the Whippet of Paul Mason. Here they are through Gerrard's now. The battle for 7th position, led by Chris Jones in that 1976 Reliant engine car that was built by Mike Watley, and a car that won the championship back in 1998. Now, Tim Sage was catching Richard Verheiden for a couple of laps, and then his pace has dropped away a little bit, and it didn't look like he was in sight of the race kit, so the gap continues to go out between the top 2 while those battles continue further behind.
Yeah, Verheiden could be the first driver to win 3 races this season, couldn't he? Is watching this fight for 7th and 8th go through. They're just lapping as well. The 17 Matt Tompkins, Austin 7 as well for the 31-year-old classic motorsport journalist from motoring journalist from Grantham. It is the 41 car ahead in that battle. Christopher Jones, though, the more experienced driver, I think, of these two, ahead of Martin Henney in the number 40 Jeffries and the DNC ahead of the Jeffrey just behind them, as we've mentioned a little bit before. Mason, very low slung number 67 car that's just heading through Gerrard's Bend now. It's a very interesting looking contraption. Here's a battle amongst the Austin 7s. Well, you've got the Richard Carter car just coming past some slower versions there. It's the 66 car that we could just see coming through shot there. That's James Ricketts, who's taken on Nick Hayward Cook's drive for today.
He's battling away with James Miles for 15th position. James from West Sussex in the 1936 Monoposto. There he is, number 11, just lapped by Donnelly and then Bolt as well. So that's a good battle between a supercharged car and a non-supercharged car behind, but found themselves together on the circuit. So Tim Sage has done those 2 or 3 slow laps in the 1 minute freeze, and then suddenly does a 59.503, the fastest lap in the race. So don't quite understand that, but Tim Sage is bringing the gap for the lead back down. 3.2 seconds. There's still 6 minutes of the race to go, so there's still time for Tim Sage to close in on the leader.
Certainly is. Yeah, 3.2 seconds the gap. On that lap, he was 1.4 seconds quicker. He was nearly 3 seconds faster than Greg Catton, who's in 3rd place, now 12 seconds adrift of the race leader. We're watching Ben Bolt here cutting through the traffic. He's behind John Donnelly now, and he's got about 5 seconds or so in hand to Christopher Jones. As that trio, John Donnelly and Ben Bolt, head up the hill. Oh, that's quite close with one of the back marking Austin 7s.
That's Peter Marsh, was it, who's struggling a little bit today, because Peter's gone well in the Super Snort previously. He was a class winner, it feels like. Yes, at Alton Park and at Cadbury Park and at Brands Hatch, Peter Marsh came on top in Class B. But that car was running very slowly, so I don't know if that's going to last too much longer in the race. Yes, it's crawling past our commentary position now.
Yeah.
But that's one way to get a better handicap, isn't it? But I'm not quite sure that's the plan. Tim Sage is another slow lap at 1 minute 5 now. So it is the Mallock in some kind of intermittent problems here. We can see it on the screen now, Ian.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? That's sort of a 6-second difference to the last lap time. So unless he's had a moment that we've not spotted, then yeah, possibly there is an intermittent issue. We'll soon get an idea of what his next lap time is, because he's coming through Devil's Elbow now onto the Kirkby Straight. about to come over the timing line to complete another lap. That lap it's a 59 again. Only 19 thousandths slower than the one he did 2 laps ago. So either there's an intermittent problem or on the previous lap he did have a bit of a mistake or something, but he's now just over 6 seconds behind the race leader. As we are we going to get a change here for 7th place? It looked like we might do between Christopher Jones and Mike Henney for just a moment. Having another look at that scrap now as they head through Devil's Elbow. This battle between the DNC and the Jeffrey left-hand drive DNC. Interestingly, that car comes across the line. Those two separated by just about a second between them, actually, as they went over the line at that time. Here's the race leader, though, Richard Vaden, whose gap was 6 seconds at the beginning of this lap. Who knows what it will be at the end of it, with the very unpredictable lap times that Tim Sage is pulling in.
Yeah, that's right. The Cooper's about to be lapped now, which is running in 16th position of Douglas McClay. It stayed about 6 seconds for Zali. 6.2 seconds the gap between Verheiden and Sage. There's the Lotus, driven by David Rose. It's running in 11th position. Peter Marsh is going on, isn't he, in the Super Snort Austin, the 1936 car, but does a lap time of 1 minute 54, which you kind of wonder whether that's the ideal idea to be staying out on track at that kind of pace.
Cluing up to what that car is capable of. That beautiful Lotus just making its way through Gerrard's Bend. David Rose now into 11th position, heads down the Stebby Straight and towards Lake Esses. We're going past that slower car of Tompkins, I think it was that time it's gone past. Yeah. And into Lake Esses, swooping right and then left, then climbing up that steep hill. And the circuit does narrow where the oak tree used to be, but is no longer. They could probably straighten that out a little bit if they wanted, but the track does narrow a little bit on the way up to Shaw's Corner.
Catton's done a 59 as well now, so all the top three are in the high 59s. Good battle for 4th position, because Richard Carter's been caught by John Donnelly and Ben Bolt. They're all about to lap David Rose, but 3-car battle over the last 2 to 3 laps that we've got. The Austin has got a bit more straight line performance with the supercharged engine. Its overall lap time has been a fraction quicker than these two over the course of this race. They're about half a minute behind Verheiden, so that's the kind of idea how much progress the quick drivers are going to have to make. And there are going to be 1 or 2 laps of credits, aren't there, in the handicap race for some of the Austins come later on today.
That's right. So we've got 1 minute and 3/4 of this race left to go. And
John Elsey.
Yeah, John Elsey there, taking photographs. 750 Motor Club resident photographer. Look out for his photographs on the website and on social media as well. Always tremendous viewing. There is a battle for 4th position on track. So Richard Carter now only just ahead of John Donnelly. They lapped in very similar lap times on the last lap. Tim Sage just the best lap of the race, 59.372 now. He has gone to get his 7.6 seconds, but it's a close battle actually 3 ways, isn't it? With Carter, Donnelly and Bolt all separated by only about 1.5 seconds there.
Yeah, Richard Carter drives that single seater very spectacularly. Looks like a mini Grand Prix car pre-war, doesn't it? Like a small ERA or something like that. And Richard drives it really well. We've had some pretty visual evidence of sort of the movement in the suspension of a car that is over 90 years old. Behind Ben Bolt, down the inside of John Donnelly. This is for 2nd in Class C. Runs a little wide, does Bolt. Suddenly Tim Sage is on a 58.0. That's 1.5 seconds quicker than he's gone previously. That's way quicker than qualifying 2, I think. And not as quick as his own lap record, although the car might be running quite a different specification now. That is the most bizarre race, isn't it, that Tim Sage is having?
It is.
It's with a complete fluctuation in the lap time. For 10 seconds on the clock, these drivers are going on to their final lap.
Yeah, they are. So last lap of the race, this battle going on to its last lap, already sort of halfway around the lap, I think, is, if not more than that, is Richard Verheiden. He's going to be heading into the final corner very soon. Still watching this battle, though, for 4th position. 3 quite different cars involved there. with Richard Carter still at the head of that group in that supercharged Austin 7. Meanwhile, checkered flag is now about to go out, and it does so out of our commentary box window. I can see, so Richard Verheyden it is that takes the checkered flag to win the race. So congratulations to him, a comfortable win from Tim Sage in the end, but not as comfortable as we thought it was going to be.
The gap was more than halved on the last lap to 2.7 seconds.
Let's see if we can pick up this battle again, though, for fourth. Greg Catton's over the line in third place. Fourth place still under doubt. The lapping, I think that's James Miles, isn't it, that they're going past on the way up to Shaw's corner. They all managed to clear him into the hairpin. So I suspect the order is going to stay the same as it has been as they come down to Food Devil's elbow. It is going to be Richard Carter that will take fourth and win Class B. Ben Bolt fifth and second in Class C, and John Donnelly sixth and third in Class C. But an entertaining race that, Josh, for the historic 750 Formula cars.
Yeah, and some battles on the circuit which should resume in the handicap race, because they should be on the same handicap, shouldn't they? So they should have another race-long battle over whatever duration we're going to get for the handicap. But well, it was nice to see a checkered flag, wasn't it?
It was. We've not seen one of those yet today, have we? 18 of the cars made it to the checkered flag. I think the 47 car was the one that didn't, which was the Ian Elliott Jomo. And I'm seeing also, maybe there's one that the 7 car also need to push back. That
might be 47, I think.
Yeah, 47 I think probably needs to push back. That's right, just looking at our screen. So, we'll get... So, Josh?
The other good battle for 7th. 3 cars separated by 8 tenths at the flag, which was led by the DNC of Chris Jones. So there were 2 or 3 real good battles in the pack. Charlie Payne Jones won Class A again. He was 20 seconds ahead of John Moss by the checkered flag.
Let's see if we can have a quick look at the results from that race, because it will be heading very quickly down to the paddock, and Kieran Mogg hopefully to grab a word with some of our successful drivers.
I don't think we're able to look at the results. Just quickly go through them. Richard Verheyden, the winner. Second was Tim Sage. Third was Greg Catton. Fourth, Richard Carter. Fifth, Ben Bolt. Sixth, John Donnelly. And the class winners, Tim Sage in Class D. Class 6, Verheyden. Class B was Richard Carter, and Class A was Charlie Payne Jones.
Yeah, indeed. So those the results from the first historic 750 Formula race. The next race for them will be the handicap race, and very shortly we'll have cars out on track for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. First of 2 races today for their final 2 rounds of the season. But we can head now down to Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from Kim and Mark.
Thank you very much. Yes, as you can see, we've got the class winners here, and we're going to have a quick chat firstly with Richard Verheyden. If I could just jump in a second. Well, not quite dominant, but pretty decent.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, was it? During the qualifying, I had a misfire coming out of the hairpin. I'd love to say I knew what cured it, but something cured it. It went like a rocket. Absolutely brilliant. Had a bit of Tim in my rear view mirrors for the beginning first few laps, and then he just disappeared. I don't know, maybe I got faster, maybe he got slower. Let's see. Race 2 is going to be a fun one. We've got a handicap race, so that's going to be very exciting.
I mean, that one was quite exciting, especially just for us as viewers anyway. So with later on trying to go through the traffic, obviously you've had a bit of a taste of that in that last race. How was it?
Well, seeing the same drivers 3 times is new for me. Well, outside of the paddock. Yeah, that felt very fast. I'm really looking forward to the next race. I love a good handicap race.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win.
All right. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Let's have a quick chat with Tim. Tim, let's talk about halfway through the race, you dropped back, was it 6 seconds a lap or something? What happened there?
I think there was back markers. I can't remember exactly, but all I know is Richard went off like a rabbit, and normally, I sort of keep up with him and catch him, but he's on it today. He's brilliantly driven. It's fantastic. Yeah, I was going as fast as I could.
And for the race later on today, what can we expect?
Handicap races, I'm easily confused. Anyway, and a handicap race confuses me. I treat it like a practice session, really, and just see what more I can get on each corner. I wouldn't expect any results from me from the handicap race, but you never know. You never know.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Look forward to seeing it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks. Have a quick chat now with with Richard. Richard, very, very quickly, because the cars are out on track. Obviously, you've received a lot of praise about that car, being very, very quick, only 2 seconds off these boys.
That was amazing. I mean, seeing as it's on drum brakes and old suspension and me being older, no, I'm delighted with that. The cars perform well. It's brilliant.
And expect to same later on as well?
I can handicap race, so it's down to skills at overtaking. I'm not pushing it.
Look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Now, the Clios are out onto the track. So, coming up next, we have the Clios.
So we have the cars on the grid ready to go off onto their green flag lap for the first race of the day for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. It's going to be another 15-minute race. They're all 15-minute races, or scheduled to be at least today. So they do get a green flag lap, these cars. We'll be able to give you the grid for these in just a moment. But the main championship has already been decided as far as the Clios is concerned. Green flag you can see waved at the back. So very shortly they'll be off onto their green flag lap, where we will have, if we'll have a look at the grid then, the car of Joshua North lining up on pole position. Very good qualifying session for Joshua. Did a lap time of 54.379 in qualifying, and that put him about a tenth of a second faster than anybody else. Darren Ransom it was that's going to line up alongside him on the front of the grid for this one. Both of those in the 197, so it's going to be 35 Joshua North on pole position, besides him number 30 Dan Ransom. Second row of the grid is going to be 18 Mark Witherington. He's in the first of the 182s, the older cars, and besides him is number 56 Chris Lawrence. Third row, 12 Matt Hipkins and 7 Lewis Richardson. On the fourth row it's going to be 55 Justin Griffiths and the treble 9 car of Stephen Richardson. On row 5 it's going to be 29 Joey DePrato and 11 David Fredshaw. Row 6, 31 Chris Page and 28 Taylor Norton. Row 7, Pete O'Connor in 72, only did a few laps in qualifying. I think he had some problems. 33 Christina Lowe. The 8th row, 82 Paul Clark and 32 Graham Bishop. And at the back, 57 Matthew Poncia and 36 is Steve Croxford. So Josh, with the championship already decided, what have we got to look out for in this race?
The Class A championship is up for grabs. Lewis Richardson is very much the favourite for it. I think a top 6 finish in the class today will be enough, but Chris Page and Joey DePrato are also contesting the Class A championship. Second overall, Richardson is in a very close battle with Darren Ransom, just 3 points after drop score between the two, but they score points within their own class. Richardson's second in Class A. And is Darren Ransom? Oh, he's on the front, isn't he? He's second in Class B, so that is going to be contested throughout the day. Second overall in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Massively competitive qualifying session, all but one car, separated by 1.4 seconds this morning. Jack Kingsbury, the champion, he's elected not to race. He's had 6 wins this year. Darren Ransom's won 4. Pete O'Connor and Justin Griffiths have won a race each. And Josh North, who's on pole today, got his first ever podium outright at Brands Hatch last time out. It was 2 months ago, these drivers last raced.
There's the 5-second board. Ready to go then for 15 minutes of racing. Lights go out and the race gets underway then. It's a pretty even start from the 2 on the front row. Good start too by Chris Lawrence from the second row of the grid. So can he make progress up towards Gerard's Bend for the first time? He's trying to do it, trying to go around the outside. He's certainly up to second place, so he's got ahead of Darren Ransom, but Joshua North has managed to hold on to his pole position. Paul Clark is spinning around. There was another car with a bumper hanging off, I noticed.
That was Chris Page.
It was Chris Page's bumper that was hanging off. Thank you, Josh.
I think there was a 197 off on the inside.
Yes, and it is still there. That is the 11 car, which will get going again, and that is the car of David Redshaw.
There's Lewis Richardson around the outside looking to win the Class A title in this race. There's Chris Page with a bumper missing, or not missing, but not where it should be. It's North that leads, and second is Lawrence, third is Ransom. Mark Witherington, who's not won in Class A before, he leads that just ahead of Lewis Richardson, the Class Championship leader. And then Matt Hipkins, I think, is up next in 6th. Then Justin Griffith, who's also got damage to the rear of his car. So there's been a bit of contact at the start of this race. It would appear on the way up towards Gerard, but everyone is running at the end of one lap.
And Chris Page could do with that bumper coming off before too much longer. Otherwise, I think you will likely see a black and orange flag to warn him that he needs to call into the pits, which is not the work for a moment here at Mallory Park to get that bumper just pulled off, really. But it's Joshua North leading. It's a 197, 1, 2, 3 for the more modern cars. Second is Chris Lawrence, who made that good start. He got ahead of Darren Ransom. Then Mark Witherington is still ahead in Class A for the 182s. He's there in 4th position overall. 5th is Lewis Richardson in number 7. Matt Hipkins completing the top 6, but it's nose to tail amongst the first 3 as they head around Shaw's Corner, and Mark Witherington not letting them get away too far.
And this is the first time we've raced at Mallory for a while in this championship. So it's the 197th, their first outing at Mallory Park. Teammates side by side for a moment there, Taylor Norton and Joey DePrato, the 2 drivers in their 20s. David Redshaw has pitted. There's the black and orange flag for Chris Page, so that's going to hurt Chris Page's championship hopes as they might have been. But Josh North going away up front. There's the reason for the black and orange flag. Clearly, really, what could be a dangerous moment, that rear bumper. So that's going to be for the pit lane. But out of a second, though, Chris Lawrence, who hasn't had a very good year, really, has he? The former champion. He's not even been on the outright podium this year. He's there in second, ahead of Darren Ransom, who's the driver who currently sits second in the championship. But it's Josh North, who started the year in a Class A car, had an accident at Croft, so purchased the ex-Jason Pelosi Clio 197 and been really quick in it at Snetterton and particularly at Brands Hatch when he was on the podium. But he's pulling away here at Mallory Park, and now they're side by side for second in.
Yeah, as they head down towards Gerrards Bend, start lap number 4, and it's Lawrence on the inside, but Ransom trying to go around the outside, and now switches back to the inside line, realises he can't go through there. They're letting North get away a little bit as they're battling. Mark Witherington is able to stick with them. He's got about a second or so back to Lewis Richardson, who is second within that class, but as Josh was saying, really just needs a solid set of results this weekend to wrap up his class championship. But we've also got to think about the overall second place, well, which Ransom and Richardson are contesting. And Ransom's really pushing hard, isn't he, to try and maximise his class points haul. He's trying this way and that. He's going to the left-hand side. That's drive the outside line for the hairpin. Can he get the cut back on the exit of the corner to try and find a way through past Chris Lawrence on the way out of the corner? The answer to that question at the moment seems to be no.
Are they getting closer to Josh North on this lap? The gap was 1.4 seconds. It's dramatically less than that, and North hasn't been involved in the battle.
He's slow, he's earlier on the brakes there, he's got a problem.
What a disaster for Josh North. He had a similar situation when he was on for his first podium at Snetterton. Well, what a shame for Josh North, but that allows Chris Lawrence to lead for the first time this season, as Chris Page is in the pit lane as they insisted. So the leaders through Gerrard's Corner, then Lawrence leading from Ransom. Mark Witherington having the race of his season, up there in 3rd overall, leading Class A. The ex-MG racer Mark Witherington having by far his best performance here in a Clio in 3rd place. And really Lewis Richardson, I imagine him, would just like to have a calm opening race this weekend, because it looked like he was going to win the championship at Brands Hatch. Had a problem in the opening race, didn't finish that, so then it went to race 2. He got involved in an incident on the first lap, so still didn't win the Class A championship. So he will try again here at Mallory Park.
And there's Chris Page now with no rear bumper, so that'll affect the handling of the car. Probably not that much compared to having it wafting around at the back, which he'd been used to for the first 3 laps of the race. There's still 10 minutes to go in this race. There's Paul Clark. He's trying to come back through the field after that first lap spin. He's actually going ahead of David Redshaw there, who's been into the pits and is several laps down. Here's the fight for the lead, as it now is then. Chris Lawrence against Darren Ransom. We saw Joshua North pulling off into the back entrance to the paddock a moment ago, and that's elevated Mark Witherington up into an overall podium position, and if he finishes there, it would be his first.
Ransom clipped the grass coming out of the S's, so he's still pushing on, trying to get past Chris Lawrence again with 4/10 of a second at the start of the lap. They now turn their way through the Devil's Elbow to complete lap 6 of this race. They're lapping in the 55-second bracket, but at this stage Ransom's not put a big challenge on, so it's still as it is. Witherington still there in 3rd place, leads the class by 1.2 seconds from Lewis Richardson. 3rd in Class A is Lewis's dad, Stephen Richardson, who's having his first outing of the year. He is driving Greg Hill's car.
So only a couple of car lengths between the 2 leaders then. Ransom still trying to find a way past Chris Lawrence here with 8 3/4 minutes to go. It's 56 Chris Lawrence the leader, 30 Darren Ransom in 2nd, 18 Mark Witherington in 3rd. Best result so far this season, 8 so far for him, and 7 Lewis Richardson in 4th position. But Ransom, you can just tell from the body language of this car, he is really determined to get through. He's not going to take and contend and just sit there for second, is he? He's really going for the overall win. Chris Lawrence with the advantage there as Paul Clark making up another position, getting past Graham Bishop now, gets up to 13th after that first corner moment.
Witherington does a PB as he crosses the line. He's not really closing in on the top two. Chris Lawrence's best result has been a 4th, while Darren Ransom's had 4 wins over the course of this season, including the most recent race at Brands Hatch. So they turn their way out of Gerrard's Bend and head off towards the S's. And in the front order, we've sort of had that sort of suggestion here that it's difficult to overtake, and it's sort of coming in here, isn't it, in the front runners. It's been very close, but we haven't seen a big challenge as of yet.
No, that's right. And we've got obviously equally matched cars here in this KTEC, sorry, not KTEC, VSG Crypto Clare Sport Championship. I'm going back in time there, but the VSG Crypto Clare Sport Championship evenly matched. It's a real budget way of getting into hatchback racing. The costs are controlled tightly, and because of that the cars are going to be very evenly matched indeed, and so overtaking really is at a premium at times.
Looks like Pete O'Connor's in a 182, which we weren't expecting. And it's not suggested that on the timing screen either, that he's in that class. So perhaps after the problems he had earlier, he's reverted to another car. But he's up to 7th, so he's made good progress from 13th on the grid.
Yeah, and was the champion in the 182 last season. As we're watching now the 30 car of Darren Ransom again, just looking to the right-hand side, trying to find a way past Chris Lawrence there. Trying to force a mistake is really, I think, what he's trying to do. That's the best chance of making a move here. He's going to the right, going to the left, sort of making sure he's absolutely filling the mirrors of Chris Lawrence's car. He gets a slightly better run out of the hairpin, but Lawrence can move immediately slightly to his right-hand side to defend that and give Ransom nowhere to go.
The top 13 drivers, best laps, all within half a second of one another as Chris Lawrence is slow out the devil's elbow. Did he make a mistake there? Because he's back up to speed now, so Darren Ransom goes through. But yeah, 13 drivers plus Josh North makes it 14, all within half a second on best lap times.
So Chris Lawrence it is now that goes into the lead of the race.
The way round.
Sorry, it's Darren Ransom, I should say, that goes into the lead of the race. In the number 30 car, the driver from Hastings getting the better of Chris Lawrence, who's been pretty successful over the years in Clio racing.
Well, he's a champion as well, isn't he?
Absolutely.
In 182s again.
That's right. And Mark Witherington still there in 3rd place, looking set for by far his best result of the season. Is down 2 seconds clear of Lewis Richardson, so he's eked out a gap there. And then Pete O'Connor will be that's 3rd in the 182s rather than 5th showing on the screen in the 197s at the moment, because it looks like he was actually in 182 this weekend. Over the line again come the leaders with 5.5 minutes left to go. Gap on that lap went out by half a second to nearly 9/10.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if Chris Lawrence's car is all okay. Disappointing for him. So the second lead change we've had in a similar place, which all felt like a car issue really. So Darren Ransom to the front. Good battle here amongst the 182s. You've got Matthew Pomcier, the former motorcycle racer, that leads Christina Lowe. She's in her 2nd ever meeting. She made her debut at Brands Hatch. She's a stuntswoman in movies, and then behind her is Paul Clark, who had that off at the start, the former low-cost race winner. And Christina Lowe has a look to the inside of Pomcier, who started car racing last year from motorcycles. So may have raced around Mallory Park before, but in a different configuration to what we're running on today.
Yeah, and Paul Clark, the low-cost racer, race winner as well, trying to take the fight to these two, taking a much deeper line into the corner there. Has that done him any good or not? No, I think he has lost a little bit of ground that time. I think it was a mistake rather than a strategic manoeuvre. There's the 55 car, that's Justin Griffiths, and there's Pete O'Connor's car behind him. So you can see it certainly is a 182. You can see the difference in the size and shape of the cars. So I think that'll be adjusted on the timing sheets after this race. There's Witherington though in the Auto Smart livery car, the 41-year-old from Melton Mowbray, so local-ish circuit to him. He's a franchisee for Auto Smart, been racing since 2007 in MGBs initially. Also did some racing in the Enduro car as well. This is a car built back in 2020, bought by Mark in 2022. He's not too far behind Chris Lawrence, is he? So again, you go back to that battle featuring Chris Lowe and Paul Clark, who's about to try and take a position off, almost getting into the back of her as they went around the hairpin.
Yeah, so can she hang on just about? He was awarded the Driver of the Day award at Brands Hatch for an excellent opening weekend in the championship, just a few weeks after passing her ARDS test. And she's well involved in the battles here with Poncia and Paul Clark. Paul Clark is a very experienced driver now. So a long time ago he started in low cost. Battle in the, what will be really fourth in Class A, going on Stephen Richardson in the Greg Hill car, being chased by Taylor Norton, the 25-year-old who's raced in the Hyundai Coupe Cup in the past. Norton going to challenge here down towards the hairpin, has a look to the inside of Stephen Richardson, who can't go through at this point.
No, really, really tight though. Only 3 minutes of the race left to go. It's to number 30, Darren Ransom leading from 56. Chris Lawrence in second, but he's now under threat from Mark Witherington. I can see as they're heading down towards Joas Bend. Paul Clark, meanwhile, has got through ahead now of Christine Lowe, up to 12th position overall then. But yeah, Witherington right with Chris Lawrence. These two about 1.62 seconds behind the race leader, Darren Ransom. There he is, heading on to Stabby Straight once again, but Lawrence number 56 and Witherington number 18 doing battle. But as we've said, within the Clios, you score points within your individual classes rather than on overall finishing positions.
They turn their way up towards the hairpin again, with Lawrence still ahead then, the 2023 champion, and Witherington chasing the 41-year-old, started racing Clios in 2022, only scored his first class podium last year. He's had 3 of those this season, but all have been third places, so this is a massive improvement. As we've been saying, Ransom does the best lap on that lap, which was also a bonus point and pole position for race 2, 54.790. That's a chunk quicker than we've seen anybody go within this race. He's pulled out a 2-second margin over Chris Lawrence, who's still under threat from Mark Witherington. Behind them, Lewis Richardson, set to win the Class A title in this race. He's still there in 4th position overall, 2nd in class. Under pressure from Matt Hipkins, but that doesn't matter from a points point of view. And you imagine Lewis Richardson just wants to bring the car home over the last couple of laps or so.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Hipkins just in behind him there in the number 12 car, but in a different class. Chris Page going past our contact, he's still circulating, but of course he lost a lap having to head into the pits to have that bumper taken off, which is a great shame for him. He was one of the contenders for the Class A Championship. Now, is Richardson going to lose a position on track there, because Hipkins got a little bit of an overlap on him coming out of the hairpin that time. It didn't really turn into anything else though. Darren Ransom has gone on to not his last lap. He's going to have 2 more laps to go, including the one he's just started. Last lap ball has not yet been wielded by Stuart Dungate outside our commentary box window. As we watch that fight go on between Justin Griffiths and Pete O'Connor, and there's now some damage, it wasn't already there, to the Griffiths car.
It was there on the first lap, but it's got a bit worse since. It's certainly nowhere near as bad as Paul Clark's car, as Chris Page's car was earlier. Race 2 grid set by fastest laps. I think the grid's going to look quite different to race 1, because there's some drivers like Paul Clark further back who've done a very good lap time here. But for Darren Ransom, looking for win number 5 of the season, is a couple of seconds ahead of Chris Lawrence, who appears to be back up to speed now after that blip he had mid-race when the car slowed on the exit of the Devil's Elbow and he lost the lead of the race. They go through to complete 16 laps, still a couple of seconds between them. Mark Witherington there in 3rd position. So they're all on for really good results, really, aren't they? Ransom for another win and best results of the season for the 2 behind.
Yeah, last lap board is very much out then, as we're watching this battle for the 6th go round. Justin Griffiths and Pete O'Connor around Gerald's Bend. They're chasing after Matt Hipkins and Lewis Richardson. So we've seen that the majority of the field is still within half a minute of the race leader. I think everyone, all the top 14 within 26 seconds.
And 14 drivers have done a lap within 7 tenths of the best lap of the race.
So it shows how competitive this championship is. There is our race lead though, Darren Ransom up towards Shaw's Corner for the final time. It is the last lap of the race. The clock has counted down to 0. He went on to this lap leading by just a shade over 2 seconds, so fairly comfortable. Checkered flag is made ready and it goes out now, so it's a win for Darren Ransom. He takes the checkered flag. He's very pleased with that. Chris Lawrence takes 2nd place. Flash of the lights, a great result. An overall podium for Mark Witherington. He takes 3rd, and a class win as well. Lewis Richardson in 2nd place within class, so that's the kind of solid result that he was looking for. Matt Hipkins 5th, 6th Justin Griffith, 7th Pete O'Connor, 8th Stephen Richardson, 9th Taylor Norton, and 10th Joe DePrato. Josh, just having a look at the spreadsheet, do we think that that's enough as yet for Lewis Richardson?
Yeah, I think he just needed a top 6, so that's certainly done the job. Lewis Richardson, the Class A champion, and I reckon there'll be just a point between him and Ransom for the 2nd overall spot heading into the 2nd race this afternoon, so that's all to play for. So a look at the results.
Yeah, Darren Ransom then the winner after 17 laps of racing. 2.7 seconds he stretches his advantage to in the number 30 car. Over in 2nd place, number 56, Chris Lawrence. 3rd place to number 18, Mark Witherington. He won Class A. 4th to number 7, Lewis Richardson. 2nd in Class A, but doing enough to wrap up the Class A Championship for this season. 5th to number 12, Matt Hipkins. 6th to 55, Justin Griffiths. 6th, 72, Peter O'Connor. 8th to 999, Stephen Richardson. 9th was 28, Taylor Norton. Rounding out the top 10, Joe DePrato with Paul Clark, Matthew Foncia, Christina Lowe and Graham Bishop. All of them, there's 14 within 27 seconds of the overall winner after 17 laps of racing. So that shows how close it was. And a little bit further back, a lap down was Steve Croxford. So was Chris Page and David Redshaw. And Joshua North were both, well, Joshua North on retirement, David Redshaw 3 laps down after an early pit visit after dramas on lap 1 of the race. So very shortly, I think we'll be able to head down to Parc Ferme, and we will in a moment be able to hear, I think, from Kieran Mogg, just waiting for the OK to go down to him. And yeah, we can go down to Kieran Mogg. He's going to be in the pit lane speaking to our top 3 at the end of the Clio race.
Thank you very much. You can see down here that Darren Ransom has just got out to have a chat with Witherington. But we can just quickly jump in with you, Darren. So that was really tight race between you and Chris there.
It was, yeah. I fluffed the start. Too many revs. Don't know what happened to Josh. Shame to see him go out. I think, don't know whether Chris missed a gear coming down the start-finish straight, which he probably did. But yeah, I think if he hadn't done that, he would have been hard to get past, I think. But I'll take that, yeah. Never been here before. First time I've ever didn't test nothing, just jumped straight in. It's been good.
All natural talent.
Yeah, is that what they call it? Yeah, that was hard work though, yeah. Chris made me work for that.
Same again later?
Yeah, I don't know where I'll start on the grid, but yeah, I'll try and do the same later. Hopefully. The car's working well around here, to be fair. I haven't touched it since Browns, I just rolled it off the trailer. And, yeah, but happy with that. Good.
Well, congratulations on the win, and hopefully we'll see you again later as well.
Hopefully.
Cheers, thank you very much. Let's have a quick chat with Chris Lawrence in P2. Find out what happened at the bottom of the dip there. Chris, if I could just jump in a second. Firstly, it was a really tight race, but what happened coming out the last corner?
Just miss gear. I've done it a couple of times this year. It's the new shifter we've got in the car. Don't overdrive it, which is easier said than done, especially when at front. So a little bit annoyed with myself as the race went on. We've gained a misfire between 4th and 5th. It happened in qualifying, so we just need to get to the bottom end of that. But the car's there. I finally turned up. It's took all year, so it's about time, innit?
Well, we've seen you up here a couple of times, but obviously between you and Darren, really even pace, and just a shame about that gear. Do you reckon you can take it to him later on?
I'll give it a good go. I'll try and get off the line like I did for that one. That was a good start. That was my plan. That plan went together. And then, yeah, it's just the pressure when you're at the front, just trying to keep calm, but it happens to everyone. It's just how it goes.
So congratulations on the P2.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll have a quick chat with Mark Witherington. So, class winner, overall P3, and you were keeping it with these boys.
Yeah. I'm still really quite surprised from qualifying, so, yeah, just, yeah, I don't know. We've changed some setups around here and just, yeah, not to sound bad, but it felt easy, and that's amazing. It was just really good. I could see Lewis in the mirror at the start. These two were battling a bit, and I was like, don't back me up into Lewis because then I'll be in trouble. But then, unfortunately, something happened to Josh and he went out of the lead. Then these two seemed to sort of pick up the pace and get going. Then I was with them and away from them and with them and back, but we were all just the gap in my mirror seemed to be getting bigger, and I was just like, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this. And yeah, my first win, first pole. Try and do it again a bit.
Yeah, 100%. Well, hopefully we'll see you up here later today, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, as you can probably hear, there are cars on the grid. The Formula Vs are coming up next.
single-seater action of the day then. First of 2 races today for the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship. The cars already forming upon the grid ahead of their green flag lap before their 15-minute race. And it is, or should be, a full grid. 24 cars, the maximum number of single-seaters that we can start here these days. We had 24 in qualifying, so if they're all there, we've got a full grid today. Last couple of cars just coming into position. This is one where the championship is still to be decided, Josh. I think there's 3 drivers in contention, mathematically at least.
Yeah, that's right, and they are on the third field on the grid. So Matt Harbott's the championship leader, then Leon Frost and John Hughes also contesting it. I think Harbott will need to beat the other 2 in this race if he's to secure it in race 1, so it's a chance it will go to the season finale.
So off they go on their green flag lap. We'll see if we can have a look at how this grid is going to line up. Then there's 1 or 2 that are slow away on the green flag lap. Notably, I can see the number 15 car of Mike Holden. I think he's got his hand in the air now, so he's got problems. But the grid, 93 Leon Frost is on pole position, so he's done what he needed to do with a good solid lap in qualifying, 51.088. John Hughes, number 27, returning to Formula V this season. He's lining up alongside him on the front row of the grid. Matt Harbott, who's the man in the ascendancy coming into this weekend, he lines up 3rd. The inside of row 2 in car number 1. Beside him is someone that you can never rule out, number 61, Pete Belzy in the Spider. Row 3, number 72 is Colin Gregory, and 44 is the car of the Irish driver Dan Polly. Row 4 of the grid, 87 is Jack Wilkinson, and 55 Peter Studer. Row 5 is number 11, Ben Cressy in the ex-championship winning Storm, and Lewis Scholes in number 50, the ex-Steve-O car. Row 6, Paul Maidens is in number 46 in the Shane. Next to him is number 19, Emil Kostanyanov in the Gap. Row 7 of the grid has 3 and 15, 3 being Vaughan Jones and 15 Mike Oldknow. The 8th row, 66 and 47, that's Phil Waterhouse and Matt Topham. The 9th row is 75 Mark Egan in the Ray and Simon Foley in the Maverick. Row 10, 48 is the car of David Story, and it's David Huckle in number 14. Sam Engineering 28 on the inside of row 11 has number 7, Richard Walsh beside him, and it's Chris Wilshire in 59 and John Cressy in number 22 to round out the field, Josh.
So the other championship to be decided here is the Class B cars, and Simon Foley, I think, just needs to finish a race today to do that. I don't think the only car in trouble, though, was Mike Oldknow, was it? David Story might have also been in trouble on that green flag lap. The former front runner in the Star of Mallory, Formula 4 1600 championship back in the 1980s. Right. So it's a shame if he can't make the start. Yeah,
regular racer in the Star of Mallory, Leicester-based driver, 66 years of age now. Yeah, did 750 Formula as well back in the early 1980s. And I say Star of Mallory as well as a well-known name in that championship.
So this should be a pretty intriguing race, shouldn't it?
It should. It's the race with most riding on it today, possibly in terms of the championship. Matt Harbour on home territories from Markfield, not too far away from here. So he'll regard this as one of his 2 home tracks here in Donington Park. But he's got work to do, hasn't he? If he wants to settle it in this race, he needs to get past Leon Frost in the Dominator and John Hughes in the Scarab that he raced 15 years or so ago. Right, we're ready to go. Green flag's waved at the back. The revs are rising, the lights are on, and out they go. And it's a good start by Leon Frost. It's not a good start by John Hughes. Matt Harbour gets away pretty well. And it's going to be Leon Frost leading into the first corner, or is it? Harbour up to 2nd place, certainly. Hughes is down to 5th, which is Belzy 3rd, and Colin Gregory up into 4th position. So he's made a good start in the number 72 Shane. But it's Leon Frost with the best of the starts to this race, getting ahead, well, holding on to the lead from Matt Harbour. But Harbour fast down the back straight, down the Stubby straight. Can he challenge into Lake Essex? I don't think he was able to. Still going to be the blue car. Yes, the blue Dominator ahead as they head through Lake Essex and up towards Shaw's Corner for the first time.
Well, they had a pretty intense battle at Brands Hatch, these 2. There was contact. Harbour ended the race in the gravel, not due to contact, but Moore went down and he went sort of on it, and that really meant he didn't win the championship there and then. But going with them is Belzy. Hughes back to 4th. So he's recovering well, the former runner-up in the championship several years ago. So they're absolutely together in the top 4. Hughes to the outside of Belzy up towards Gerrard's Corner. Leon Frost has held on to the lead here. Big lock up behind from Dan Polly in the web. Both front tyres completely locked up before turning into that corner. Not exactly a big braking zone, is it, at Gerrard's Corner? Pete Belzy's held on to 3rd, though.
He has for the moment, but the red car of Hughes is going to have another nibble. Having a nibble for the lead is Matt Harbour, almost getting an overlap there with Leon Frost. The two AHS dominators right together there, and it is side by side for third. And is Hughes going to go through on the inside line at the first part of the Lake Essex? It looks like he might have done. And Harper is still trying to get alongside for the lead, but Belzy is duking it out. He's trying to go around the outside. Will he get the switch block now? Hughes has gone through on the inside. There's 5 cars together a little bit further back. This is great Formula V racing.
Absolutely right. We didn't have a very good at Brands Hatch. We had a great battle for the lead. Here it looks like we've got battles all the way through the field. Leon Frost hanging on up front then from Matt Harbour, his championship rival. John Hughes now at the third, as you were describing. Jack Wilkinson, he leads Class B, but only just by Will Mailings. They're absolutely nose to tail through Gerrards. They're involved in a battle with Ben Cressy and Peter Studer, who are not Class B runners. But Harbour, despite being in the tow, hasn't been able to get ahead until now of Leon Frost. But Frost on the inside into the S's stays ahead. He really knows here in that he needs Harbour to fall back in the pack if he's got a real championship contention. So maybe what he's trying to do here is bring more people into the battle.
He's really looking, isn't he, to see what Harbour is doing. Is very focused on his mirrors and almost looking over his shoulder if he could possibly do it, to see what Matt Harbour is up to. Now he's got John Hughes involved in this as well. I don't think he'll mind that too much here, but now it's Harbour pulling out of the slipstream of Leon Frost, going to the driver's left for Gerrard's Bend. Danger is that might leave the door open for John Hughes. Hughes doesn't go through it, so it's still Frost leading. Harbour second, Hughes third. Peter Belzy right with them in fourth. These top 4 covered by 0.8 of a second. Dan Polly fifth in the double championship winning Webb. That was when it was in the hands of Graham Gant and then Craig Pollard. He's on his own in fifth. Colin Gregory in sixth. There's announced Hughes going for the lead. Past both of them into Lake Essex. Great move from John Hughes to go from third to first at Lake Essex.
Leon Frost's pace is 2 seconds slower than qualifying, so I think his hope was to bring more people into the race. His hope was not to be passed by somebody else, though. So John Hughes, the new race leader. Frost second, third Harbour, fourth is Belgian. John Hughes, remember, can win this championship battle as well. The driver who finished second in the championship back in 2009. So across the line he comes as the race leader in the Scarab. He hasn't won a race this season. He's come second 6 times, so that's a big aim. Frost is fighting back now, though, on the inside of Gerrard's corner. Can't go through as of yet, but we saw how strong the slipstream can be when you're behind. So Frost for a challenge up towards the S's, I'd imagine, here, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about you, but the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. This is great racing. Frost to the left-hand side again. He was looking to see where Harbour was, wasn't he? Oh, there's contact between the top 2, and Frost and Hughes are both into the barriers and both out of the race, and that is the championship to Matt Harbert.
Maybe that's why you shouldn't be looking across at another driver in a braking zone. I think Leon Frost was focusing too much on other people in this race, wasn't he? And John Hughes, I'm afraid, is absolutely a victim. Nothing he did wrong there at all. And Matt Harbert, Leon Frost is putting his arms up in the air, but there's only one person to blame, I think, in that incident, Ian.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, well, they've both got the same reaction, and I suspect it's probably a good idea if the marshals keep apart. Yellow flags, safety car is being called into action here, with those 2 cars both off at Lake Essex and needing to be recovered. We've got 10 minutes of this race left to go. So again, we've got a safety car out in a Formula V race. They're not great fans of that Formula V drivers, but
don't crash then.
Exactly, exactly what I was about to say. That we only have safety cars when, or almost only have safety cars when there's an incident on track. Yeah, unfortunately, there was definitely an incident on track there between Leon Frost and John Hughes, battling for the lead. Championship, though, decided in favour of Matt Harbour, and I mean, I don't know what his reaction would have been when he saw that unfold only millimetres in front of him, really.
He was never, I don't think, comfortable with going alongside Leon Frost, was he, in that battle that we saw in those opening laps. And he didn't need to beat them, so therefore he was happy to stay behind. And I think maybe he had an idea of what was going to fall out in that battle between those two. I'm afraid that means 2 damaged cars to end the season, doesn't it?
Yeah, and with only a short turnaround before the second race, it's probably unlikely that we're going to see them out again later on this afternoon. Right, give you a rundown on the order. The leader is number 1, Matt Harbert. Second is number 61, Peter Belzy. In third place is number 44, Dan Polly. Fourth is number 72, Colin Gregory. In fifth is number 11, Ben Cressy. In sixth is number 46, our Class B leader, Will Mailings. Seventh is number 55, Peter Studer. Eighth is number 87, Jack Wilkinson. In ninth place is number 50, Louis Scholes. And rounding out the top 10 is Matt Topham, who, touch wood, is so far not putting any oil down this weekend, as he was at Brands Hatch.
No, I just wondered if this might allow Vaughan Jones to have a chance to finish third in the championship, a place he's been finished in so often. I think he needs to be at the front, really, to achieve that, because he's a bit behind. He can do it mathematically, but he needs to be at the front of the field rather than 11th as he is at the moment.
Yeah, he was third in 2022, he was third in 2023, he was third in 2024. I think if he's only fourth this year, that's going to be a major disappointment, isn't it? He's not managed to sort of shake off that position, and probably when he was so he was hoping to go up in the order rather than down.
He's only had a couple of podiums this year, so it's not been quite as successful, I don't think, as previous seasons. So can Pete Belsey do anything about Matt Tarbert here, I wonder? Pete was on the podium in the 2 races at Brands Hatch last time out.
He's won a handful of races over the years as Pete Belsey. This is the ex-championship, but in spite of Jez Clark. We talked about that. This was something that was well over 20 years ago now that Jez Clark won the championship in that car. But nevertheless, once you've won a championship, it's not being taken away from you. But it is still a very quick car to have out there, as is the car just behind it, Dan Polly, who were probably both a bit surprised him as far down as we were in qualifying this morning.
Yeah, he dominated his first out in that car at Donington last year, didn't he? I think the engine blew up in race 2, and you just wonder if that's affected him. He did win the 2 races at Silverstone, though, didn't he, Dan Polly? He's a massively experienced driver. He won the Irish Championship in 2016, but prior to that, he actually raced LMP2 cars at a very high level of racing in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Yeah.
So very experienced driver and a very quick car, so it's sort of surprised I hadn't sort of merged into strong results this year.
Yeah. There's no damage to the barrier, which is good news, but the recovery vehicle has been sent to the scene, or 2 recovery vehicles, as we could see, because both of those cars do need a lift. They can't just be manhandled out of the way by the marshals. So I don't necessarily know how much more time we'll get in this race. There's 6 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, and there's 2 cars to be recovered there. A safety car is just going past that part of the circuit now, and so they'll get on if they can with recovering both of those cars. We'll see if there's time for a little bit of racing before the end of this, but I suspect not very much, if any, Josh.
Matt Harbert on his way to the championship really is a deserving feat, isn't it? Because he's won 7 races so far. This could get 9 by the end of the day. So he's been pretty dominant, really. He was unlucky not to win the championship at Brands Hatch when he fell off the circuit on the Matt Topham oil that you described. He sort of feels unfair that because then the race was red flagged because of the oil, but because he was off the circuit, he wasn't able to be classified, which was unfortunate. Probably would have won the championship then. And he's kept himself out of trouble in this race. It's another back-to-back champion that we've had in the Formula V Championship.
Yeah. Previous one was James Harridge in 2020 and 2021. Before that, it was Paul Smith in 2015 and 2016 and 2012 and 2013. Before that, Martin Farmer in 2010 and 2011. Martin spending more time racing on his feet this time rather than behind the driving seat.
Simon Foley's still going, so he's on course for a Class B title if he finishes this race. He's actually last on the Class B cars. That won't matter if he finishes. Will Mayling's his championship contender. Is leading the way. The 18-year-old who started racing halfway through last year in the ex-Martin Snarey. The ex-Martin Snarey Shane. Yeah. It's the ex-Harridge Maverick that Si Foley is at the wheel of the X6 base driver. He's currently down there in 15th position, but doing what he needs to do. He had class wins at Croft and then 4 on the bounce, 2 at Snetterton and Anglesey that really put him in a strong place in the championship within Class B.
These cars, of course, 1300cc air-cooled VW Beetle engines that power these. Formula V inaugurated back in the late 1960s. And actually just a little bit before Formula Ford in the US now. I think it's basically going to be a bit longer, isn't it, before these cars get recovered, because they can only recover one of them at a time, I think, is the problem that we've got here, because there's 2 of them that tangled. So it's going to be a very limited amount of time that we get for any restart, because there's only 4 minutes to go now. Of course, and Shane. Best lap of the race, that went to John Hughes, didn't it, before the incident. Did a 52.021.
So much slower than they were doing in qualifying because of the battle that they were involved in the type of racing, I think that Leon Frost would sort of ensure. It was weird, there was only 4 cars in the battle because of that, really. You'd expect more cars would have been able to contest the lead battle because of that, but it wasn't happening.
Yeah, the lap record for these cars is a 50.40 for Craig Pollard. Now, that's one of the relatively few lap records in a way that's comparable because it is on the same tyres. Changed tyres in Formula V several years ago now, and the tyres are very durable, but not as quick as the Dunlops that they used to in the Montpelliers now. And so there's quite a few relatively long-established lap records in Formula V, but Craig Pollard mark was only set this weekend 3 years ago.
In the car that Dan Polly's at the wheel of course. So
absolutely. And Craig's gone on to race in F1000, winning the championship
Some
last year.
questions about the nose cone on Peter Studer's car, kind of a 55. So I'm not sure if we can have a look at car 55 in the front of that car, but might have been involved in an incident somewhere along the line. That's the car in 7th place.
See if we can have a look at that. Whether that nose cone is sort of dragging. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's looking like the front section is dragging right along the circuit, right along the surface of the track. So that's why the scrutineer will be having a look at that. It shouldn't be doing that.
So if we don't go racing this time, this might be it, mightn't it? Not sure how we're getting on with the incident. But see if we get a checkered flag this time, or we'll carry on till the end of the 15 minutes.
Let's check, tell there's radio messages going on.
They've got slowed everyone right down in the hope.
Yes, but I think it might be a vain hope, Josh, that we'll be able to get another lap. So
checkered flag.
Indeed it is. So it looks like we're going to get a slightly early checkered flag this time, and because of the issues with the timetable, sensible to do that, because no prospect of a restart, so we might as well just get them to the Parc Ferme area a little bit quicker than we otherwise would. There was no prospect of a restart, and that will allow us to start the next race a little bit earlier than otherwise might have done. So a win for Matt Harbour that wraps up the championship for him from Peter Belty and Dan Polly, but there was only about 4 laps I think of racing.
It's quite an interesting 4 laps.
We've got more in 4 laps than we do in some races in 4 hours, don't we? So so it was good value for the 4 laps from our point of view, but possibly not for a driver who would have been wanting to get more racing laps out of that. But as we said, best way to avoid safety cars and red flags is not to collide with one another, which is unfortunately what happened there.
So Simon Foley also wins the Class B title and all of that.
So Matt Harbert, number 1 the race winner after 10 laps, finishing nominally 1.7 seconds ahead of number 61 Pete Belzy second, 44 Dan Polly was third, 72 Colin Gregory was 4th, 5th number 11 Ben Cressy, 6th number in Class B was number 46 Will Malins, 7th was 55 Peter Studer, 8th was number 87 Jack Wilkinson, 9th was number 50 Lewis Scholes, running out top 10 was number 47 Matt Topham, then it was Vaughan Jones, further back you may see him, Emil Costa-Dinov, Phil Waterhouse and Mark Egan. And if we go back a page, we get to our Class B champions, 32 Simon Foley, Sound Engineer David Tucker, Chris Wilshire, John Cressy. They were the other finishers in that Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship race. All being well, we'll have them out for a second race a little bit later on. I think the cars are being brought into Parc Ferme, so with a bit of luck, here and Mark will find some drivers to talk to. We can go down to him now, I think, or can we not? Let's have a look. We can go down to him now. Yeah, so let's head down to Kieran Mogg in the Parc Ferme area.
Thank you very much. As we can see, Peter Belcy and Dan Polly just congratulating Matt Harbour there on that very dramatic race in which Matt Harbour has been provisionally crowned the 2025 Formula V champion. Let me see if I can just quickly jump in with Matt. Matt, can I just jump in a sec? So provisionally 2025 champion.
Excellent, yeah, a bit underwhelming really, bit of a rubbish race, wasn't it? But yeah, great result. I just wanted to keep my nose clean. I found we had some really good pace in the first few laps and sort of lining up alongside Leon, but he was pretty robust on his defence. So and then John sort of got in the fray as well, and then I could see them all getting a bit tense between them. So I just sat back, and then obviously that was the end of the race. So a bit disappointing end of the race for the 3 of us really, because it's been a great year, but please, it's good. I can relax. So yeah.
No, so obviously you've still got a race later on as well today. So just gonna take it easy, have fun, or what are you going to do?
So we'll try and win, really, I suppose. So yeah, we'll just crack on as we normally do. So yeah, thank you very much.
So, well, congratulations on the win and congratulations on the championship.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. Let's have a quick chat with Peter Belsey. Peter, if I can just jump in a second. Almost a bit of an unexpected P2 for you there.
Yeah, not the longest of races, but still, we were expecting a bit of fireworks in that race, I think, with the championship at stake. So yeah, glad to keep my nose clean, and we'll hope for a race later if the daylight and curfew allows.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, decent pace there. For the second race, obviously, you were, a bit behind them, like a couple of tenths, I think it was, whatever. Do you reckon you could possibly take it to them in the next race?
Yeah, I think if I can stay in the tow, we'll see. I was certainly keeping with them in that battle, so hope to have another go later, proper go.
Absolutely, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Dan Polly now. So, Dan, can I just jump in a second? Again, bit of an unexpected podium for you.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no to it. After the disaster of qualifying earlier, I'm happy to finish third today.
And obviously, the race unfortunately got cut short, but before then it was a proper battle up and down the entire field as well. Like, how difficult was it to try and keep your nose clean for the duration of it?
Well, the riskiest part was the first lap because everyone's vying for position through turn one, but it kind of settled itself out a little bit, a bit of a calm, had a bit of a gap behind me, thankfully, but up front it looked like mayhem, so didn't want to get too close to that. So, but these things happen, so I'll happily accept the third because of it.
And what do you reckon? Repeat it later on today?
Who knows? Never say never. It's I know we're pushed against time, so let's see if the race happens. But fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, cars are on track. Coming up next, we have the hot hatches.
So the cars on their way out onto the circuit for the first race of the day for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, but problems on the way out of the assembly area for Lewis Barker, number 15, the Class A driver, who has been a winner this season. His car, in fact in the last race at Croft, his car very, very slow out of the assembly area, so it looks like he's in problems and probably not going to be able to take the start of the race. Hopefully they can get that car to a position of safety so as not to delay the start of the race. The marshals, rushing across, and he's turning onto the rallycross circuit there were really to get that car out of the way. So hopefully, they're saying, head, keep going, we'll give you a push, we'll get you as far as we possibly can. And we'll then be able to get the race underway without too much delay. There is another green flag lap for these cars once they get around onto the grid. Another good field of cars for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. It runs in 3 different classes. The class is based on power to weight ratio. So Class A is for cars of up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B for cars of up to 175 brake horsepower per tonne. And Class C up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. So 3 different classes. We've also got the invitation class Audi TT of Shay Kavanagh, who has relatively recently switched to that car. But of course we're now got a grid with no pole position driver, Josh.
Lewis Barker was also in the battle of the Class A Championship, wasn't he? Just 11 points behind Lewis Ellis. So that he can potentially have pretty strong championship implications for Lewis Ellis. You can just see on your shot there, 52. Almost, this means he will win the class championship, it would seem.
Certainly will. And there, forming up at the back of the grid, you can see the number 137 car. That is the car of James Hillier, is it not? And he's out here this weekend getting some experience in car racing for the first time, but he's got a storied career in motorcycle racing, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. He was the 2013 Isle of Man TT lightweight race winner. He's had 14 podiums on the island in all the different categories that race there. So this is something a bit different for James Hillier. Did some races in the British Superbike Championship as well, but more he's been more of a road racer, and the cars go on their green flag lap now. It's great to have James on the grid in one of the Suzuki Swift Sports, and has a very good chance of a podium in his first race.
Absolutely right. One of the relatively few cars in Class C at this particular event, and we will see him out, I think, next weekend as well in the Burkitt Relay race. Let's have a look at the grid, though, for this particular race. Again, another 15-minute contest for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So it should have been Lewis Barker, number 15, on pole position, but he's not going to be there. He's out of his car in a safe place on the banking. I think he'll have to watch this race from there. 21, David Walsh on his own on the front row then. Second row is going to be number 22, Tate Taverner, making a return to Hot Hatch, and 84, Matt Wilkins next to him. Row 3 is 52, Lewis Ellis, and 291, Zach Bennell. On to the fourth row. That's where we have the number 7 car of Ryan Barker, and 20, Gordon McMillan, the champion overall this year in his Class B BMW. Row 5 of the grid, 29, Matt Hale, and 277, that's Joshua Turnbull. Row 6, Andrew Idwin in number 67, and 93, Shay Kavanagh. On the 7th row, 226 is Lee Rickard, and 300, Joshua Babin. On the 8th row, 13, Stuart Kennedy, and 120, Rudy McMillan, that's the son of Gordon. The 9th row is 116, Matthew Morgan, and 1, Joshua Hilton. On to row 10, that's where we find the 750 motor for number 14, Trevor Gregory, and 197, Craig Turner. 78, Matt Warren, and 17, Will Bartok on the 11th row. 12th row, 118, Matthew Duffel, and 95, Mark Jones. And at the back, as we've said, number 137, James Hillier on row 13 of the grid. So that's how it's going to line up, Josh. Again, should be another intriguing race.
The pace was very strong in qualifying. So Lewis Barker was half a second under Dan Sylvester's lap record in Class A. Gordon McMillan in Class B was 1.8 seconds underneath the lap record. And Josh Hilton was 1.3 seconds under the Class C lap record in qualifying. They don't set those lap records in the qualifying session, but it shows that the pace today very strong in this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which has got a really strong grid to end the year.
Okay, so we've got the cars forming up on the grid then for I say what's going to be a 15-minute race. There we have David Walsh on his own on pole position, number 21. Tate Taverner in the 22 car has a clear piece of track ahead of him, so we'll see if he can make good use of that. And then you've got Matt Wilkins next to him.
Type R Trophy champion from last year, returning to the 750 Motor Club.
That's right, so see what he can do from row 2 of the grid there. And also be fascinated to see how Gordon McMillan gets underway in this race. In the BMW that's going to start, you can't really see it on the screen because it's hidden behind the Matt Wilkins car. It lines up on the outside of row number 4. Green flag waves at the back, about to get underway then. Red lights go out, we are off and running, and it is a good start by Matt Wilkins actually. And it's side by side, there is McMillan getting almost side by side and almost touching one of the other cars there. It was off on the grass. Shay Kavanagh in the Audi TT is off on the grass on the way up to the first corner. Some bodywork has gone for a Burton, not quite sure who that belonged to, but there's a bit of bodywork flew up into the air, but that's Wilkins I think that's got into the lead of the race from the outside of row number 2. Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, and then it's Tate Taverner second. David Walsh has gone back to third from first on the grid.
There's another car on the grass out of Gerrard's, but he's back on again. There's Gordon McMillan, the champion. He's been on the grass as well at the start of this race. But Wilkins then leading in his Civic Cup spec car. In second is Tate Taverner. Third is David Walsh. Fourth is Lewis Ellis. Going for the Class A champion. Massive moment for Matthew Morgan on the grass. Fully backing it in motorcycle style, but gets into the corner okay. He's just got past Rudy McMillan, having his first outing in this Honda Civic that the family have had for a couple of years. But flying then across the line at the end of the first lap is Matt Wilkins, the Type R Trophy champion from last year. Oh, big moment from David Walsh and his newly purchased car, the ex-Scott Smith machine. I think he is going to get the car stopped eventually. But a big moment for the driver who was in third place.
Yeah, absolutely. So a gap now opens up between second and third. Lewis Ellis is in third position, Tate Taverner in second. Battle further back. This is up on the inside of Gordon McMillan, the number 7 car.
Should be 67.
67 it should be.
7 Ryan Barker, is it? Who's not yet? Ryan Barker, number 7, who's not showing on our screen.
He's got a transponder issue. That's what's confused us. Yeah, 7 Ryan Barker trying to get up the inside of Gordon McMillan there, and there's a spinner. It's the Corrado, Stuart Kennedy. He was off at Crofts and he's been off at Mallory Park as well now, but rejoining the circuit, having had a big moment coming out of Lake Esses. He's back on the track by the time he gets up to the hairpin, thankfully, but a bit of a heart in the mouth moment for him. Lap 2 is completed. Matt Wilkins is ahead by 7 tenths a second from Tate Taverner, and then it's Lewis Ellis in third, Gordon McMillan fourth, and Ryan Barker in 5th, though it was when he came over the line.
Big squeeze on the inside of the devil's elbow for Trevor Gregory for a moment. So Gordon McMillan is still fourth, but yeah, Zach Burnell's gone through, hasn't he? Ahead of Ryan Barker. Zach, who's in a podium finisher in the Western Supermare Beach Race. Not many 750 Weight Club members have done that, but he's under pressure from Barker, who's fighting back. The Sheffield driver in his first season of racing can't come through. Then the Mini with the supercharged car. You can have forced induction cars in hot hatch now, and Matt Hale out in the supercharged Mini Cooper, going well here in 7th place.
Absolutely right. So he's 6th in class because Gordon McMillan, there you can see G-Mac, as it says on his window. He's in Class B, 4th overall.
Set a lap record of 1.3 seconds under the previous mark by Joe Ogales, so huge pace from Gordon McMillan in that 2.8 litre compact.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic effort from Gordon McMillan, taking the fight to these more powerful Class A cars here.
Shame Alex Foden hasn't finished the season because they had a really good battle, those two. They were trading wins in Class B, Foden in the Clio, but I think business commitments took him out of the Croft round and therefore was elected not to race here at Mallory.
Yeah, that's a shame because it could have been a good battle for the championship overall and in Class B involving those two, couldn't it? So there is G-Mac in 4th place still with Zakatak Bernal behind him for the moment. Then it's Ryan Barker 6th, Matt Hale 7th in the Mini. Then 8th over the line is Lee Rickard in another Class B car, one of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy spec cars. And then Andrew Idwin got a big dent in his passenger door now after that incident with Matthew Morgan earlier on, and Matthew Morgan completing the top 10. The Corrado going through as well of Stuart Kennedy in 20th position after experimenting. Yes, there's a few laps to go.
There's Will Bartup, who I think is on course now to finish 2nd in the championship overall in his Citroen Saxo, the Class C champion. Burnell has now gone through ahead of McMillan, and Ryan Barker might be able to do similar here down towards the hairpin, and does. Meanwhile, there's Will Bartup. He's battling up against Class A cars, much more powerful car. Trevor Gregory just ahead. Matt Warren is alongside him. But Warren will go through. The Class C race is being led by Josh Hilton. He has set a new lap record, 1.4 seconds under David Drinkwater's previous mark. So that's pretty mighty.
It certainly is. Really good stuff. Still 2/3 of this race left to go. Matt Wilkinson in by 9/10 of a second. There a bit further back is Joshua Bavin with Joshua Turnbull just behind him. Turnbull in a Class A car, a Class B car for Bavin, but they're both Honda Civic Type Rs. We watch them now as they come off Gerrard's Bend onto the Stebby Straight, getting it pretty much absolutely alongside, battling for 11th position, I think it is here, as they turn their way through. It is the 277 car ahead at the moment of Turnbull as they climb now up the hill. There's Shay Kavanagh alongside Matthew Morgan. Shay Kavanagh in the invitation class Audi TT this weekend, and he's battling for, in fact he's in 11th position, isn't he? It's Bavin and Turnbull battling for the 12th of Baker Parkins.
This is Turnbull's first weekend of racing, possibly. Novice Cross on the back of his car, so going pretty nicely in his first outing. There he is in 277. Novice Cross on the back of the Class A car, running a little bit wider than the car ahead of Matthew Morgan. David Walsh, after that big off, has started to recover places. He's up to 20th. Another Type R Trophy record. There's Josh Hilton, the Class C leader. He's done a 53.735, which is a very impressive lap time indeed. There's Matt Hale in the Mini, the 39-year-old from Essex, former LMA Eurosaloons racer. He's in the 2005 Cooper S. There's Will Bartup, who I think will finish 2nd in the overall championship this season. And he has won Class C on 7 occasions over the course of the year.
Yeah, been very successful, hasn't he, in that sector. Sadly, Class C not quite as well supported this year as it has been in the past, but that's nothing to take away from Bartup's efforts. As we've seen, he's been a giant killing the other classes as well.
His pace is quicker than what David Drinkwater's lap record was. I know it's been thrashed by Josh Hilton, but Bartup is under that pace himself.
Fight for 6th place here. It's BMW versus BMW Mini. It's the compact of Gordon McMillan in the number 20 car there, 2.8 litre engine from the driver from Swindon. Up against him is the number 29 Matt Hale Mini for the driver from Malden. So very close battle between those two for 6th position in 2 different classes. Of course, about 4 seconds behind the cars in front of them, and they've got at least a couple of seconds in hand over Lee Rickard as well now. So it really is just a battle between the two of them at this stage.
There's a good battle going on for the lead of the race. There's just 3/4 of a second between Matt Wilkins and Tate Taverner, who's on the grass, going past the traffic. That gap might be a little bit bigger now between the two of them. They're both lapping very quickly. They're at a 1/10 of a second off of Dan Sylvester's lap record, but it is Wilkins that leads then from Taverner, who had an incident with Gordon McMillan at Brands Hatch a couple of months ago. But this has been a good return to the championship. They're quite a long way ahead of Lewis Ellis, who's on term to win the Class A championship, the former motocross racer. But battle on for the lead of the race, and traffic coming into play now as well.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds is what the gap has gone out to between Matt Wilkins and Tate Taverner. So the Motion Motorsport livery on the side of Matt Wilkins' car. That's the team that prepares that particular car. He's 1.3 seconds clear of Taverner now in the number 22, the man from Leighton Buzzard. Mechanical engineer, been racing for 5 seasons now. Next, John Peerless car, I think this one was, ultimately. Turning away through Shaw's Corner for the 10th time in this race with 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Now, has he been able to put close on Matt Wilkins? I'm not sure that he has. It was just under 1.3 seconds at the start of this lap. Doesn't feel like it's any less than that now. No, it's near 1.4 seconds now. So Wilkins just managing to control that gap, it seems, at the moment over Tate Taverner. Then there's about another 4 seconds or so, 5 seconds or so back to Lewis Ellis in 3rd position in the number 52 car.
Yeah, that's right. He's 3 ahead of Burnell, and I think Lewis Ellis possibly doing enough here to wrap up the Class A championship in this race. But the top 2, they've cleared those 3 slower cars, and there's a bit of a gap to the rest, and they will catch them before the end, I think. So perhaps that is when things could change. There's Lewis Ellis then, who's had a good season. He's had 4 Class A wins this year, including wins at Brands Hatch and Croft for the former motorcycle off-road racer. And the gap between the top 2 comes down this time by about 3/10. So Tate Taverner closing in again. There's lots of battles through the pack. Matthew Morgan in what is 12th place overall, involved back with Joshua Bavin, 2 of the drivers who have done more of the season than some, both in the top dozen of the overall championship. Now, there's a car ahead that might have been leaking fluid. Shea Kavanagh's TT, and it is, and the car behind had a massive moment, so this is far from ideal, really.
Could do with Shea Kavanagh getting off the circuit sooner rather than later, I would say, for the good of everybody else. I mean, he's keeping off the racing line, so that's something. But there's looks like there is some fluid coming out of the back of that car now, the Audi TT. Number 93. Meanwhile, Gordon McMillan still there in 6th place. Matt Hale, the 29th or 39-year-old director from Malden, in 7th.
Lead gap's down to 2/3 of a second. 6/10 between Wilkins and Taverner. They're about to pass the stricken car, Shea Kavanagh, who's off the circuit now. But big battle for the lead of the race. Josh Hilton's Class C car is about to be passed by the recovering David Walsh, who had that off at Gerrard on the opening lap. So Walsh is up to the top 16 or so now. Josh Hilton is leading Class C in that BMW Compact, a champion from last year. Here are the leaders, though, nose to tail, and they are starting the traffic again, Ian. So this has been an interesting final 4 minutes of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the slippery surface flags are now out as well in recognition of that fluid that's going on. They're not out all the way around that part of the circuit he was travelling on, though, I noticed. So possibly it's only part of the circuit that's affected. There's James Hillier's car. Is he waving out of it? Very bizarre. But he's up to a lap down. Here's a good battle. That's a bit further back. It's for 8th and 9th position. And it's Joshua Turnbull getting ahead of Lee Rickard now. So he goes up into 8th place now. Rickard drops back. Gordon McMillan just coming past our commentary position. I could tell you. There's Tate Taverner. And the gap has gone back out to Wilkins again. And he's got that slower car, that Clio, between himself and the race lead. That's the 197 car of Craig Turner, the best prepared car from last season. So Wilkins got a little bit more breathing space than he had a lap ago.
Taverner didn't touch the inside wall there, did he, through the hairpin? It bobbled from the car. as it went through the right-handed corner. But he's carried on, but the lead gap certainly has gone out fairly significantly, up to 1.4 seconds. There's Lewis Ellis in third position, and that'll be 10 points, which would be enough to wrap up the Class A title today.
So, and a change there. Hale has got through ahead of Gordon McMillan now, so that's 6 Class A cars inside the first 6 places. McMillan still leading his class though.
Not a huge amount really, is he? Because Rickard and Hideway not far behind. McMillan has got the fastest lap in Class B still, but he's not that far ahead of the 2 Civics.
No, and lapping in the similar lap time to Rickard now. There's Taverner again, just round the hairpin once more. And again, the gap appears to have gone out to Wilkins a bit further now. It was 1.4 seconds at the beginning of the lap. Might be nudging closer to 2 seconds now. Oh, that's in fact 1.2, so don't listen to me. It's Wilkins that's still fairly comfortably ahead though. There's our Class B leader, Gordon McMillan. Let's see if he can do anything about Hale to get back through, but possibly not at this stage of the race. Only a minute and 40 seconds left to go here.
McMillan leads the class by only about 1.5 seconds or so from Lee Rickard, the 38-year-old from Derby, who's had several podiums this year in Hatch.
Went out a little bit on that lap actually, to close to 3.5–4 seconds I think between them. There's Hale making his way along the Stebby Straight in that top 6 position overall now, so he's going pretty well. He has had a 4th position during the course of the season, so it wouldn't be his best result of the year to date.
Possibly a stronger field today at Mallory though than some of the other rounds.
I would agree with that.
So good to see this. We've had 2 lap records, all in the Class A lap record is so close to going, just a 10th away. Burnell through the traffic now as well. Former British motocross champion. Started the season in Class B, upgraded to this Civic partway through the year. And we are got 30 seconds on the clock. I think there's a lap to go at the end of the lap the leaders are on now.
Yes, because they're just coming through Devil's Elbow with 19 seconds still on the clock. Yeah, last lap board is going to go out this time. It does so to Matt Wilkins with 14 seconds left on the clock, and he leads now by just under 1.5 seconds from Tate Taverner in 2nd place. There's James Hillier, number 137, still 3rd in Class C in this race. He's the final driver still circulating. We've lost during the course of this race Rudy McMillan as well, and Matthew Duffel, both retirements from this race, besides Shane Kavanagh, who we saw pulling off into pit lane.
David Walsh up to 11th now after his spin at Gerrard's earlier. Easily passes Matthew Morgan, and just behind him, a few cars behind him, will be a very sideways Class C leader, Josh Hilton, who's involved in a battle with a Clio, but behind him is the race leader.
Yeah, certainly is, and he's going to come up to the line to take the checkered flag this time, and it goes out now to Matt Wilkins, who wins in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. 7th different winner of this season, and 0.6 of a second the gap is what you're about to say, Josh.
It came right down.
It did come right down. They were comfortably ahead of Lewis Ellis. He was about 10 seconds behind in 3rd place. Zach Burnell takes 4th. It should be Ryan Barker over the line, as he is in 5th position and waiting for 6th.
Change for 2nd in Class B at the hairpin there, Idwin ahead of Rickard.
Hale, meanwhile, gets 6th, McMillan 7th, Joshua Turnbull 8th, and then it should be Idwin coming through next. He does, yes, ahead of Lee Rickard, taking that place, as you say, Josh, on the final lap. Here's Class C. We've got the Class C leader and the Class C 3rd position driver in the same shot there, but it looks like that's going to be won by Joshua Hilton, isn't it, Josh?
Yes, and another win for the reigning champion, a 6th win of the year for Josh Hilton. He won at Donington, Silverstone, Brands Hatch, and now here at Mallory Park, and it's got another lap record to his name. He's got so many of those in Hot Hatch over the last couple of years. But Lewis Ellis, he takes the Class A championship in that race.
Winner was number 84, Matt Wilkins, after 18 laps of racing the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. 2nd was number 22, Tate Taverner. The gap between them just under 0.6 of a second. 3rd was number 52, Lewis Ellis. 4th was 291, Zach Burnell. It was a top 5, in fact, lockout from the Honda Civics Type Rs, because number 7 Ryan Barker was 5th. Then it was the first of the minis, and I think Matt Hale number 29 in 6th. Gordon McMillan won Class B in 7th place overall, ahead of 277 Joshua Turnbull in 8th. 9th was 67 Andrew Widwin. 10th was Lee Rickard. 11th David Walsh, having come back from that early spin. 12th Matthew Morgan, he had contact on that one. 13th Joshua Babin. Trevor Gregory was 14th, so he made a little bit of progress during the course of that race. And then a bit further back down in 15th, it was Joshua Hilton winning Class C. Then Matt Warren, Stuart Kennedy, Craig Turner, Will Barton, Mark Jones and James Hillier completing our finishers. So those were our top 20. We can go down to Kieran Mogg in Park Fermate to talk to successful drivers in Park Hatch.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with Matt. So obviously, race winner, overall winner. That was a difficult one out there.
It was, yeah. These tyres, I've never driven here in this cup in this type of car before, and these tyres do not feel nice around here for some reason. But yeah, went well. Taverner had me under pressure there. He was there ready to pick up the pieces if anything went wrong. So I had a few moments sideways, but all good.
You two almost seem to be a bit of a class of your own, though, out the front. I mean, I just spotted going into the hairpin every lap. You two were just so on it compared to some of the other people as well. Like, so have you been here before?
I've been here in the Type R Trophy, raced here quite a bit in the Type R Trophy, and really always enjoyed that. And it's a pleasure to finish with my best mate on the podium. So yeah, all good, mate. Enjoyed it.
Same again later?
Yep. Hopefully, if they've got time to run our last race, yeah. But
kind of Sparky Dave.
I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, Sparky Dave, our mate, went off at turn 1. Just went into turn 1, just went too hot, straight onto the grass.
He got his wheel on the grass and just span around, basically.
On the start?
And I think it was like, yeah, second or third lap, yeah.
It's a new car to him, so he's just getting used to it. So it's the first time he's driven it. But he's definitely got the pace.
All right, well, congratulations, obviously, on the win.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. A Class B winner as well, obviously, very busy out there for you.
It was pretty busy. I had a queue of Class A cars behind me, and I want to let them through, but you just don't know if there's a Class B car lurking amongst them, so you've got to kind of let them through slowly. But yeah, it's good. That's good. That's wrapped up the championship for sure now. Happy with that.
And how good is this car around a circuit like this? So we've been speaking to a lot of front-wheel drive cars today. Obviously, rear-wheel drive, a bit different in the way that it handles. How difficult is it for this car on this track?
Oh, it's rubbish. Load of rubbish. Terrible car to drive. Yeah. No, she's great. She's really good. Really planted. Going into and around Gerrard, she's really good. Perfect.
So, same again later?
Yeah, if I come out, I might go and have a glass of champagne and just quit for the day, but you might see me later, yeah.
What, drunk in the bar up there?
Yeah.
All right, congratulations anyway.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, thank you. We'll go to our Class C winner. So again, very, very busy race for you out there.
Hectic, yeah. Definitely, to say the least. Good hard race, so I enjoyed that. Never been here before, so was good experience. Liked it very much.
And how do you deal with the traffic? Because obviously it's quite a narrow circuit here as well. Very fast, very slipstream friendly. How did you deal with the traffic out there?
I just have to be very wary because I'm only a Class C. I have to be wary of the faster cars behind me and know just when to just give it up, basically. But yeah.
Same again later, do you reckon?
Hopefully, yeah.
Awesome. Well, look forward to seeing it.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. So that is the first lot of racing for all of the races now. So we've had one race for every single category that is here. So now we've got race 2 for all of them coming up. So first up, I can't even talk now. First up is the Swift Challenge. But just before that, we go to a quick ad break. So don't go anywhere. For the second race of the day for the Swift Sport Challenge.
which we had the one race before lunch, which was red flagged a little bit early because there was a lot of fluid put down by Eric Simon's car. So it was an early red flag because there was cars flying off the circuit everywhere. But hopefully we won't have any of that, and we'll have a good, entertaining race this time, as we did earlier on. The cars are now being released, I can see, out of the assembly area and onto the circuit ahead of this second 15-minute race. The earlier race won by ex-British GT racer James Saggers from Louis Woodward and Connor Forster, the top three, in an amended result because there was a time penalty given to Shea Brennan for some contact that he was involved in during the course of that race. Josh, if you had a look at what that means for the novice championship.
Yeah, so that made quite a big difference because not just the penalty, but the penalty points as well have made a difference. I'll bring that to you on the other video.
Okay, so pole position for this one is number 25, James Saggers. Besides him is number 87, Louis Woodward. It's based on the results of race 1. Second row is number 198, Connor Forster, and 19, Archie Weymouth. Alfie Weymouth even. Third row of the grid, it's 821, Aaron Mullen, and 191, which is Nick Peters. On the fourth row of the grid, it's 123, that's Connor Craven, and 88, Jake Boydell, Silverstone race winner. Row 5 is 93, Alex Povey, and 8, Shea Brennan, having incurred that penalty. Row 6, 99, Lewis Noon, and 27, Sam Copeland. On the seventh row of the grid, it's going to be 18, Thomas Littlechild, and 73, Luke Jones. Row 8 will be 31, Melanie Griffiths, and 2, Jonathan Woolley. Row 9, 89, Archie Carter, and 555, Jonathan Leeson. Row 10, 9, Gary Stanford, and 72, Izzy Woolley. Row 11, 155, Shane Tweedy, and 137, James Hillier, and 77, Eric Simons at the back. It's going to be a 12-minute race, by the way, because of the early delays. But Josh, you were saying about the novice championship.
Yeah, so I reckon Connor Craven's 4 ahead now of Shea Brennan. But for second in the championship, they're still second and third. But James Saggers, perhaps unexpectedly, has brought himself right into that. He's only a further point back, and then another point to Jake Boydell. So there's 6 points between Craven, Brennan, Saggers, Boydell for second in the championship.
Okay, so there's 4 of them basically still disputing that. That's quite exciting, isn't it?
Because Saggers is at the front of the grid, he's probably actually in the strongest position.
He is.
I'd suggest.
It's 15 points for a win, isn't it? In this, 12 points for second, 10 for third, and so forth.
And Alfie and Matt Weymouth have almost won the team challenge. The only way they can be beaten now is Lewis Noon wins this race, which is probably unlikely.
I would think so. But anyways, we've had some strange things going already today, so who knows what might happen. Had the green flag, I think, at the back. Not quite, we had the green flag at the back of the grid because there is car still forming up, but we do have the countdown procedure already underway. And shortly we'll be off and running. So this grid set by the results of race 1. It was brought to a slightly premature conclusion, but it was a very hectic race for the Swift Sport Challenge, which is new this year. It's been really fascinating to see lots of novice drivers, lots of young drivers. I think we've got 4 drivers on the grid under the age of 18, which is fantastic. It's what it's all about, bringing new people into the sport. Lights go out and the race gets underway. Good start by James Saggers from pole position. Pretty good start as well from the second row of the grid by 198, which is Connor Forster. He's trying to get himself alongside Louis Woodward as they head up towards the first corner at Gerrard's Bend, but it is Woodward second and Forster in third place. No, he goes through on the inside, does he? Forster to take second place away. Yes, he does, I think. And then fourth, I think, is the car of, is that Aaron Mullen, I think, that's moved his way up to fourth ahead of Alfie Weymouth, who's lost a few positions actually. It looks like Forster's going to lose out to Woodward, is he, as they head into the S's. They're still side by side, mirror to mirror. Forster later on the brakes, looks like he's just about made it stick, has he, for second place. But look at this big lead that they've gifted to James Saggers. This could be useful for P2 in the championship.
Aaron Mullen was massively sideways through the S's, the former autograss racer. They all brake super late. Look at Shea Brennan trying to gain positions, but Connor Craven's made even more progress, the 2 novice championship contenders. But Forster making that good move, the driver who scored his first podium earlier on today, up into second place, and now pulling away from Louis Woodward and going after the leader. They're side by side for fourth. Connor Craven from 7th on the grid up into 4th position, or is he? Because Aaron Mullen on the inside fights back to stay ahead. Shea Brennan equally making good progress. He's on the outside of Jake Boydell, another driver in the battle, but second in the championship.
Fantastic stuff this on the opening lap or so of the race. It's a slightly shorter race, remember, 12 minutes rather than 15, but they'll still get probably 12 laps, maybe even 13 laps out of that. We'll wait and see as they head down the back straight. One of them trying to make up a move. It looked like Weymouth there was trying to get back ahead of Jake Boydell. He had a bad start to the race because he started on P4 of the grid, did Alfie Weymouth. It's Saggers leading, Forster second, Woodward sort of looking this way and that in third place, trying to make up ground. And Craven and Mullen, and it's Weymouth that's he's got a bit of a nudge on the back
that
there
helped.
from Nick Peters. Yeah, that gave him a bit of impetus on the way out of the hairpin. Great racing.
Absolutely right. James Hillier's in this race after being in the last one, so he quickly ground himself onto the grid. But fastest lap from Mullen in 4th position. They're all concertina up front. They're in the 58s. He got into the 57s earlier. But Aaron Mullen, who disappointed not to get his first podium this morning, up in 4th position and chasing after Louis Woodward on the opening laps of this race. But it is Saggers then that leads, the ex-Radical champion. In 2nd place is Forster in the 198 car, the 16-year-old from Cambridgeshire, the former autocross racer, and Louis Woodward in 3rd place, the former BMW race winner. Then Aaron Mullen is next. Woodward having a look at Forster, but they seem to be getting closer to the leader. Here comes Brennan round the outside of his championship rival Craven. The two novice championship contenders are side by side as they come off the Shaw's hairpin. On the inside is 8 Brennan, on the outside is 1, 2, 3 Craven, and Brennan is absolutely on a mission, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing his very best to try and finish ahead in the novice championship with 9 minutes of the race left to go, though. It's James Saggers leading by 3/36 of a second, and Connor Forster in second. Forster's just done the best lap of the race. Then it's Woodward, then it's Mullen, then it's Brennan. But this battle still goes on between these two, Shea Brennan and Connor Craven. 5th overall, and this for 3rd and 4th within the novice point standings for this race as well. Top 4 have pulled away a little bit though from this battle, haven't they? And it's another novice driver, Alfie Weymouth, that's also involved in this scrap as well. He's trying to grab onto their coattails. Jake Boydell's a little bit further back in 8th place. But for the lead overall, it's a good scrap as well, because Connor Forster, also a novice, not letting the race leader James Saggers get away.
Well, there's 10 cars in a leading queue at the moment, aren't there? So this is absolutely fantastic stuff to end the season for the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. A good run through the Devil's Elbow for Connor Forster. He's right in the toe of James Saggers as they head up towards Gerrard's corner. Is there going to be a challenge for the lead up towards turn 1? Right there on the boot lid of James Saggers. He's so experienced. It's going to be so hard for Forster to get through. In 8th place, Boydell sets the fastest lap. The top 9 cars are separated by 4 seconds.
Absolutely brilliant racing, and Boydell with that fast lap 58.008 now in 8th position. So really any of these drivers would be capable of running at the front of the field, you feel, if qualifying had just gone their way. But it's Saggers in the ascendancy because it was a grid based on the result of race number 1. He's ahead of Connor Forster. It was only by 15 hundredths at the start of the lap. And then it's Woodward in 3rd, 116 trophy racer as well, as was. And then it's Aaron Mullen 4th, then Shea Brennan 5th. But the pack seems to be, if anything, closing up even more, with the possible exception that is that just James Saggers making a very slight break as he comes across the line to complete lap 5.
It's pretty slight, isn't it? Half a second or so. If it stays as it is, Saggers will get 2nd in the championship. And it didn't look like that would be possible, really, at all. A couple of metres, though. He was miles behind Brennan and Craven, who didn't really have a great time at Croft, and where Saggers got his first podium. Battles right through the field. Maddie Griffiths has just been passed by James Hillier down the inside. Griffiths in her first season of car racing. Hillier in his first day of car racing, but massively experienced road racing motorcycle racer with 14 Isle of Man TT podiums. Forster trims the grass there through the S's. That's allowed Saggers to get a slightly bigger margin. There's Aaron Mullen right on the tail of Louis Woodward. It'd be good, really, to see Mullen get up onto the podium after that looked like it was going to happen in race 1 before a slight moment. Shea Brennan, fastest lap of the race, so that's a bonus point going his way.
Could be important. There's Archie Carter, number 89. He's making a place on number 18 car of Thomas Littlechild there. That is for 13th and 14th positions, a little bit further back down the order, but this whole field embroiled in a fantastic scrap. Wherever they are down the field, there's battles for everyone, it seems to me. James Saggers now eking out a 9/10 of a second advantage. Oh, moment there is for Carter, just ahead of Littlechild. So they're turning their way through. This outside the top 10, I was saying. There is the 99 car of Noon, isn't it, that is there in 10th position. And then it's this next group, headed by Sam Copeland. for 11th place in the number 27 car, but back towards the front of the field because Louis Woodward looking to try and find a way past Connor Forster.
Someone was going off. It's Nick Peters, isn't it, from the back of the group. So he'll be able to rejoin, but losing position. So it's down to 8 in our leading train, although Alfie Weymouth and Jake Boydell just losing touch to the top 6. But Saggers is a second ahead now, so that's good news. The driver who's trying to get second in this championship battle that is going on. Super close. We took Adam Blair out of this season. It would have been extraordinary season decider, this, wouldn't it?
It would. He has 6 wins and wrapped the championship last time out at Croft, so he's not competing this weekend, but that's probably to the benefit of everyone else and certainly the benefit of us because this is a fantastic race. Connor Forster at the head of the group for second now, but you can see that James Saggers is increasingly just able to drive away now. I think now he's broken the toe, he's out on his own. He's probably going to win this race. Second is going to be Forster, side by side a bit further that back. That's Brennan trying to go around the outside of Mullen for 5th place. He's certainly pulled away from Connor Craven now, trying to put a car between himself and his novice class rival as well. Josh is having a look at the spreadsheet to see what this would do, and he has got ahead of Mullen now and up into 4th position. As almost coming to a stop there at the hairpin is the number 2 car, Jonathan Woolley, up there at Shaw's Corner.
Brennan needs one more place to equal Craven in the novice championship here, I think. He had those 3 points deducted for 3 points on his licence in the earlier race, I think. Hopefully that's accurate. So they turn their way through Gerrard's corner, and if Brennan can make one more place, they will be equal, which would go Craven's way, would it not? So I think perhaps 2 more places he might need. But he's certainly on a mission, and Brennan has worked out how to go around the outside of people as that gets kicked up at the S's. Worked out how to go around the outside of people at the S's because he's done it on so many occasions now, as Shea Brennan. Yeah. And he's going again round the outside of Louis Woodward, late on the brakes for the 17-year-old Brennan, but Woodward, the more experienced driver, squeezes him out wide, and he's going to lose the spot instead, isn't he, to Aaron Mullen by the looks of it.
He's going to try to avoid that as they come through Devil's Elbow. He is just about going to avoid it. He's going to have his nose ahead as they sweep through the left-hander and over the timing line. It is actually Mullen that is slightly ahead of Brennan. That might change around again by the time they get up towards Gerrard's Bend, though. Let's have a look. We can see this on screen. Brennan on the outside line, Mullen on the inside line. The teenager trying to go around the outside of the 821 car. Mullen, both of them with the novice crosses on it, and I think it's Mullen that's just about held on. So this is not what Shea Brennan's needing. He needs to go forwards, not back, if he's going to stand any chance of defeating Connor Craven in the battle for the novice class honours. What's the situation for second overall as well?
That's still Saggers by 3 points on Craven, but back through has gone Brennan, back ahead through the S's, back into 4th position, but that's allowed Louis Woodward to get away a bit, and now he realises if you go around the outside of Louis Woodward, you might not be shown as much road as some of the others gave him, and Craven might be able to get a place in this, which would be equally be bad news for Brennan. So if battles can continue back outside the top 10, you don't gain any points for gaining positions in these battles, but it's absolutely fantastic to see. I suspect next year more drivers will get points, won't there? Be a different point system, I'd imagine, in the Swiftport Challenge. Yeah. So these drivers outside the top 10 are battling for points themselves. But 2 seconds, massive gap for James Saggers up front with a couple of minutes to go.
Yes, it is badged as the Swiss Sport Challenge. Technically, it's part of the Hot Hats Championship as a separate class, which is why it has this particular point structure. There we go then. That's the 93 car just going through shot there, but we're back to this battle it seems to have pacified a little bit for the moment. It's got Connor Craven at the back of it. He's in 6th spot. There's James Saggers, our race leader. There is Connor Forster, 198 in 2nd place. 87, Louis Woodward is 3rd. Then it's Shea Brennan 4th. Can he get ahead of Louis Woodward? He's only got 1 minute and 20 seconds, so probably there'll be 1 or 2 more laps left to go. Probably 2, I think, left to go, because over the line now goes James Saggers. So yeah, they'll have time for 2 more laps here, Josh.
Yeah, this battle's pretty epic, isn't it? They've got 6 of them in it outside of top 10, including Jonathan Woolley on his return to race in the former Stock Hatch front runner. Got James Hillier at the back of it, the 14-time Isle of Man TT podium finisher. So he's getting well involved. Of course, Isle of Man TT is a time trial, isn't it, rather than a race like this is, although he has competed in motorcycle races before, competing in the British Superbike Championship, for example. But you've got Archie Carter and Alex Povey, who are nose to tail for 12th and 13th positions as they turn their way through Gerrard's corner on this penultimate lap of the race. Further up, Brennan is starting to close back in, isn't he, on this second place battle. Here they all come down towards the short hairpin. There are some bigger gaps. but Forster's still there ahead, and then you've got this 6-car battle for 11th place being led by Sam Copeland, the 34-year-old from Cornwall, who raced in the 116 trophy last year.
Yeah, didn't have a particularly happy time at Croft last time, which is just about the worst circuit to have a bad weekend at when you've got to go back to Cornwall. But he's having a better weekend here, involved in the thick of the battle. The last lap board has now gone out, though, to the race lead, which is James Saggers. He's 2.8 seconds clear of the rest. Just focusing in on this battle for 11th, though. There's 4 in it, and then a couple of those tagging along behind at the back, which are Woolley and James Hillier, the 2 black cars side by side now. That's the 93 car of Alex Povey, the 18 car of Thomas Littlechild. They're going wheel to wheel, Littlechild with the green wheels. But James Saggers up to the hairpin for the final time. He's built this lead throughout the race as others have been battling. Looks like he's going to take the checkered flag, but they're going to go almost 3 abreast of thought for a moment, going into Lake Esses a bit further back. Littlechild and 18 still at it, but here comes James Saggers through Devil's Elbow for the final time. Checker flag is about to go out to him, and James Saggers it is that gets the win. Second place goes the way of Connor Forster, third to Lou Woodward, fourth to Shay Brennan, fifth to Aaron Mullen, sixth to Connor Craven. And I think I'm right in saying, Josh, that therefore means second in the championship to James Saggers and the novice award to Connor Craven.
By a point, I think, from Shay Brennan. We'll get official confirmation from that in the week, I suspect, from 750 Motor Club. But those 3 penalty points that Shay Brennan picked up for that contact that we saw at the hairpin in race 1 is what made the difference, I think, in all of that. But what a season it's been between the two of them, particularly the first half of the year. They were trading wins in the novice class and getting overall podiums quite often.
Yep.
Shay Brennan and Connor Craven, and it all came to a point at the end of this season.
But it's been a good end to the season for Connor Forster, hasn't it? Because he's had, I think, is it 4 wins in a row now?
That's right.
At the end of the season, 2 at Croft and 2 here at Mallory Park in the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge here. So he's had a good run at the end of the season. Not sure how far he would have been behind them in the points, but he's certainly had a good run at the end of the year.
30 or so.
Okay, but and that's the way this point structure works. Let's have a look at the result then. 25 James Saggers, the winner again for the second time today in the Absolute Alignment Swift Sport Challenge. He was 3 seconds ahead of 198 Connor Forster in second in the novice class. Third was number 87 Mary Woodward. Fourth was number 8 Shay Brennan. Fifth was 821 Aaron Mullen. In sixth was 123 Connor Craven. Seventh number 19 Alfie Raymond. Eighth number 88 Jake Windell. Ninth was 99 Lewis Neal, and Nick Peters 191 Spider Speed rounding out the top 10. Then the next battle headed by Sam Copeland, then Archie Carter, Tom Littlechild and Alex Povey. Within 15th position James Hillier, Jonathan Woolley 16th. And then I think we had everyone finished, didn't we?
Yeah.
Luke Jones, Buddy Griffiths, Shane Tweedy, Gary Stanford, Izzy Woolley, Eric Simons, Jonathan Leeson running out the field.
And they got the Simons car back out after whatever the problem was.
They did, and it got ahead of Jonathan Leeson as well before the end of the race. So that was great news for Eric Simons. So we can head down now to Parc Ferme, where it's going to be Kieran Mogg speaking with our top 3 from the Swift Sport Challenge.
Thank you very much down here with James and 2 from 2.
Yeah, great into the day and the season. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we really found the pace, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, good circuit.
It seemed pretty tough out there, but obviously 2 races about the same, and this obviously race, thankfully, was a bit more sedate than the last one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and we managed to finish it, and there was no oil over the track, so that was good. And it was a great circuit, great day, and they weren't too far behind either, so they were all pushing. It was good. Yeah.
Real nice way to end the day and the season, obviously, for you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. So have a quick chat with Connor Forrester. Where has he gone? He's over there, I think. We try and jump in here with Connor. Connor, very close. Obviously couldn't quite get the win, but it's a good effort.
It was a brilliant race. First time ever driving this car. So my dad sold mine. Thank you to Justin, my dad, and thank you to Carl Taylor for taking me, and Vic and everyone. And if anyone's helped me, thank you very much for this year, and I'll see you guys again hopefully soon.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Have a very quick chat with Lewis once again on the podium. Obviously, very, very well done. Obviously, difficult race out there, but looked good.
Yeah, no, it was good. Obviously, it's a small circuit, not many places to overtake, but yeah, really happy. Good end to the season to be on the podium, and we'll be back next year, so really looking forward to it.
Well, congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Sorry, we're having to rush because the cars are out on the grid and there's no green flag lap. See a big embrace here between two of the drivers, and I believe that makes you the novice champion.
I hope so. Oh, sorry, I'm out of breath.
looks how much you can see how much obviously it takes it out of you. But yeah, obviously it's provisional. But from what we've heard, it does make you the champion. Which is, how does that feel?
Yeah, I was shaking past when I had the brake on, so I thought, we're on the back foot here. Yeah. And then he overtook Mullen. I thought, this is going really bad. Yeah. I knew if he overtook one more car, that was it. It was just a case of hanging on. I've had bits fall off the car. I've had my trackings all over the place. Yeah. It was, it was an emotional one.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Really well done.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. Well, there's cars on the track now. So coming up next, we have the Mazda 7s.
Well, technically this is race 2 for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship, but there was no result declared for race 1, which was twice red flagged earlier on today. The grid lining up for the second race of the day based on second fastest qualifying times, with number 87 Craig Land on pole position, and besides him the number 22 car of Tom Collar should have been there, but he was involved in one of the incidents, so is not. So it's going to be on the second row of the grid, 25 David Bowen and 66 Lucas Batt. Third row will be 3 Callum Barnes and 35 Nathan Winter. Just look out the window to see who is actually there of these. So you can now see that grid on the screen. The fourth row of the grid is going to be 55 Mark Crawford and 79 Ayrton Rogers. Row 5 is 69 Lee Rogers and 43 David Mason. Row 7 is also complete. Row 6, 99 Martin Shelton and 5 Ian Wells. So too is row 7, 8 Paul Southwell and 15 Matt Grow. Row 8, 47 Lewis Penzone Smith and 73 Simon Walker. I don't think we'll see number 7 Luke Mason or 88 Paul Southwell. No, we don't on row 9, and row 10 should be number 26 Ross Florum on his own. Yes, he is. So, going to be a 12-minute race, as they all are, up until the end of the day. Green flag is waved at the back. 5-second board is shown. About to go racing then for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Fingers crossed for a cleaner race this time. Race gets underway. Good start from Craig Land on his own on the front of the grid. From the second row, it's David Bowen getting alongside Lucas back there. And there is some contact further back. There's 2 of them into the barriers on the left-hand side of the circuit. One of them looks to be Lee Rogers.
Mark Crawford again. He's been involved in both the start line incidents today.
Okay, so we'll see what happens with those. The cars making their way out of Gerrard's Bend, though. It is Craig Land leading. It's side by side for second place, though. Lucas Batt on the inside line, David Bowen on the outside line.
Huge slide for Batt through the middle of the S's.
Safety car is going to be out yet, so yellow flags are waving. No surprise that there's some kind of intervention. Those 2 cars are still stranded on the left-hand side of the circuit. They connected with each other and the barriers. Both drivers out of the car, though, so that is good to see. Mark Crawford in the number 55 car and the number 69 car, wasn't it, that's Lee Rogers. And now that's been upgraded, in fact, to a red flag, with I think the officials realising that it might just take a little bit too long to try and clear those that incident underneath the yellow flag, Josh.
This is bizarre, because whenever you know Mazda 7 driving standards and what incidents to happen, and it's just been a whole day of it. It's very, very odd.
It is, yes. There's been a lot of it today. It's unusual for the Mazda 7s to have this number of incidents. Not sure we've had this many all through the season, really, of this magnitude. It's a shame that it's all happened today here at Mallory Park. Rescue vehicle is on the scene. As I say, driver's already out of the car, so that is good. They'll go off to the medical centre to make sure that they are okay, and then it's a question of getting the cars cleared out of the way as well. And then we'll be hopefully able to go racing again. Of course, we then have to make sure that everyone's back into position once again in terms of the rescue units and doctors and ambulances and so forth once the cars have been cleared. So there is going to be a little bit of a delay before racing is able to resume. We can see the scene here at Mallory Park. It's been an overcast day at Mallory Park. I think it's going to be the last of these overcast days, where now we're just going to get some wet and unsettled days, I think, coming up over the next week. I'm not sure what the latest forecast is for the Birkett Relay race either. I'll have to have a look at that in a moment. It's probably going to be wet. Josh is just getting that up on his screen for me now. Next Saturday. Oh no, actually, it's going to be cold, but it looks like it's going to be bright at least. Yeah, okay, fingers crossed we might get away with it. There's a small chance of rain, but fingers crossed we'll get away with that at the Burkitt Relay race next week.
You might have to order the heating for the commentary room.
Yes, I'll take my extra coat, I think. But yes, cars forming up on the grid, and yes, I think we can see why there is the attention from the rescue unit there. Although the drivers were concerned, we've got to make sure that all of the other marshals and officials are well as well. Just checking the barriers are intact as well after that contact.
Has it hit a gate or something in all of this?
I don't know if it's just the sort of there is a gate there, I think, so that's where the contact happened. I think that's a sort of pedestrian gate that may be used for when some of the athletics events, the triathlon and so forth, to take drivers off the circuit onto the perimeter road. So that's possibly what the contact was with. So yeah, all very unfortunate that we've had these incidents today in the Mazda 7s. You can see the recovery trucks now making their way out onto the circuit, and they will try to get this cleared as soon as possible and to get more racing in. But there is some barrier damage, I'm hearing, as well, so it could be a little while before we are able to get going again here at Mallory Park, Josh.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? And because of what happened earlier, you wonder if they will try and run this race or we'll carry on with the meeting. We'll get that information when I guess see how long the barriers take to need fixing.
Yeah, we'll find out for you just as soon as we can. But I think what we'll do in the meantime is we will, if we can, take another short break here at Mallory Park.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Well, here at Mallory Park, we had that red flag in the Mazda 7s, and we've just had the news, Josh, that the race is not going to be restarted. So that is a real disappointing way to end the season for the Mazda 7s, with effectively no race at all for them today, with 3 red flags.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not surprised, because we've 4 races to come after this. We had a lack of time in the day, didn't we? And it had already caused, well, really all of our delays, haven't they, today, the Mazda 7s. So therefore, both their races really have been abandoned, therefore, this weekend. And they were one of the championships this year where everything had run smoothly. They got through their opening 12 rounds of the season. It looked like they would get their full complement, but not weather affected like most of the other categories have been this season. But unfortunately, driving incidents have caused these delays, which means the race can't go ahead. But with the barrier to be fixed and more racing to come, not a surprising move, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's the right thing. It's unfortunate for those drivers that have kept their noses clean, which is still the majority of them in the Mazda 7s. But to be fair to the other categories racing here this weekend that haven't caused these same problems, I think it's the right thing to do to give them the best shot of getting their remaining races in. There is still 4 races to come. The Race on Parts Historic 750 Formula Series cars are hurriedly arriving in the assembly area now, so that as soon as we're able to, we'll get going for their handicap race. And then after that, there's the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, the Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship, and the PPS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. We'd already reduced all of those races to a 12-minute duration, so we'll see if there's any more reduction after that.
So coming up next is the handicap race for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series.
So we'll have the cars out on the circuit very soon. The Mazda 7 is still clearing the grid. Of course, the one event that's not effectively a timed event is the handicap race. And the handicap will have been set. So we're understanding that it's going to be a 15-lap race. We should possibly get some clarification for that.
We have got on our timing screen 12 minutes. I wonder if it's 15 laps, which it won't be, or 12 minutes, which might help those who aren't as fast, basically.
I will see if I can clarify what the situation is.
Because the thing is, you can't change the handicap for everybody really quickly.
No.
So it's just going to disadvantage one or the other, depending whatever way you do this. So we'll see what happens. But the handicap coming up next, something that was involved in British motorsport, particularly back in the early days. Handicap races were a much more common feature, now a much rarer part of British motorsport.
Well, yeah, back in the day, of course, most 750 Motor Club race meetings would finish with an all-comers handicap race for all of the different categories that had raced there that day, not just for one category. Anyone that was taking part in the meeting was able to take part, and it would usually be a very eclectic mix of cars that you'd have racing together. But these days, much more of a rarity, and confined really to historic 750. I'm trying to think of anything else.
Vintage Sports Car
Vintage Sports Car Club, yeah, they run handicaps as well. But
and obviously the Burkitt Relay.
Aside from that, which is a sort of slightly different format of handicap race in any case. But yeah, you don't see too many others. I guess it can be a bit confusing, but it can be kind of intriguing as well, in terms of the sort of way the race should unwind. With the theory being that all of the cars cross the line absolutely together at the end of the race.
Which nearly happened at Gadwell Park, one very close finish in the other handicap race we had this year, which was very close finish. It was won by Graham Wilson from Gary Brandon and Joseph Zosho. But I think we have 4 cars separated by less than a second, so very entertaining way to finish that. So from the front to back, we're due to have 55-second start difference, which is quite a tight way of doing this, I think.
Yeah, but the cars that will be going off first will be very slow, won't they? Relatively slow.
Not necessarily, because they're not cars with credit laps.
Okay,
so.
Right. It'll all work out fine, Josh. I've only seen it go wrong once in a handicap race, really wrong, which was I think it was a Mallock race, celebrating an anniversary of Mallock's. So a lot of clubman's cars, so fairly quick cars. On the Silverstone National Circuit, where they do come around quite quickly. Yeah, it didn't work out. We had to red flag that. So hopefully that won't be the case with the historic 750 Formula handicap race that we're about to see. Cars still in the assembly area.
We were told when we were in our break it should be about 10 minutes to fix the barrier, so not as long as a delay as you might be concerned of.
Well, it looks like the circuit van is moving away, which is probably a decent sign.
You can see there's a member of staff with a drill that's putting I think the last bolts back into the gate, and that looks like that might be done. Pretty much.
And the cars are cleared as well. The drivers have already got off to the medical centre, and hopefully we'll be getting the cars out onto the grid for the handicap race shortly. So they will form up on the grid, but they won't go all off at the same time. This is the sort of point of the handicap race, if I can get my mouse in the right place. They will have, some of them will have 1 credit lap, some 2 and 1. I think just one driver has 3 credit laps, don't they? Which means that basically they will have to do 3 fewer laps to cover the same, be classified as covering the same distance in the race. But we've got, I think, 5 cars going off scratch, albeit one with 1 credit lap and one with 2 credit laps within that group. And then they're going at sort of intervals 11, 15, 24, 40, 44, 48 and 55 seconds after the first cars go.
It's very precise now, doing it per second, isn't it? Where probably in the past it would be done every 5 seconds or so.
Yes, so there'll be cars will be flagged off with the Union flag. It's Trevor Gregory actually that's wielding the Union flag there. He's just practicing his technique for dropping it, and he and Giles Greenbridge will walk down the grid, waving them off as they go. But of course we've got to go have the cars out there first, Josh.
How do you leave the circuit here when you're doing the flagging?
I'm not quite sure. I think there was a gap in the barrier behind the.
I'm glad I'm not doing
behind race control.
I'm quite pleased to be here.
I think I'm with you. It's quite warm in here as well, isn't it? As well, actually, heating's on in the commentary box. Anyway, the cars are now heading out onto the circuit, so there'll be no further green flag laps. So once they get around and onto the grid, they'll then start to be flagged away.
There's a problem for one car that's been stopped by the scrutineer.
Ooh, who's that?
That is a great question.
Yeah, can't tell from this angle which car that is that has been stopped on the way out. We'll probably figure it out in a minute when someone doesn't arrive on the grid.
No, it's allowed out now.
They're heading out onto the circuit now. We probably won't have a grid graphic for this because the grid graphic doesn't make sense in the context of a handicap race. So I'll tell you who's going to go off first. The first car going off is going to be 40, which is Mike Henney, isn't it? And he's going to go off at the same time. There's 37 John Donnelly and 41 Chris Jones, because that makes sense. They're all in broadly the same.
They were having that battle,
weren't they,
in
race one? Yeah. So that makes sense. And they go off at the same time as the 22 car, Charlie Plain Jones, but he has 1 credit lap, and the 17 car of Matt Tompkins, who has 2 credit laps. Then 11 seconds later, car 3, which is David Rose, if the Lotus 11 will go with 1 credit lap. Then there's another 3 cars will be let go after 15 seconds. 67, which is Paul Mason, 13, which is Ben Bolt, and 88, which is Richard Carter. That's in the collecting mix. Then on the 4th wave, after 24 seconds, it will be 47 with 1 credit lap, which is Ian Elliott, 8 with 1 credit lap, Peter Marsh, and 66 with 2 credit laps, James Ricketts. And after 40 seconds, it will be 31, which is Greg Catton, 6, which is Richard Verheyden, and 94 on 2 credit laps, which is Doug McLean, Cooper. 44 seconds, and that's where number 11, James Miles, will go. He's got 2 credit laps. Then the next wave, 2 cars going off on 48 seconds, 74 and 55. That is Gary Brandon and Chris Martin. And then it is on the 8th row, 2 and 85, which is... Who is 2?
I think it should be 42.
42 Tim Sage, that would make sense, wouldn't
Although
it?
I think he's actually changed to 2 at some point in this meeting.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why we're confused. 85 John Moss with 2 credit laps, and with 3 credit laps, number 12, which is Roderick Renfrew. Right, the first cars are now having arrived on the grid. The remaining cars are about to. That vehicle you can see at the top screen is going around the banking at the S's. if you're wondering what's going on there, it's a slightly strange angle, isn't it? It looks like it's sort of going on the top of the pedestrian
bit Russ
bridge.
Swift.
But it's not. It was a bit Russ Swift, wasn't it? On 2 wheels. But yeah, that car...
We don't know actually how long this race might be.
No, that's the other great joy of this handicap race. We don't know. It's showing us 12 minutes on our screen, but it's supposed to be a 15-lap race, and that's what the handicap was based on, which would take about 15 minutes for the quickest cars.
Not 12, as we might have. Which could help Roderick Renfrew, who is basically the race leader at this point.
So we'll see what happens. Number 94 is pit lane starter. That's Doug McClay.
I reckon Ben Bolt was the one that got stopped because he's the one weaving his way through the grid.
Yeah, that would make sense. It kind of looked like it might be that kind of shape of car.
Hey, we're only 20 minutes behind where we should have been.
That's impressive. How did that happen? So there is a chance that we'll get through this. Right, I think the last cars are more or less in position now, and then we can start to wave cars off into the race. Just waiting for the OK to be given, and the
one car being put back a row, I think. Is that John Moss?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, you do need to make sure you release the right wave, don't you, of cars here? Well, yeah, it's just actually not quite lined up correctly, which with no handicaps race doesn't really matter quite so much, I don't think. Right, green flag at the back, so we can now start to get the race underway. Trevor Gregory has the Union flag in his hands. And he drops it. Bit of creeping there from number 40, Mike Henney. And then the next group of cars is about to be released. Well, I should say group. It's only one car, isn't it, that's going off on the 11-second count, which is number 3, David Rose, in that beautiful Lotus. And then the next wave gets underway. There's a few more cars that time. You can see on the inset the remainder of the cars going out into the race, but we're now on our main shot focusing on the cars that are already driving around the circuit, and this is very much one where we need to keep an eye on the timing screen rather than anything else, isn't it, to try and figure out actually what is happening, Josh.
That's right, but we should have some good battles, because you mentioned, like the 2 cars that are leaving now, Catton and Verheiden, very equally matched and on the same lap, so there should be some battles amongst all of this. So the leaders at the hairpin, we are still got the last batch or 2 to go.
We should be there because we've had more than 55 seconds already. I think we are just about, I think they've all gone now. So that's what yellow flags waving just to let the drivers know that there are still marshals and officials at the side of the circuit hurrying behind the barriers, but that seems to have just about worked. So at the end of the first lap, of course, and then Doug McClay comes out of the pit lane as well in the Cooper. Not quite sure where he's going to be in the classification, I'm sure.
I don't know why he needed to weave quite so dramatically across the circuit at the same time.
Right, it's Matt Tompkins leading the race, though. He has completed 3 laps, including his credit lap.
Should be Rod Renfrew when he comes through.
It should be, shouldn't it?
But he hasn't done his first full lap yet.
No. Then Renfrew, Plain Jones and Rose. But we'll wait for them all to come through in a moment. It is... Who's that on screen at the moment? That is the car of McClay, isn't it? The Cooper that's going through. These were 2 of the first cars that were released into the race. That's the 41 car of Chris Jones and 40 Mike Henney, and they were battling, weren't they, in the scratch race earlier on?
They'll continue that battle here in the handicap. Through the elbow they come, and just ahead of them, did Rod Renfrew take the start? So perhaps he didn't.
No,
so
he's not come through, has he? He's got the exclamation mark next to his name, like he's not appeared, so maybe he won't be in the lead of the race. It might well be Matt Tompkins that has the lead of the race. You can see that Doug McClay's now completed his first lap, and he is slotted into 5th on the time screen. So as we're watching on screen now, the battle between Tim Sage and Chris Martin, that is, in the Centaur Mark 12, isn't it? So and that is Sage, who should be quicker of those two cars, now getting through and pulling away.
He's 18 seconds he's got to catch on the Catton for Hayden battle, and Catton is ahead. Remember, he had the slow start in race 1, so wasn't really involved in the battle with the other two. So on the first flying lap, James Ricketts only caught Matt Tompkins by 7/10. What does Tompkins' best lap in race 1, Ian?
Tompkins' best lap in race 1 was a 1:14.
He's already gone a second quicker than that.
Ooh. So he's possibly looking in good stead. Just one car coming down the step straight. This is what you'll find. You'll find little batches of cars coming through. That is the 66 car coming through. So that's James Ricketts. He took that drive on from Nick Hayward-Cook, who was slated in the programme to be driving that car, but he's taken that over now. Beautiful looking machine, isn't it, Josh? It's making its way up.
Yeah, single-seater Austin 7. It's not a supercharged car. It's in second place in the race. He's done a 1 minute 12.4 on his first flying lap. So he's trying to close in on Matt Tompkins. Tim Sage, currently 2 laps behind him, is about to unlap himself in one of those times with what could be 10 laps of the race to go, could be 8 minutes. Perhaps suggesting it might be 8 minutes of the race to go. So Tim Sage will unlap himself. Gap down to 22 seconds. So he caught 1.7 seconds on that lap. Better lap from James Ricketts.
Yeah. So there is that 66 coming through. Then it's Richard Verheyden, of course, our race 1 winner. He's sort of battling his way through the field, but he is behind the Dyson, isn't he, here, of Greg Catton. And so those are really battling for position, you would think. Where are they actually in the order at the moment? They are down in 16th and 17th in the classification at the moment. Verheyden having set the best lap of the race so far, 59.851. Only drivers so far below a minute.
They were 10 seconds behind Paul Mason, but they're going quite a chunk quicker. So they will close in on the car ahead, down to 5.7 seconds. They caught 4 seconds on that lap.
Matt Tompkins still the leader, number 17. Now 6 laps in the book. He's just going to press the line once again, and he's done 1:13 that time through. So again, lapping quicker than he did in the earlier race.
On screen now is Peter Marsh, who had all those problems in the earlier race, was doing slow laps. He's already in 7th, and he's considerably quicker than cars ahead. He's on a 1 minute 4 as his best lap. So Peter Marsh on screen now taking 6th position away from Douglas McClay's Cooper, and quickly progressing through the order. Could Peter Marsh find himself in a good result here in the 1937 Super Snort Austin 7 for the former Caterham racer?
Yeah, and his next target is going to be Charlie Plain Jones in the number 22 car, who was about 5 seconds or so up the road, I think, at the start of the lap. Meanwhile, problems for the Lotus, I'm afraid to say. That's David Rose. Looks like he's going to go into retirement. I think he's going to pull into the Paddock there at the back entrance. That's a great shame for him.
Catton's got into the 58s in the Dyson, so that's going quickly. These two are still going at it, aren't they? They have been all day. John Donnelly and Chris Jones. Jones on the inside in the left-hand drive DNC, and it looks like he will gain a place. The driver from the West Midlands who raced in the motorcycles in the 1990s, 1976 car. He is at the wheel. Here is our race leader, Matt Tompkins, the 32-year-old from Lincolnshire, in the Tompkins Special, a car that he created last year, which was all documented in magazines. Yeah,
it was a series of articles.
Practical Classics.
Practical Classics, yes. So, and the car has been developed and it's got quicker since it made its debut at Paddock. Interestingly, how the driver's mirror is sort of lower than the passenger side. No, I suppose that is by design.
This car originally a Ruby saloon, as many road going Austin 7s were, but converted into racing.
It's going to be it's interesting because I think he's in a really good position, especially if it is a slightly shorter race than expected.
So Peter Marsh is 48 seconds behind and going 10 seconds of that faster, so he needs 5 more laps.
Yes, and he would catch him, wouldn't he? That's the most likely driver to catch him.
He's done a 1.3. What was Peter Marsh doing earlier? I know he had problems.
Peter Marsh earlier's best lap was a 1:05.
So he's going a couple of seconds quicker than that. But the car wasn't running smoothly. So for Peter Marsh, he's in good contention. I think he's probably about to pass Charlie Plain Jones if he hasn't already done so.
He's got Tompkins here come quicker, cars coming up behind him, but they are a lap behind him, so this is effectively to unlap themselves. This is John Donnelly and Chris Jones. They're coming up to unlap themselves now, so they would need to pass him again, Matt Tompkins, before the end of the race, and they may run out of laps. We've had now 8 laps of the race on our timing screen. It's Tompkins, number 17, leading by 17 seconds from Ricketts, number 66, but there's only sort of 2 seconds lap difference in terms of their pace. James Miles is third in number 11, and he's lapping a similar place to Ricketts, so he's not going to catch him. The one that we need to watch out for is Marsh. He's now 39 seconds behind and lapping 9 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, so he's passed John Moss as well as Charlie Plain-Jones on this lap. The Chris Jones-John Donnelly battle continues. They are still battling over 9th and 10th positions, but now on the lead lap, as we documented. And they passed Matt Tompkins. Into Gerrard's corner they go with what should have been really 6 laps to go, but it may not be anywhere near that.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. It's not quite clear on what is going to go on here, because it should have been a 15-lap race, but obviously with the earlier delays that might be reduced, which is tricky in a handicap race. Good scrap going on here still. Donnelly up the inside of Jones going into the S's, and this is of course still for a relatively lowly position, 8th and 9th position they're battling over, but they're going to make another place here because they're going past Douglas McClay in the Cooper. So up to 7th and 8th respectively they will go now as they're rounding Shaw's corner once again.
Peter Marsh is about to pass James Miles to 3rd, so 11 and 8 are together through just going out of Gerrard's, I think. So Peter Marsh is about to claim 3rd place. Now this is going to work out quite tight, I think, with Tompkins, isn't it, if we go to time between the two of them, because the gap is half a minute and he's catching around 10 seconds a lap still. Yeah. So if we do get 3 more laps, that could be quite close between those two.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Charlie Plain-Jones there, enjoying his race. He's still showing in 6th position overall. Dyson of Catton is still ahead of Hayden. Between them at the moment is the number 40 car, Mike Henny's Jeffrey. Just a little bit further back. They're 11th, 12th and 13th at the moment, but they're some of the quickest cars out there. Charlie Plain-Jones been lapping in the, well, on the last lap actually in the 112s, but his best lap is a 107, so that's not going to help his cause if he's not lapping particularly consistently.
Peter Marsh is now 21 seconds behind the race leader and 7 behind the 2nd place car. He did get past James Miles as expected. So Charlie Plain-Jones is about to lose 6th, isn't he, to John Donnelly, around the outside across the line. Richard Carter and Ben Bolt, they were battling in race 1 and they're together again, just ahead of Paul Mason. Paul Mason, was he in that battle earlier too?
He was, yeah, he was sort of featuring in this. So up towards the hairpin they go, round it they go, fantastic racing here. Richard Carter in the number 88 car, and then Ben Bolt in 13, Paul Mason in the 67 car, a long-time racer in 754, a historic 754 with Paul Mason. A variety of different cars he's had over the years.
If it means anything, Matt Tompkins has crossed the line and not received a last lap board.
Okay. Yes, with only 43 seconds left on the clock, 11 minutes and 8 seconds of time having elapsed in this race when he crossed the line.
He's 13 seconds ahead of Peter Marsh, who's now just got past James Ricketts for 2nd.
Yeah, if there is only 1 lap, then it's not going to make it, I don't think, is he, Peter Marsh? But he probably will do if there's more than that.
Yes, and then is there others, if we are going to 15 laps, who might...
Yeah, we need to think about other people as well that could come into the equation as well. So we've got, there's Tompkins, we're watching him
Checkered
again.
flag's being picked up.
The checkered flag has been picked up, so I think we will get checkered flag this time. 3 of them side by side there. Actually, that's Richard Verheyden getting ahead of Greg Catton for position, so that could be significant for whatever position it is they're battling for, which is 10th and 11th at the moment. Checkered flag is being prepared. The clock has counted down to 0.
Peter Marsh is in shot now behind Matt Tompkins.
But not quite close enough. So Matt Tompkins coming through Devil's Elbow, and it is going to be Matt Tompkins then, with the race being slightly shortened, that takes the checkered flag to win the handicap race for the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series by, in the end, 2.5 seconds, so only just another lap and he wouldn't have done it. Peter Marsh, number 8, in 2nd place, and then I think 3rd place across the line, number 66, the car of James Ricketts in the Austin 7. 4th across the line, yeah, breaking up place on the last lap, 37 John Donnelly, and 41 Chris Jones. I think if it had gone the distance, they could have been in contention for the full win.
I think Peter Marsh probably would have had it, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I suppose he was only lapping a little bit slower than those two.
Yeah, but it is what it is. So Matt Tompkins didn't take his first ever victory. Whether he knows it yet or not, we will find out. Some big battles further back here, aren't there?
Well, and you see how the cars are clumping together a bit more as we get towards the end of the race, which is just how it should work in a handicap race.
If we had 3 more laps, there would have been a lot more of this, wouldn't there?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a shame it didn't go on slightly longer because of the earlier delays, and the clerk, of course, keen to try and get as much racing as possible in between now and the 6 o'clock curfew. Had to slightly reduce that, but
got 3 races to an hour and a quarter, so absolutely needed.
Absolutely right, but no, good fun race that to end the season for the historic 750 Formula competitors, and the handicap race is pretty random anyway in terms of the results that it can throw up. So I don't think anyone will mind too much, and I'm sure they'll all be very pleased that Matt Tompkins has had a win. Number 17 in the Austin 7 Tompkins Special, 12 laps completed. He was 2.5 seconds clear of number 8 Peter Marsh in the Austin Pigsty Super Snort. Number 6 James Ricketts was third in the Austin 7, 10 seconds behind. Fourth was number 37, first of the Class C cars, that was John Donnelly in the Merlin. Only about 6/10 ahead of number 41 Chris Jones, and then 6 James Miles completed the top 6. 7th was number 85 John Moss, 8th was number 6 Richard Verheyden, 9th was 31 Greg Catton, and 10th was number 55 Chris Martin at the end of the race for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. And we look forward to seeing them out again next season. Very shortly we should be able to head down to Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from Kieran Mogg with our successful drivers in the historic 750 Formula Series.
Thank you very much. I'm down here with 3 very surprised drivers. None of them had any idea they'd be on the podium, but we'll start with Matt Tompkins. Matt, you hauled in just like if I won.
I did. Yeah, I got directed this way, and I thought someone had made a mistake. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there. No, it's amazing. A handicap race. This has always been at the very back of the grid. I didn't build the car to come racing. I built the car to go to the pub, and I met James Winstanley from the 750 Motor Club at the Race Retro, and he said, "Why don't you come racing?" And I have, and I've won something, which is slightly surreal, really. So it just going say flat out and thoroughly enjoying the fact that it brings the playing field completely different to what the engine is doing, because it wasn't built as a racing car. So to be standing here is absolutely astonishing.
Well, fantastic way to end the day for you. Congratulations.
Fantastic way to end the season. I'm buzzing.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Peter Marsh. Peter, if I can just jump in a second. P2 for you. You were as surprised as Matt is?
Well, my car wasn't really running terribly well at race 1. It was firing on about 2 cylinders, but I finished. Changed the coil, changed the fuel filter, and bingo, going like a bomb. Great.
I'm guessing you're just as confused as some of us are watching sometimes. We're just trying to figure out who's in the lead and where everybody is.
Not at all. I know every move, every place. Every place. I haven't a clue, and I didn't know I was second.
Well, by the fact that you were pointing at the second board, looking at me going, it kind of gives it away.
Very welcome, though. Very welcome. Another pot on the shelf. But I'm not. My wife won't allow me to put the pots in the dining room, and I hope she's looking at this.
Well, congratulations, and hopefully you get the dining room in the porch.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. Let's have a quick chat with James Ricketts. James, that's an interesting race. You look surprised as well.
Yes, I'm very surprised, to be honest. It's my first time racing the 750. It's been great. Many thanks to Nick Hayward-Cook, who owns the car, who's let me drive today. Yes, I was just watching the mirrors all the time and trying to just keep running away from them all. But that was excellent, real good fun.
Good. Well, congratulations on P3.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Now we can see some of the drivers just come over here just to congratulate these 3, which is what's fantastic about this paddock. But we have to move on, unfortunately, because the Clios are coming up next.
cars already on their way around their green flag lap for the second race of the day for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. And it's going to be a 12-minute race once again, and the grid is going to line up as follows. Pole position going the way of Darren Ransom. That is number 30. Besides him is number 56, Chris Lawrence. Second row of the grid is 35, Joshua North, and 18, Mark Witherington. Third row, 999 and 28. 999, Stephen Richardson, and 28, Taylor Norton. Fourth row, 72 and 12. 72, Pete O'Connor, and 12, Matt Hipkins. The fifth row, 82, Paul Clark, and 7, Lewis Richardson. The sixth row, 55, Justine Griffiths, and 29, Joey DePrato. The seventh row, 33 and 31, that's Christina Lowe and Chris Page. The eighth row, 11, David Redshaw, and 57, Matthew Poncia. On the ninth row, 32, Graham Bishop, and 36, Steve Croxford. So that is the way the grid is going to line up for this VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. And I think we have all done now, aren't we, in terms of the championship for the classes as well as the overall?
Second overall was to be contested, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So just a point. Trying to get ready for races later.
Sorry.
Yeah, just a point. Ransom 1 point ahead of Lewis Richardson, I reckon.
Okay, green flag at the back. 5-second board is shown. Red lights go on the gantry. They go out. The race gets underway. Not a particularly good start by Chris Lawrence. It's a better start from Mark Witherington from the second row of the grid. This grid set by fastest lap times from race 1, and he moves into second place already at the beginning of this race. And it's Stephen Richardson that's up there into third position, I think, in the number 999 car, but it's Darren Ransom leading the way from pole position. Then you've got two 182s together. Chris Lawrence is trying to get alongside, also trying to make up ground on the inside line. There is Paul Clark in the green and yellow car, number 82, trying to get up on the inside of number 12, which is the car of Matt Hipkins, isn't it, as they make their way through Lake Essies up towards Shaw's Corner for the first time.
Yeah, disappointingly, Josh North not a starter, but after it looked like he was going to get his first ever overall win earlier this afternoon, but through the hairpin they go. Lewis Richardson amongst the battles, but not where he needs to be. And they're out of a second overall in the championship, so I can say that it is Darren Ransom in the stronger place. He's pulling away up front from Mark Witherington, who's having the day of days in the Clio Sport Championship, and they're returning Stephen Richardson right there in the Greg Hill owned car. Then Chris Lawrence is next, Paul Clark and Matt Hipkins. So Darren Ransom's about the only person where you'd expect to find somebody on this grid. It's really jumbled. Justin Griffiths, who's been a winner this year, he's down in 9th position, for example.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try and make up some ground, just looking at his move in the background there. But yeah, we've got these two 182s, the Class A cars in second and third place overall. In fact, we've got 3 Class A cars in the first 5 places here, with Paul Clark also having made a good start to the race. Chris Lawrence, though, getting past Stephen Richardson there, up into third position overall, under braking for Shaw's Corner, and it's Hipkins trying to go around the outside of Paul Clark for 5th place as well, as they drive out of Shaw's Corner now, down through the left-hander at Devil's Elbow to complete the second lap. Darren Ransom with a particularly handy lead here, 1.4 seconds at the end of 2 laps.
Yeah, that's right. It's unusual this year to have 182s at the front of the order, really. It's been a 197 dominated season for overall positions, but different today, side by side, all the way through Gerrards between Paul Clark and Matt Hipkins. Hipkins kept coming all the way around the outside, all the way around turn 1, and has he made it work? No, he hasn't. Paul Clark then has held on, but then switches to the inside as Hipkins. There's not much room there, but he's found the space, and Matt Hipkins goes up into 5th place, and Justin Griffiths might be able to follow him through in all of that. But it's Mark Witherington slowing after such a good day he's had. He's pulled off the circuit as well, because if he didn't, I think he might have got collected. So real shame for Mark Witherington. So usually it's been a very reliable championship in terms of cars. A couple of main runners have had car issues today.
Yeah, it seems so. That's a great shame for Mark Witherington after his great result earlier on. So he's tumbling back down the timing screen as they come across the line to complete 3 laps. Darren Ransom's lead now north of 2 seconds over Chris Lawrence in second. He's moved up now. Stephen Richardson in third, and now we've only got 1 of the 182s in the first 5 places. Richardson on his own there. Paul Clark is back in 6th place. There he is, just coming into shot now, ahead of Lewis Richardson, Stephen Sun in 7th, Joe DePrato 8th, and Taylor Norton 9th. So these are having a little scrap for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th places overall, effectively. With Chris Page, of course, who had that problem with his bumper dragging in lap 1, he's had that fixed back on for race 2, it would seem. Up to Shaw's corner they go, and that's Page trying to go around the outside of Taylor Norton for 9th position there. Couldn't make that work, but might get a good cut back on the exit of the corner, trying to draw back alongside him on the exit of the hairpin, but can't get an overlap as they go through Devil's Elbow.
Yeah, Page trying to progress because he is contesting 2nd in Class A for the championship with Joey DePrato, who's just 2 places ahead of him. DePrato with the advantage in the point standings coming into the weekend. His teammate at Autotech Motorsport between himself and Page at this stage, which is Taylor Norton. DePrato, one of the youngest drivers on the grid at 20, started racing last year in an Enduro car. He's had a pretty good season. He's been on the podium and been a winner in Class A lifetime out at Brands Hatch. He stays ahead of this little battle. Now, Stephen Richardson, the lone Class A car at the front now, has been caught by Matt Hipkins and Justin Griffiths.
Yeah, Griffiths, who was back up to 5th now, is back at the back end of the top 10 in the very early part of the race. He's done the best lap of the race, well, 55.203. Did that on the previous lap. That's come through to complete another lap now. Ransom's lead is still hovering around about 2-point-something seconds. But now Chris Lawrence has done the best lap of the race, 54.988, 12 thousandths faster than Ransom on that lap. Also did a personal best. Richardson 3rd, Hipkins 4th, Griffiths 5th and Clark 6th. It's 30, 56, treble 9, 12, 55 and 82 if you want the numbers, as they make their way out of Gerrard's Bend onto the Stubby Straight on lap number 6.
Big challenge here from Taylor Norton. Has a look to the inside of his teammate DePrato, but decides against going through for now. He could have equally been defending from Chris Page, couldn't he? Out of a 3rd then between Stephen Richardson on his return to racing this weekend against Matt Hipkins, who's going well here. Hipkins has had a podium, which came at Alton Park, I think, but hasn't been there since. And then you've got Justin Griffiths, who started the season pretty well. The second half of the year hasn't quite gone to plan. He was a winner at the season opener at Croft. Now, the lead gap's coming down, 1.6 seconds between Ransom and Lawrence.
Yeah, it is. Again, well, both a bit slower that time, but a better lap for Lawrence, obviously.
Witherington's back up to speed.
He is. Where is he running? He's 14th. So, but that's only 14 seconds off the lead. So close is the battle. 16 cars out there, all separated only by 22 seconds.
Bit of damage on the back of DePrato's car, and Page is ahead of Norton. So the 2 drivers battling for 2nd in Class A are together, and DePrato's car a bit sideways there.
I think if you look at the 55 car, I think I'm hearing that the window has fallen out on Justin Griffith's car because there's no glass or no perspex or whatever there is in the pane of the driver's side door of the 55 car. So not quite sure what's happened to that. Some defect or other, but now that's going to be affecting the airflow around the car, and that might allow Paul Clark to try and make a move on him as they go up to Gerrard's Bend. He couldn't quite do it, just looking out of our window there, so it's still Paul Clark in 6th position, but that's a different problem for Griffiths to have to contend with. You can see on the live stream there, yep, nothing in the window there of the 55 car.
Meanwhile, the lead gap's down to 1.2 seconds, so Chris Lawrence continues to catch down Ransom. Matt Hipkins the 3rd up the inside of Stephen Richardson, who has to give him space. I'm sure Stephen would like to hand Greg Hill his car back after the day as he found it. So this could give Paul Clark the chance of the class lead. It's down the inside of Stephen Richardson. And that shows you how you can play the battles to your advantage. Paul Clark down the inside of Stephen Richardson. Through he goes. And I don't think Paul Clark's been a winner before in the Clio Championship. So into the class lead he goes, which it didn't look like that would be possible at the start of the lap.
It's both windows, isn't it, on the front of the 55 car of Griffiths, who now is under threat once again from Paul Clark down into the first corner of the new lap at Gerrard's Bend, and he does go through Paul Clark up into 4th place. So he now is not only leading the 182, he's got a car between himself and Stephen Richardson, who is 2nd within that class, as they're making their way out of Gerrard's Bend onto the Stubby Straight once more with 4 minutes of this race to go. Lewis Richardson's now catching his dad as well, so that's interesting. Are there going to be any team orders there?
Well, there kind of needs to be if they want Lewis Richardson to try and get 2nd in the overall championship here. It's more than likely going to go down Ransom's way now. But Lewis Richardson not far away from the class lead. These 3 are still at it. I think there's been contact already in this race between DePrato and Page, and they're side by side now. battling for second in the class championship as well, and Taylor Norton tries to squeeze in between them as they come out of the hairpin, but they stay in the same order as they were. In fact, with De Prato ahead in that battle for what is 8th overall, but 3rd in the class, 4th in the class rather. There was a bit of a moment there, was there not, for Justin Griffiths as he turned into Gerard's score?
Paul Clark has not had a 182 win this season. Has he had one at all that you can
I don't think
of?
so.
No, I don't think he has. But he's in prime position now to get his first one here, leading the Class A part of the race with just over 3 minutes to go. So pretty 4 laps to go in this race. Stephen Richardson's got to get past another car to get on terms with Paul Clark once again in this race. Making our way up towards Gerard's shortest corner once again. And Lewis is on the tailgate more or less of his father now. Meanwhile, the battle going on between Joey De Prato and Chris Page and Taylor Norton still. They're sort of overlapping one another there, but it's Chris Page that's come out of that in best shape. He's now up into 8th position as they go on to their 11th lap of the race.
I think to get second in the class championship standing, he really needs to put some cars between himself and De Prato. This has been a good recovery drive from Page after the problems he had in race 1 earlier this afternoon. So Chris Page pushing on. And it's quite a story, really, the fact that he's been out there racing this year after the incident he had at Castle Combe last season. He's had a very good season. He's been on the podium several times as Chris Page, and was a winner at Brands Hatch last time out within the class.
Yeah, great racing here. Joe De Prato making his way through the right-hander at the first part of the S's, but Chris Page put a bit of daylight between himself and De Prato, but the problem is putting some cars in front of between them is probably going to be impossible because there's too much of a gap to catch up to the next car in line, which would be Lewis Richardson, who was about 5 seconds or so ahead, I think, on the previous lap. Getting very close there between Stephen Richardson and Justin Griffiths as they went into Gerard's with 2 laps to go here, but in the end nothing changed.
Paul Clark quite likes the fact there's a Class B car between himself and the Richardson family, I'd imagine, trying to get this Class A win for the first time this year, so he's still there in 4th overall. He would have got a Class win at Cadwell Park, but James Bark turned up for the first time in several years and took a clean sweep at Cadwell. Justin Griffiths round the outside into the hairpin, shuts the door on Paul Clark, and all of a sudden we got a Class A battle, and Stephen Richardson also goes round the outside of Paul Clark, who I think struggling to find a gear, and what was going to be a first-class winning class in the Clio Championship turned into retirement for Paul Clark.
Perhaps more than just finding a gear because he's pulled off onto the grass, hasn't he, I'm afraid, so that's a great shame for him.
Oh, now is Stephen Richardson going to let Lewis through, and this brings in the 2nd position overall battle.
Oh, there's the raw emotion of Paul Clark slamming the door, so frustrated, and you do kind of feel sorry for him. It's a great disappointment after being in such a good position to take his first Class A victory.
I think Ransom's going to do it by about a point in the battle of a 2nd overall. Last lap of the race, I think.
Yeah, so we've had our Piastri-Norris moment, haven't we? Between Richardson and Richardson.
This makes more sense, though.
It does make more sense, I have to say. Darren Ransom is well on his way to the checkered flag. It goes out now, in fact, as we're watching this battle further down the order. So Darren Ransom takes the checkered flag by 2 seconds from Chris Lawrence in 2nd place. When there's coming together, that's between Dave Renshaw and who was the other car involved? Matthew Ponsier, I think, has been involved. So Hipkins takes 3rd, Griffin's 4th, and it is Lewis Richardson that takes 5th, ahead of his father, Stephen Richardson 6th, Chris Page 7th, Taylor Norton 8th, Joe De Prato 9th, and Mark Witherington gets back into the top 10 with that incident on the final lap between Renshaw and Ponsier.
Yeah, so that was a dramatic end, really. We had some good battles in the pack, didn't we? Especially in the 182s, and Ponsier, he was certainly involved, wasn't he, because that car's damaged.
Yes, so some contact, just pushing the number 11 car around, you imagine, of David Redshaw, so neither of them making it to the checker flag, so just 12 cars making it to the end of that Clio race. I'll make it 13, I think, because Steve Crookswood has just come through. But Darren Ransom taking the win then, a good end to the season for him with a double win at Mallory Park. Number 30 car completing 13 laps. Chris Lawrence was 2nd, number 56, 2.156 seconds behind. 3rd was number 12, Matt Hipkins. 4th was 55, Justin Griffiths. Winning Class A for the 182s was number 7, Chris Richardson, but it wasn't enough for him to take 2nd overall. 999 Stephen Richardson was second in class, 31 Chris Page third in class, and seventh overall. Then it was Taylor Norton, Joe DePrato, Mark Witherington rounding out the top 10 ahead of Christina Lowe, Graham Bishop, and the former Renault 5 TS racer Steve Croxford finishing the race in 13th. Josh,
it's quite nice for a season to have every round, which I think the Clears have managed this year.
Yes, absolutely. We've had a few that have been disrupted by one thing or another, weather or incident, but no, Clears have managed to get their whole season completed, and it's been a really entertaining year as well for the Clears. So we'll head downstairs shortly to hear from our top three. In fact, we can do that right now. Let's go and hear from Kieran Mogg with our successful drivers in the Clios.
Thank you very much. We've just seen Stephen Richardson run over to Lewis Richardson to congratulate him on his class win in the older Clears. But we'll have a quick chat firstly with Darren Ransom. Darren, 2 wins from 2 today. This one a little bit more to script than the first one.
Yeah, I made it a little bit more easy. I made a better start this one. That's what I should have done in the first one. Yeah, it's good. Good for never being here. What a mega track. It's absolutely good.
Skill, just pure, raw skill.
Yeah. Made me work for it, but the car's been good really all year. I can't really complain, but I'm happy with that. I'm really happy. Just my first double as well, so I'm happy to get that. I really wanted a double, but yeah, I'm good. That's good. I'm happy.
Well, congratulations, obviously, on the win. Congratulations on the double, and congratulations on ending this championship like this.
I think I've got second.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was here for today. I couldn't win, and I knew Justin. I don't think he could catch me for second, but yeah, I just had to do what I had to do, and then yeah, hopefully the rest it's worked out. So I'm happy.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thanks. Have a quick chat now with Chris Lawrence. Chris, if we could have a quick chat. So. You obviously were a bit concerned about the start, and unfortunately not a great start again, but you managed to get back up into second.
A little bit of wheel spin, but when you've got 182s behind you, they're like elastic bands off the start. And then I got past them quicker than I thought, to be fair, but Darren didn't make one error. I was praying for an error, hence why I put the lights on, just to try and distract him a little bit. But no, he's faultless this weekend. He's done a really good job. No gear changes for me, issues that time. I just need to calm down, change gear a little bit slower, and it's the way forward. So happy to end the year on 2 seconds.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, it's been a good year, but there's next year. Obviously, you and Darren once again.
Yeah, that's the main thing. We've got the car underneath us again, so we can go again, and we want to win the championship. So let's start again.
Look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Right, let's have a quick chat now with Matt Hipkins. Matt, if we can just jump in here. Sorry, everybody. Matt, obviously, P3 there for you. It was a bit of a hectic one for you guys.
It was, yeah. It was pretty busy, to be fair. So, yeah. Trying to get through everybody from 8th, I think I started, because I just couldn't get in a quick lap in the previous race. So it made it entertaining, a few good moves. So, yeah, we got there in the end, which is good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, because obviously these two boys, once they kind of got into first and second, it was just them two. But then behind that, it was a constant lottery.
Oh, yeah, it's absolute carnage. So, and then got through, but then they got the pace at that point, so there's no catching them. But it was just building a gap and a bit of a margin for the people behind. So, yeah, it went well.
Please went it on P3.
That's it, yeah, thank you, cheers.
Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Have a quick chat now with Lewis Richardson. So if we could just jump in here. Lewis, yeah, come on, Steve, come on in. So obviously we saw you run over to congratulate him as he came in here. So class win, talk to us about that race.
It was pretty good. Me and Joey had a phenomenal couple laps. We both gave each other space. And we raced hard and fair. Then I caught up with these boys scrubbing in front. Unfortunately,
I couldn't believe I just saw you in the back. I'm like, where did he come from? I'm like, okay, off we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, Paul had an issue, which helped me. As much as we hate seeing issues, when you're in the car, you just want them all to go away. Then, if it wasn't for this man, I wouldn't have won. I mean, he let me go for the championship.
Dream, mate, and Lady Luck smiled on us today. Unfortunately for the other guys, but 1-2, man, I'll take that. And champion.
Without this man or Fuse Metrics, it's been an absolute journey.
They're up on the hill. Wherever they are. No, they're running down there now. Fantastic. The club's been amazing all year. Everything's been great. The racing's been fantastic. I've got to go because I'm going to choke up because my son.
Yeah, no, to have a class championship is phenomenal. Winning the race is one thing, but winning the championship, it's just a big relief off of my shoulders. So definitely go to sleep well, probably party a little bit and celebrate later on.
No, sounds good. Well, congratulations to yourself and the family as well.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that is it for the Clios coming up. Now, coming up next, we have, I think it's the Formula Vs. It is, I've been told. Thank you very much, Stuart, in my ear. It is the Formula Vs coming up next.
So cars still in the assembly area before the second race of the day for the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship. We're just waiting for the circuit to be clear. There's 1 or 2 cars still to be collected at the end of that clear race. There's one of them. I think that's the 57 car, isn't it, of Matthew Ponce, which was involved in that last lap incident where it came together with the Redshaw 197. And I think Paul Clark's car probably also needing to be recovered from that part of the circuit as well. So as soon as that is clear, we'll have the cars out for the second Formula V race of the day, and we'll hopefully see a bit more racing than we did in race 1, Josh.
Yes, let's hope so. Most of the championship, I think, is all pretty sorted now. Matt Harbert, the champion. Looks like Leon Frost should be second because we don't think John Hughes is running this time. So it looks like he's third, Vaughan Jones fourth. Fifth is probably not done yet. You've got Colin Gregory, Peter Studer, Pete Belsey, all involved in a battle for fifth, which I think are awards at the end of the year, aren't they? So
yep.
Worth going for in this final round of the championship. But yeah, a good race would be good. We had a good few laps before it all got a little bit silly and contact ensured in that earlier race, but it's hard to know really what to expect. Is Matt Harbert going to drive away here with the results from the earlier race setting the grid, or can Pete Belsey and Dan Pauly go with him, I wonder?
Yeah, so it was Matt Harbert that got the win in race 1, of course, from Peter Belsey and Dan Pauly, but all bar the first 4 laps were run behind the safety car. That safety car came about because after an epic battle for the lead in the opening part of the race, there was a coming together between Leon Frost and John Hughes, both of them ending up in the barriers at Lake Esses. Hughes' car's not having been able to be fixed, or not wanting to be fixed maybe, for the second race, but I can see Leon Frost's car with the AHS team having got that car back out again for race 2 of the weekend.
I think Leon Frost is due to drive for Mike O'Brien at the Waterhouse Trophy.
Okay.
I wonder what Mike might say to what happened in that earlier race.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's see how that pans out. But yeah, we've got I think 21 cars are just counted in the assembly area for the 24 that we started the day, and indeed race 1 with. So we did have a full complement for race 1, but we're going to be without John Hughes and 1 or 2 others by the looks of it. So there's no David Story, unfortunately, the star of Mallory front runner. And I can't see Mike Old now either, but I think everybody else is there that would probably expect. Oh no, David Story is there, which didn't the place wasn't expecting to be. So I think it's John. No, John Crest. They're trying to work out who it is that's missing then. Or maybe I just miscounted. But
or is there a car below us?
No, there's nothing else that we can't see out of the window. Anyway, they'll be released shortly, I think, because the circuit is clear. The start line marshals are on the track, ready and waiting to receive the cars. And yes, very soon we should have the cars out onto the circuit, just waiting for the final OK from the clerk of the course.
Is Dan Pauly there?
That's a good point. No, I don't think he is, because he should have been third on the grid, and he's not. So there is a gap, isn't there, between Peter Belsey and Colin Gregory in the assembly area. So it's Dan Pauly that's not there. He was struggling a bit, wasn't he, in race 1?
There's a lot of official personnel around Leon Frost's car for a while, hasn't there?
Yes.
Got a scrutineer and Ben Adcock, one of the clerks, having a look at that car.
Just making sure it is all good, and that the work that's been done to repair it is sufficient to make it safe to go back out again for the restart. Anytime a car's been involved in incidents, that will be checked over by a scrutineer again before it's allowed back out. So just a few more minutes before this race will get underway. Final race of the season for Formula V, backed by Sustain Fuels for this 2025 season.
I'd imagine Pete Belsey is the only person who might be able to beat Matt Harbert here then, without Dan Pauly.
I would have thought so, yes. I think that's probably quite likely. I think engines are now being fired up.
Paddock for the podium should be interesting, with Leon Frost perhaps able to get there if the car's good.
Yeah.
So what we've got 45 minutes to do 2 races.
Should just about be possible if everything goes to plan.
Both have got green flag laps as
yes,
well, haven't they?
that is true. So we'll see what we can do. Get as much racing in as we can. So they're off now.
Stay on the track.
That is the key message, really, isn't it? Staying on the track is much more likely to mean that you've got all of your race time. So cars out onto the circuit. Now this is their assembly lap. They then have to do another green flag lap. But let's have a look at the grid. It's set by the finishing order from race 1. So Matt Harbert, number 1, lines up on pole position. Besides him is number 61, Peter Belsey. On the second row of the grid, it's number 44, or should have been number 44, Dan Polly, but he's not there. And 72, Colin Gregory. Third row is 11, Ben Cressy, and 46, Will Malins. Fourth row of the grid, that'll be 55, Peter Studer, and 87, Jack Wilkinson. On row 5, 50, Lewis Gold, and 47, Matt Topham. On the sixth row, it's 3 and 19, 3 Vaughan Jones and 19 at Will Kostadinov. The seventh row will be 66, Phil Waterhouse, and 75, Mark Egan. The 8th row, 32, Simon Foley, and 28, Sam Engineer. The 9th row, 14, David Huckle, and 59, Chris Wilshire. The 10th row, 22, John Cressy, and 27, John Hughes. The 11th row, 93, Leon Frost, and 7, Richard Walsh. And the 12th row, 15, Mike Oldno, and 48, David Story. 7, John Hughes, not there, as we mentioned. So they're off on the assembly lap. They'll come round to the grid, they'll form up, then they'll do a green flag lap, and then get underway once again. Bit of a straggly old assembly lap this. They've managed to spread themselves around most of the lap. Not particularly what's needed when we've got quite a tight timetable to get these and the hot hatches in before the very firm 6 o'clock curfew that we have here at Mallory Park.
I think that includes getting the cars off the track as well.
That's right. So we really have to finish by sort of 58, I think. By 58.
Probably should be okay.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but yeah, so cars coming up into position. They'll be shepherded into place by the marshals. So Matt Harbert, 2-time champion now in this AHS Dominator, has been sort of a front runner for a few seasons now, hasn't he? Sort of there or thereabouts.
He'd never won a race before last year, had he? And it's been very successful since the last year began.
Yeah, Craig Bell was his sort of main rival for the championship last year, wasn't he? Whereas this year it's been sort of Leon Frost and John Hughes, although Hughes is going to end the season without a race win to his name.
That's right, he's had 8 podiums. Frost has had 9 and Harbert's had 10. No one else has had more than 3. Oh no, Pete Bowles had 4. He got 4th earlier on today. Now, Colin Gregory starts 3rd, doesn't he? Has he been on a podium in a Formula V race before?
I think he probably has. I've just got a hunch that he has at some point in the past, but I may not be correct on that.
Oh yeah, he scored a podium in 2020, I think. Yeah. But not lately, anyway. He's got a chance here. Then that battle for 3rd should be really interesting, if it isn't for the lead.
Yeah, Colin Gregory, 45-year-old from the UK operations manager, been racing for 10 years. He's had 4 years of bad reliability. His 75-year-old father prepares the ex-Adam Macaulay car that he's racing these days.
Championship winning car as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So green flag lap getting underway. Harbert is on pole in number 1. He'll keep that for next season if he comes back next year. Peter Belsey, 43 now. Analysis engineer at ProDrive, so he's from Banbury, as you'd expect. Been racing for 20 years now. 3 wins he's had, 36 podiums before this season.
He had 4. So that was his 40th podium this morning, or earlier on this afternoon.
Absolutely. So, and he's done over 150 races. Also done a bit of classic Cupmans and so forth as well. Self-prepared car. It was the 1998 championship winning car, I think it was.
98?
That's 98. Perhaps that was when it was constructed.
Oh, yeah.
The car, because it was one of the early 2000s, I think, actually. Because we had, just before I started contacting, it was the likes of Mike Genvy was winning, and then Jazz Clark won, I think, the season before. I have got the list, haven't I, of champions. Yeah, 2000, 2001 and 2003, Jazz Clark. Genvy winning 2004 and 5. And Trevor Bush had a winning season as well in between them on 2002. But yeah, 1998 manufactured car.
Yeah, the AHS is pretty modern, isn't it? But I suppose it's 10 odd years ago that Paul Smith was winning now in that car.
They have evolved, haven't they, the Dominators over the years. Alan Harding's concern. So cars coming up into position then. 12-minute race it will be for the Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship. All being well, they'll probably get about 13 laps out of this. And then we will have the hot hatches to round out the day. Last couple of cars just getting into position. And then we'll turn our attention to the 5-second board, which goes up. And then the lights will turn on, which they do. Out they go, the race gets underway. Even start from the two on the front by the looks of it, Harbert and Belzy. And it's going to be Harbert that's going to lead into the first corner. From Belzy in second place, Colin Gregory third. Jack Wilkinson's made a good start, hasn't he? Around the outside of a couple, up into fourth position. He started on row 4 of the grid. He's been a sort of an occasional competitor recently, but it's the top two just breaking away a little bit from the next group, with Gregory trying to keep Wilkinson at bay, and also involved there is the Ben Cressy car as well, I think, isn't it? Number 11, he's there or thereabouts.
Yeah, he's just going around the outside at the moment, so we've wondered if the top two might get away. Belzy's going for this, isn't he? He's challenging Harbert, then this massive battle pack for third position, which is headed by Colin Gregory from Jack Wilkinson. Cressy out wide, so that could give Will Mailings a chance to sneak through, the 18-year-old, but can't quite get there. But for the lead of the race, Harbert is not able to break Pete Belzy on that opening lap.
No, it's certainly not.
Belzy's going for the lead, I think, down the inside into Gerrard's. Couldn't quite make it, so Harbert hangs on, but Pete Belzy, was it 3 wins you said he had?
Yes.
So can he get win number 4? He hasn't won for a while. There's yellow flags, I'm afraid, out of Gerrard's.
Yeah, can't quite see why. There must be a car stranded somewhere or something like that. Oh yes, there is. There's one pulled up by the Kostadinov, isn't it? Yeah, just on the back straight, step straight. Should be all right there, you would think, for racing to continue.
Frost only got to 16th on that first lap, so his progress was limited. So Cressy and Mailings have got the better of Wilkinson on that too.
Yeah, Mailings there in the Shane, the ex-Snary car. He's younger driver. Ben Cressy there racing the ex-Ben Maludi championship winning Storm just ahead of him. He's had sort of a few podiums over the years. I think it's Ben Cressy in that car.
Harbert's broken Belzy now, the gap's over a second, so it's all about who can end up on the podium from this big battle pack, I think. Dave Story actually had a better start than Leon Frost. He's up to 15th, and Frost hasn't come. He's slowing, isn't he? I wonder if that car's not as well as the team might have hoped.
No, well, David Story up to 15th, and that's what you'd expect of a former star of Mallory front runner. Knows the circuit better than anyone, I should think, around here. It's not changed since he was racing it in Formula Ford in the 1980s, I don't think.
It's been a very long time since he raced, before halfway through this year, so that's a good effort. Here's a battle for third. And Mailings can't quite get the better of Cressy, down towards the hairpin. Wilkinson next, then Peter Studer, another super experienced driver, the Norfolk man. He raced Formula Ford back in the 80s as well, didn't he? Not necessarily always here at Mallory like Story did. So Colin Gregory's hanging on there in third place, but he's not really able to break the toe to this group behind. Mailings perhaps looks a little quicker than Cressy, but has been unable to find a way through at this point, but there's plenty of the race to go.
Yeah, there is 9 minutes of it, so only a quarter of the way through. It's Harbert from Belzy, then it's this battle for third. Gregory looks like he's having to work quite hard here to keep cars behind, but it's Cressy going around the outside of him at the first part of Lake Esses. It would have given him the inside line for the next part. Danger is it might open the door here for Will Mailings to try and find a way through on the inside of Cressy on the way up to Shaw's Corner, but no, on the brakes. Oh, it's made contact with the back of the Cressy car, and he survives. It may have done some damage, but these can be fairly robust, these Formula Vs.
He's frustrated,
He's frustrated, though, because he made a mistake. That was his mistake, just into the back of Ben Cressy, and he's lost a couple of positions because of that. He's gone down to 7th place. Cressy survives in 4th.
Yes, and hasn't done any damage to his car, so that's let Colin Gregory go again. But Liam Frost is still persevering here, isn't he? I think he's going to get second in the championship anyway, but he's in 18th position. Oh, that means him and Matt Harbert are going to be together again, doesn't it, at some point in this race?
Probably.
Matt Harbert, I love that.
Cressy with Studer now up there in challenging for 4th position here. Someone there very enthusiastically cheering on the sidelines at the S's, I could see. And it's Studer now under pressure from Wilkinson, who seems quick at this part of the circuit. He's on the outside line. Can he go around the outside of Studer? He's trying to hang all the way around the outside? Is he going to get the place as they come sweeping through Devil's Elbow? No, he's not. So it is Stude that holds on, and just behind them you've got Malins trying to make amends of that mistake a lap or so ago.
Harbert 4 seconds ahead of Belzy now. Then there's battle for third. Mailing's looking all over the back of Jack Wilkinson as they turn their way through Gerrard's on lap 6 of the race. Here's Leon Frost still going. This is kind of bizarre, really, isn't it? But Richard Walsh is struggling here because he was on the podium, wasn't he, at Castle Coombe?
Yes, he was. He's almost come to a stop now. I wonder if he's struggling for lower gears or something like that. Maybe that's part of the issue, if not a bigger issue, and he find a gear to accelerate with. This is busy, isn't it? And now that's Malin's nose cone that's dropped off, not surprisingly, really, after the contact that he had earlier in the race. Yeah, Cressy is slowing now. And has that held up Peter Studer? Was that just a missed gear or something like that? Because it looks like he's back up to, more or less back up to speed again. Yes, he is.
But Wilkinson's fourth all of a sudden, has got great pace. Cressy's back up to speed now too, isn't he? So it's all changed. So it's Gregory third, Wilkinson fourth, Maling's fifth. Vaughan Jones is having a better race. He's up to sixth. He can't make third in the championship though, I don't think. Then Studer, Cressy, Scold and Topham, the top 10.
Bit of bodywork on the track. I think that's why we've got the slippery surface flag there. Excuse me. As we're watching Vaughan Jones, the man that's not going to finish third in the championship this year, I don't think.
No, I don't think he can quite get John Hughes.
Peter Belzy into the traffic now. Has just lapped Chris Wilshire there. So too Matt Harbert. So the marshals getting their blue flag waving arms out and letting the slower drivers know that quicker cars are coming through. Oh, and without breaking himself there is Matt Topham, number 47. Who was in the top 10 in the early race. So I'm just running at the back end of the top 10 again this time, but may lose out there to Simon Foley possibly.
Jack Wilkinson could get a podium out of this because he's quite a bit quicker than Colin Gregory. He's caught him now for third. I don't know if Wilkinson's had an overall podium before. He won the Class B race, I think, earlier today. And they're coming up to traffic shortly too, so that's going to confuse things, including Ben Cressy's father, John. He's involved in this. It's actually a pretty good battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
For 17th position, something like that. But the third place battle is about to come amongst them, which could get quite challenging, I suspect.
It's going to get messy, this, isn't it? Especially with Leon Frost in there as well. Up the inside of Leon Frost they go. Goes Gregory and goes Jack Wilkinson, who are nose to tail for third position. Jack Wilkinson in the number 87 car. So you've got those two cars together. There's the nose cone of number 46. Will Malins being recovered.
They did well to recover that because it's busy out there, isn't it? Here they all come down towards Gerrard's. Gregory's done a better job than Wilkinson in the traffic so far. Studer gets Malings for sixth, but then runs a little bit wide. But it looks like Pete Studer has made the move work as they lap Chris Wilshire's Storm, but down towards the S's they come with 4.5 minutes on the clock. Wilkinson needs to clear the traffic here if he's got any chance to beating Colin Gregory in this race, I think.
Yeah, Shane's third and fourth here, which is interesting. Not often that we see two Shanes that far up the order. And there's Malins. He's just trying to follow them through here. He's been passed by Cressy though, who at the time was lapping his father as well.
What kind of team tactics is that?
Yeah, exactly. Down to the...
Malins likes waving his arm about, doesn't he?
Yeah, putting a lot of energy into that. And I think that black and orange flag is probably going to be for him as well. Yes, it is. So he's going to have to call into the pits, which will probably promote more arm waving.
Peter Studer, who passed William Maling's lap ago, is now having to go at Vaughan Jones. So Studer's got good pace here. Out of all of this. Colin Gregory's probably got the weakest pace of anyone in this third place battle, but he's not being passed. He's doing a really good job. They're quicker than him all the way back to 8th, I think, on best lap times.
Yeah, absolutely. That's right. So he's doing a really good job here of being consistent, driving a wide Shane. But can he keep that up? Because Jack Wilkinson is ahead of him now, braking for the S's. Does he out-brake himself, though? I think he might have done, yeah. Colin Gregory's going to keep the place and spinning off there. How did that happen? Goes number 11, which is Ben Cressy. Didn't see how that started, though, Josh.
Well, Maling's behind him. Whether that means anything or not, I don't know. But what's happening in the battle of third? Gregory's actually got a much bigger margin over Wilkinson, but that's going to bring Peter Studer into it, who has got past Vaughan Jones. So can Studer end up on the podium out of all of this? There's still got 4 laps to go probably, so there's plenty of time for this all to shake out, but it's not easy to get past Colin Gregory, we found out during the course of this race.
No, absolutely. And it looks like there was some contact. Possibly, actually, Chris Wilshire, we're thinking, may have made contact with the Ben Cressy car as they were being lapped. So that's possibly what happened there. Checkered flag goes out now to Matt Harbert. So an early checkered flag in this race. Matt Harbert has taken the win. So he's got the win. Second place has gone the way, not yet actually, of Peter Belzer. He goes across the line now. We'll pick up a picture of this for you in a moment. Colin Gregory, now is he going to hold on to third place? Yes, he is, from Jack Wilkinson in fourth position. Fifth place goes the way of Peter Studer. Sixth place goes to Vaughan Jones. Seventh goes the way of Will Malins. Although he'd got that black and orange flag, he didn't get the chance to come into the pit lane, though.
He didn't have 3 laps, so how's that work then?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Eighth goes to Lewis Sculls, ninth to Matt Topham, and rounding out the top 10 goes the number 32 car, which is that of Simon Foley. So that's the order at the end of the race. So it was a win for Matt Harbert, then 10 seconds in the end, so quite a convincing victory margin, which is possibly what we expected with a couple of other quick drivers not really, well, not there.
That's right. 9 wins then for Harbert in the end, so a pretty dominant season after all for Matt Harbert, well deserving champion, but that was a really fun battle, wasn't it, for the podium position. Colin Gregory did a really good job to hang on to that podium place. He never lost it, did he? But everyone else had a go.
Absolutely right, yes. It was a good fight. Colin Gregory, a very well-deserved third place. I think he was only 9/10 of a second clear of the 87 car of Jack Wilkinson in the end. Peter Studer in 5th place. He was only another second behind that. Vaughan Jones completing his season with a 6th place finish. So I'm glad that they, although it was flagged after 11 laps, they probably would have had 13. At least they had a fullish distance there without the safety car intervening that time. Matt Harbert then it was that took the win in the final Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship race of the season. He completed 11 laps and he finished the race 10.4 seconds clear of number 61 Peter Belzy. Third place went the way of number 72, that was Colin Gregory. Fourth place number 87 Jack Wilkinson. Fifth was 55 Peter Studer. Sixth was number 3 Vaughan Jones. Seventh was 46 Will Malins. Eighth place went the way of number 50, that was Lewis Sculls. 9th to 47 Matt Topham. Rounding out the top 10 was 32 Simon Foley. So Wilkinson won Class B from Malins and Foley. Then 11th was number 11 Ben Cressy, after he got involved in a couple of incidents in that race, not necessarily of his making. 12th was 66 for Waterhouse. Then it was 13th number 75 Mark Egan. 14th 28 Sam Engineer. And 15th 48 David Story, the last driver on the leading lap in that Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship race. So we've got one more race to come in the gathering gloom here at Mallory Park. That's going to be for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. And we're ready now to go down to Kieran Mogg. He's in Parc Fermé speaking to our top 3 in Formula V.
Thank you very much, Jess. You can see here as Matt Harbert just gets out of the car. 2 from 2, Matt. Obviously, this one was a little bit easier than the last one, we can say that, I think.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. It was just a nice 10-15 minutes, yeah. So I could see Peter Matteo, and then he just said he made a bit of a mistake, so he sort of dropped off. And then I was just trying to get a bit quicker, really. But just a really enjoyable 15 minutes. Got all the family here today. We only live 10 minutes down the road, so just a really nice way to finish the season, yeah. Great.
100%, obviously 2 from 2, you couldn't ask for much more, so congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Have a quick chat with Peter. Peter, again, second podium today, went quite well.
Yeah, pleased obviously with the second podium. I'm a bit annoyed at myself for losing Matt at the beginning there. I made a bit of a mistake at Gerrard's and then I was out the toe and he was away. So I was sort of a little bit hopeful that he might ease off or get caught up in the back markers a little bit, but no such luck. So a bit lonely, but good, yeah, great result.
There's always next year though, what do you reckon? You could take it to him next year?
We'll see, yeah, there's always, that's always the aim. So yeah, definitely, see what happens.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, so where has Colin? Colin, yeah, that was an interesting race.
It was a busy race, yes, getting lots of grief from behind. So yeah, a bit more pressure than I would have liked, but managed to hang on. So yeah, really good. It's been a while since I've been here, so yeah, really good.
Well, obviously a nice way to end off the season with the podium. So, do you reckon you can perhaps maybe see you more in the top 3 next year?
If the car's doing what it should be doing, definitely, yes. But the big thing is this man over here, who's worked so hard to get this car back to where it should be and get me back with that 3rd spot and a trophy again. So thank you, Dad.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the P3.
Very much. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, there are cars out on circuit. So back to Ian and Josh.
So it's time for the final race of the regular 750 Motor Club season. We've still got the Burkitt Relay race next Saturday at Silverstone to look forward to, but this is the final championship race of the year. It is the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship finale, and we've got the cars heading out onto the circuit now. They'll do another green flag lap before what will be a 12-minute race will get underway. And Josh, I think now everything's settled, we reckon, as far as all of the championships are concerned.
Yeah, certainly for the top positions. So for Class A, Lewis Ellis, he claimed the title early when Lewis Barker retired on the formation lap, so that was disappointing that we didn't sort of have a proper contest between the two. Gordon McMillan's won Class B, the overall championship 2, and William Bartok has won Class C, and I think Bartok will be 2nd overall. 3rd overall, Lewis Ellis could get that away from Alex Foden in this race.
Okay, so that's all decided, so hopefully just a good, clean race to end the season in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. It's a pretty big grid of cars, mostly from Classes A and B. Class C a little bit underrepresented this weekend. There's lots of drivers that have been in and out of the championship during the season, but not many have been regular contestants, have they, Josh?
You can get a full grid of everyone that's had a go, but yes, they've not been regular, which is a shame. Hopefully that'll change for next year. So Class A, Lewis Ellis the champion, Lewis Barker's basically done 2nd, and Matt Warren 3rd. Class B, Gordon McMillan winner, 2nd Alex Foden, 3rd place to be contested in this race between Stuart Kennedy, Craig Turner, Matthew Morgan and Lee Rickard. And then Class C will Bart up the champion, Josh Hilton 2nd and Peter both 3rd. So even the top 3 in each class almost all decided other than Class B. And one of those contenders in Class B isn't going to make the start. So Lee Rickard will not finish 3rd in the Class B championship. Right. He's just headed into the paddock. We saw his car slow at the end of the first race. So obviously there was a problem with the car that caused that. Lewis Barker at the back, he's going to be one to watch.
Well, yeah, how far up the order is he going to get in the space of 12 minutes? Quite a long way, you would think. I wonder what it was that caused that problem in the first race. It's probably it's been something that's been relatively easy to fix, or hopefully it has from his point of view. Yeah, confirmation that 226 has retired to the pit lane. That's Lee Rickard. So last few rows of cars just coming into position ahead of this 12-minute race. There's the green flag lap to go first, of course. We've got Matt Wilkins lining up on pole position, having had that victory earlier on today. You can see the headlamps of those cars that have got them turned on are shining quite brightly now, because it's been a gloomy day and we are getting up to that point where it is, or it would be sunset if we'd got any sun to set. And so, yeah, it's probably just as well that we have a 6 o'clock curfew here, because I don't think we'd have got much more racing in after that, even if it wasn't, Josh.
No, that's right, but it makes sort of an atmospheric view of the final sprint race of the 750 Motor Club season. It's great to have this big grid for hot hats. It's back to where it was a few years ago.
Here's how the grid lines up then. Pole position went the way of number 84, Matt Wilkins, based on the earlier finishing order. Besides him, number 22, Tate Taverner. Second row of the grid is going to be 52 and 291, so still in Honda Civic tyre cars, Lewis Ellis and Zach Burnell. Row 3, 7 and 29, 7 Ryan Barker, 29 the first of the non-tyre cars is Matt Hale. Fourth row, 20 Gordon McMillan in the BMW and 277 Joshua Turnbull. 67 and 226 on row 5, although the Rickard is not there. Andrew Edward is there in the number 67 car. David Walsh, 21 on the inside of row 6. Interested to see how he fares in this race, because he qualified well this morning. He's got 116 Matthew Morgan next to him. Row 7 is 300 Joshua Bavin and 14 Trevor Gregory. Row 8 is 1 Joshua Hilton and 78 Matt Warren. The 9th, row 13 Stuart Kennedy in the Corrado and 197 Craig Turner's Clio. Row 10 is 17 William Bartop Saxo and 95 Mark Jones. Row 11 137 James Hillier in the Suzuki Swift and 120 Rudy McMillan in Honda, row 12 Shay Kavanagh, I should say, in the Audi TT, Matthew Duffell's Honda 118, and Lewis Barker's Honda at the back, which was on pole position for the first race but didn't take the start, so it'll be fascinating to see how that pans out.
Yeah, so we lost both him and Walsh in one way or another, didn't we, from that lead battle, so it was a shame we sort of didn't have that 4-car battle. Whether we're getting them all together in this race is yet to be seen, but we saw plenty of good battles in race 1, didn't we, throughout the order in this hot hatch grid. There's varying driver and experience, and though there's lots of Honda Civics, there is a good number of other makes out there as well, and different vintages of cars too. Yeah, and it's great to see things like the Corrado out there as well. I think that really adds to the grid. Stuart Kennedy's car, sort of cult classic from the 1990s. So it's a few more cars have now turned the lights on, I think, than they had them on before. Matt Wilkins on pole position has turned his on. Those that are shining particularly brightly, Lewis Ellis is through from row 2 of the grid, and Tate Tavern's not got any on at all and has only got one light at the front anyway, by the looks of it. Anyway, they're all more or less into position, including now Lewis Barker, number 15 at the back of the grid. So shortly we'll have the 5-second board. Yep, that's shown now. And we'll get the race underway. No Gordon McMillan.
No Gordon McMillan. Okay, already the champion, of course. Lights go out. The race is underway. Good start by Wilkins. Not such a good start by Tate Taverner. Lewis Barker's not yet made up any places. Shane Kavanagh also trying to sort of forge away through the field from the back of the grid as well. But it's Wilkins that's got the lead into the first corner. And it's Zach Bernal, isn't it, I think, that's got into second place there. Tate Taverner third. And Lewis Ellis with the bright lights is in fourth position. So it's Bernal taking the fight to Matt Wilkins as they head through Gerrard's Bend and onto the Steppy Straight for the first time in this race. And it's Honda's filling at least the first 4 places, if not more. Certainly the first 5 places as they go into the S's for the first time.
Yeah, it was that Ryan Barker holding off Matt Hale's Mini, but Bernal's flying along, isn't he, at the end of his first season of racing, right with Matt Wilkins. Big dive down the inside. Was that Kennedy in the Corrado? He got 2 places out of it. Josh Hilton, he's lying around the outside. I don't think he was quite as effective as Stuart Kennedy, who really gained out of all of that. Is he taking the lead of Class B, I think, with that move?
Maybe right, yes. So that's quite something. Yeah, Kennedy in the lead of Class B from Andrew Idwin, I think, in second place in that class as things stand.
Although Babbins has gone down the inside of him to take second, so Class B, the top 4, absolutely together through Gerrard's corner.
Absolutely, with the absence of Gordon McMillan, GMAC, it's leaving the way open for others to contest the Class B honours here. Class A also very close at the front of the field, and that is David Walsh. I thought he might come through the field. He's got past Matt Hale now and up into 6th position. He made up 2 places already on the opening lap.
Lewis Barker only...
Oh, he's off on the grass there. That's the 300 car that's spinning around. And, is everyone going to get away with that? No, not really. Joshua Hilton involved. Who's that? Was that Lewis Barker that's got involved as well?
But he was way back anyway. Someone else that tagged him. Was it Turnbull, I think, who tagged him?
Anyway,
but not as bad as it could have been.
Yes, it was one of those where you thought, oh, what's going to happen next moments. But anyway, for the lead of the race, Zach Bernal taking the fight to Matt Wilkins here. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Slippery surface flag is now out as well, and a safety car is being called. Possibly unsurprisingly, just didn't see quite how that incident up at the on the way up to the hairpin had ended up. Safety car out, and there will be possibly confronted by a car just on the side of the circuit between the S's and the hairpin. We'll just wait and see if we can get a picture on that.
Babin's the only one that's not come through.
So it is just that one car, and yeah, there is his car on the side of the road. Now, if we can, hopefully they can get that up against the barriers relatively easily.
Broken front right suspension.
That's going to be the problem, isn't it? It's going to need a lift, I think, because of that. So this could take a minute or 2, I'm afraid, to get that cleared. So, yeah, was that broken suspension cause or effect, do we think? We'll see if we can have a replay of that incident as the cars are sort of circulating behind the safety car now. So here the cars come. So that's Hale. He's just been passed by David Walsh. It's behind him that this unfolds. So it's off onto the grass. Goes that 300 car. That's the one that ultimately ends up with a broken suspension. Now, is he tagged?
Turnbull, I think.
Yeah, it is Turnbull. Yeah, that's where the damage is done, isn't it? The 277 car that creates the damage that's going to require the lift. Everyone else is just trying to keep out of the way of it, and most of them did, Josh.
Yeah, Lewis Barker stopped completely. I think he's competing elsewhere at Snetterton tomorrow, so he was keen not to get involved. And Josh Hilton's avoidance was pretty mega, wasn't it? Completely sideways through the middle, and probably gained positions out of it all. But unfortunately, we need that safety car because the Class A battle was looking pretty good. Might have helped David Walsh. Does that mean he's going to bring people that bit closer, see if we get a restart?
So the order at the end of lap 3 is the race leader is number 84, Matt Wilkins. 291 Zach Bernal is second. 22 Tate Taverner is third. 52 Lewis Ellis is in fourth place. Number 7 is in fifth. That's Ryan Barker. 6th is 21 David Walsh. 7th is 29 Matt Hale. 8th is 13 our Class B leader Stuart Kennedy. 9th is 67 Andrew Idwin. And 10th is the 116 car of Matthew Morgan. But we just need to get the recovery truck on the scene, don't we, to try and lift that car out of the way. Just looking at Class B wins so far this season. Obviously Gordon McMillan have taken most of them, but Alex Foden, Trafford King, John Labella, other drivers that have been successful in Class B. So it looks like we're going to have a new Class B winner today, pretty much come what may.
Yes, that's right. And 3 of the 4 that are left running are contesting third in the championship within the class, aren't they? Stuart Kennedy looking good, I think, for that position.
He's doing all he can by leading it at the moment.
Yeah, he's 4 points ahead of Craig Turner. And there's a further point back to Matthew Morgan.
Oh, and is that Barker pulling off in the background? I think it might be.
Turnbull hasn't come through either. He was also one that tagged the spinner earlier, so that's not a surprise.
Just seeing the recovery truck now making its way up to try and collect that car, but there's only 6 minutes and 50 seconds of the race to go. Remember, it's a 12-minute race that we started with rather than 15 because of the earlier delays, and we've got only less than 15 minutes to go until the curfew here. 14.5 minutes till the curfew, so not too much time to play with. But yes, the 15 car certainly in to pit lane. I don't know if it's picked up any damage or if it was just as a precaution rather than anything else. And you're right, the 277 car of Joshua Turnbull, the Sutton Coldfield driver, my neck of the woods, is there in second. So the recovery truck is now on the scene. It's just a question of how quickly this can get cleared up. There's 6 minutes of the race left to go. The yellow flag is waving, although the drivers don't stand much chance of seeing it with that truck in the way.
There are other yellow flags.
There are others.
And they should be pretty obvious at this point. So it would be a shame if we end this under safety car, won't it? But
it would be.
Could be a bit of the story of the day in some ways.
Yeah, various safety car interventions and red flags as well, of course, in some races. It's been a bit of a shame that that's been the tail of the tape, but that's how things go. Just a bit unusual, really, what's happened in Mazda 7 in particular today with 3 red flag incidents, all of them, you know, fairly big shunts as well, weren't they? Rather than just sort of anodyne incidents that have required a stoppage. And so that was quite unusual. So that's a real shame that's finished that way. And I just hope we don't finish the 750 Motor Club of the season behind the safety car. That would be a very sad way to end it. Hopefully we'll at least get one race in that before the end. There's 5 minutes of the race left to go. Class C, of course, is being led by Joshua Hilton from the Class C champion Will Bartup, and I think it's just those 2, isn't it, that have done this race, because we've got no James Hillier.
He did those 2 races back to back in the middle of the afternoon, didn't he?
Picking up 2 signatures, which I think is the most that you can pick up in a weekend anyway.
Yeah.
So getting experience. Confirmation of those 2 retirements, 15 and 277, Barker and Turnbull. So 4.5 minutes now left to go. Wilkins still leading. I was impressed that Zach Bernal was really taking the fight to him before the caution period.
He got a second at Brands to Lewis Ellis as well, but that was his only podium. He's from Greater Manchester, a former British motocross champion, a podium finisher in the Western Supermare Beach race. And he started the season in a Clio, but swapped out for this Civic. I think he's good mates with Lewis Ellis, both motocross background.
Yeah, and it does seem like the Type R is the car to have, not that one at the moment. But it does seem like it is the most competitive car in this championship, whether it's in Class A or B specification.
Although, I think a BMW Compact has won the title every year.
That is true. That is true. whether in Class C or Class B, guys.
I think we should have some more in Class B next year with these bigger engine compacts, so that's interesting. But certainly the Civics certainly can win Class B races. When we saw Traffic King have a go at Silverstone, he won, and John Labella won outright, didn't he, last time out at Croft.
And they're pretty reliable as well, the Type Rs as well, and there's a huge number of them about, these EB3s particularly.
It's interesting having the other models out there. You've got Matthew Morgan in the FN2. We've had the EGs previously, haven't we? Dan Sebastian's won a lap record round here in one of those. So hopefully the safety car comes in this lap, otherwise we won't stand much of a chance.
No, because the safety car lap's been taking 2 minutes and then they're less than 3 minutes to go. So fingers crossed that recovery is nearly complete. But we really need that truck to get into the pit lane before these cars come back round, don't we? Otherwise, that's going to be that. Keep an eye on our. Oh, it's on its way now. Go on. If that, recovery truck can get into turn right at the bottom end of Devil's Elbow, then we should be able to get going, you would think. But will they turn the safety car lights off in time? That's the only nagging doubt that I have in my mind. Still got the safety car bores out and the yellow flags out all around the circuit, of course. What did we have? Was it about 2 or 2.5 laps of racing, I think, before the safety car went out?
It might have been all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now we wanted it to be a 15-minute race again.
Well, yes, and we didn't need it to be a 12-minute race in the end. There would have been time for 15 minutes, as it turned out. Right, safety car lights are off. We might be going again, and if we do, that should be time for probably 2 more laps, I would think.
That's good. Matt Wilkins, I'm sure this won't be the first time he's done this. Type R Trophy champion from last year. He was going to be back out in Type R Trophy last weekend, but weather played meant that wasn't the case. But I think keen to have this Class A car out, and it's been a very good end to the year. See if he can make it the double.
Yeah, so yellow flag's about to be replaced by green. Safety car pulls in, and there is the green flag. Race gets back underway with 2 laps to go in this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. It's Matt Wilkins leading the way, then Zach Burnell is in second place as they make their way up to Gerrard's Bend the first time after the restart. Tate Taverner third, and it is the car of Lewis Ellis in 4th position.
Yeah, no changes at the 6th, although David Walsh now is on terms with Ryan Barker out of Gerrard, but Burnell is continuing where we paused the race, right on the bumper of Matt Wilkins, down towards the right-hander at Gerrard. Top 3 have got away from Lewis Ellis, the Class A champ, and up towards the hairpin they come. They're bunching up again a little bit, aren't they, in all of this? And David Walsh can't quite squeeze through. What about the Bees? Well, they're still going at it with Stuart Kennedy at the front. They're going to get one more lap of racing, it seems.
Yeah, so it looks like that is the case. 17 seconds left on the clock. Over the line they go. It's Wilkins leading by just under half a second from Zach Burnell, but Tate Taverner now really taking the fight to the second place man as well. They've pulled clear of Lewis Ellis in 4th position. It's Brian Barker 5th, David Walsh in 6th. He's not been able to make any progress since the race got back underway. Although he got close to the car in front, I can see the checker flag has been prepared here, so we're going to get that this time around. Through the S's for the final time. It's Wilkins still leading the way. It's his to throw away now. Second, is that going to be Zach Burnell to equal his best result of the season? Looks like it might well be. Through the hairpin they come for the final time, then down through Devil's Elbow. Checkered flag is made ready, and it's going to be a double win in the final rounds of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship for Matt Wilkins. He takes the win. Zach Burnell is second. Tate Taverner is third. Lewis Ellis 4th. Ryan Barker 5th. David Walsh completes the top 6, so not really any place changes amongst the top 6.
It's all changing Class B because Stuart Kennedy, who led it, is third at the flag.
Yeah, Andrew Idwin therefore takes the Class B win. Matthew Morgan second, and down in 3rd place and 12th overall was Kennedy, so he got passed as well by Shay Kavanagh's Audi TT and Trevor Gregory too in the Class A Honda as well. So Josh is just having a look at the maths to see if that's changed anything.
I think Kennedy still gets third in Class B Championships. Third overall, Lewis Ellis would have got 9 points, wouldn't he?
Joshua Turnbull taking the checkered flag. He's the last driver to take the checkered flag this season in the 750 Motor Club race.
I think Lewis Ellis beat Alex Foden by a point for third overall.
Okay, and that literally does bring an end to the 750 Motor Club racing season, with the exception of the Burkitt Relay next weekend at Silverstone, and of course the plum pudding meeting here at Mallory Park on Boxing Day.
Finding lots of meetings back in.
Well, there's probably more up my sleeve yet to come. 84 Matt Wilkins took the lead, took the win I should say, in the final PBS Brake Spot Match Championship race of the season after 9 laps in his Honda Civic Type R, beating Zach Burnell number 291 by 0.3 of a second. 22 Tate Taverner was third, fourth was 52 Lewis Ellis, fifth was number 7 Ryan Barker, sixth was 21 David Walsh, seventh 29 Matt Hale, 8th 67 Andrew Idrin, 9th was 116 Monty Morgan, rounding out the top 10 was number 93 Shea Kavanagh. So Andrew Idrin winning Class B, Shea Kavanagh the invitation class, and further back in 14th place Joshua Hilton winning Class C once again from William Bartup. So that's it from the Hot Hatch and the 750 Motor Club Championship racing this season. Some final thoughts from you, Josh?
Yeah, we had some good racing when we were going, didn't we, today? And it's been a good season, hasn't it, for 750 Motor Club racing? We've had that extraordinary Road Sports Championship finale. I think that's one that's going to long live in the memory from last weekend at Donington Park.
Absolutely fantastic, yeah, and some great racing all the way through the season. Do keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club website and social media feeds for announcements about the 2026 season very soon. Quick thank you to all of the marshals who've done such fantastic work here today. They've been kept very busy. Thank you to them and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club. Thanks to all the Alpha Live team. Thanks to Josh and to Kieran as well. Josh and I will say good night to you for now. Have a safe journey home, and we'll leave you down in Parc Fermé in the capable hands of Kieran Mogg. From us, good night.
Thank you very much. I'm down here with our winner, Matt Wilkins, 2 from 2. He said just that you had a bit of pressure in the end there just after the safety car, but you managed to bring it home in first once again.
Yeah, safety car helped, I think, to be honest with that one, because that car was really quick behind. But no, we'll take that. Shame Dave Walsh didn't get a bit more time to get through the pack, because he came from 11th up to 5th or 6th. But yeah, good day. Good day.
Yeah, definitely a good day and a fantastic way to end the season for you as well. So
good.
That's the main thing, absolutely. And well, 2 wins from 2. Can't ask for much more. Congratulations.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Now Zach Burnell. Zach, obviously not quite, but you were close.
I was trying. I saw the car go off on the side. I saw the dust at the background, so I did a 3 Devil's Elbow. I was just do or die through there. I had visions of it ending under safety car, and then just didn't want to race second. Was still better than being in the gravel. So no, it was a good day.
Yeah, obviously a very good day, and with the Matt was just mentioning about with the light going down as well, it was starting to be a bit more difficult to see. Were you finding that as well?
It was more difficult when you got things behind me, lights on that were reflecting on you. So once I got a little bit of a gap and there was no lights behind me, but it wasn't too bad. I've driven in darker.
Well, clearly it worked. So congratulations on P2.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat now with Tate. Tate, P3. You obviously had quite a good first race as well. Good second race. Good day for you.
Yeah, not bad. The second race couldn't do much about it because of the safety car, but yeah, not bad. I had a problem with brakes on the second race though, so my foot, I just didn't trust them, so I was braking a bit earlier, but couldn't have done much better with the time we had. Yeah.
Obviously a nice way to end the season for you as well, do you reckon?
Yeah, it's all right. I've been in and out of this season, so the overall position doesn't bother me too much. I've just had fun, which is, yeah.
That's the main thing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, unfortunately, that is all we've got time for. Amazingly, the officials have managed to do a fantastic job in fitting all of the races in, and we have completed the entire roster of races that we should have completed, despite, obviously, the early red flags that we had earlier on in the day. Now, all that's time to do is just to say thank you so much to all the different people that have made this possible. Firstly, to the marshals. We couldn't do any of this without the marshals. Obviously, they're the ones that have kept this running, and they've really had their work cut out today for them. The 750 Motor Club, obviously, for putting all of this on. Obviously to Ian and Josh up in the commentary box, keeping all of you entertained. All of you at home watching, none of that would be possible without you at home, so thank you so much. And finally to the Alpha Live crew for making this all possible and filming it all. On the crew today we've had Stuart as our producer, Dan as our runner, Luke behind the camera here, and then out on the track cameras we've had Adam, Johnny, Andy and Darren. Thank you to all of those different people who made this entire day possible. So thank you very much. We have one more live streamed day for the 750 Motor Club, and that's going to be next week at Silverstone for the infamous Burkitt. Don't miss it. It will be amazing. So thank you and goodbye.